and then the Talonverse Team Secret series as well. So very important for the Southeast Asian boys and for Beast Coast and Spirit for our first one in particular. These are some teams that need to try and get some wins so they can hopefully secure the upper bracket, because keep in mind, no one has won the international starting in the lower bracket. You need to be in that upper bracket. You need that second chance. Really, the closest we've had is TI7 and funnily enough, Team Spirit in TI10, where they started the upper bracket, they lost one series, and then they won 6 series in the row in the low bracket. So it's hard to do. No one has started in the low bracket, gone through those dreaded best of ones, and then continued to make that run.
Yeah, but records are made to be broken, right? Like you have never had an SA team in the upper bracket before, and there's the potential for 2 to be there at this TI. Just with Hikori, of course, having such a standout performance, and Thunder Awaken still in that upper group of teams. So we'll have a look, but Beast Coast, like you mentioned, they're the ones that we're covering right now. They're the ones that have a lot of fans because they were the first real team to make that international presence happen, you know, all the way back in 2019. Ever since now, they've been that solid core group, and you know, I would hate to see them drop all the way out because you got to reward this sort of loyalty to each other. And you know, they've gone out on record and saying that they feel like a family. They feel like a bunch of cousins playing Dota with each other that just understand it. I mean, you just see the difference when they click versus when they don't. You know, sometimes when they're on the same page, Beast Coast seems unbeatable. But if you're able to dismantle them, if they're able to hinder particularly Hector's progress, then that's when you can look to get a lot of success through. And we talk about the Beast Coast boys here, they all are.
Do you feel like that is the man? You spoke about Hector. Like, if you can kind of slow him down, then really Beast Coast crumble around it. Is that the person that we have to put a lot of emphasis on in this series?
I think so. I mean, because when you think about it, we've seen games, you and I, that we've casted where C-Smile there, he has an absolutely dominant first 20 minutes. Doesn't matter if he has a bad game, doesn't matter if he has an amazing game, and they still find a way to lose because Hector maybe just doesn't hit his timing that 2 minutes before that he needs to be able to combat the enemy team's carry. Because what we know about K1 and honestly all the SA carries, absolute beasts at being able to farm. We've seen Lumiere really become the shining light. Of course, you've got Pakaz playing for Thunder Awaken, and K1, he was the original.
Yeah, that he was as well. So we get to take a look at the Spirit boys, who I really like their New Jersey, I must say. I've been a big fan of some of the New Jerseys we're seeing over at TI, so I'm going to have to try and snag one of them while we're over there. But of course, these guys, the reigning champions, needing also to get some wins under their belt. They've had some good games, and they've had some rough games as well.
Yeah, they were tying a lot of series along the way, weren't they? Do they have one outright win and one outright loss, don't they? But I believe the rest are just tied across the board. And, you know, some of them against teams that maybe they weren't expecting to lose to. You know, dropping a game against Talon, who again are still fighting for their tournament lives. And, you know, there was some great individual performances, coming out from Collapse in particular yesterday. I mean, that Beastmaster play was astounding, what he was able to do. But, you know, you got to make it all come together as a team. We've also seen them do some odd things, like pick a Drow Ranger into a Storm Spirit draft and completely go away from what I think makes Team Spirit Dota great. The gameplay is great, but the drafts are often much better.
Yeah, which is something we've come to expect, because we had, of course, the opportunity to see how this team how they thrive, and I guess just a look in depth in the camp at TrueSight, where we saw them kind of all communicating on the draft, and now you also brought an extra member in, like kind of an analysis for them, some guy to help out with the behind the scenes stuff, maybe doing some metas, seeing what is kind of happening in some other games and how the teams are also shaping up as well. So we'll, you know, we get to see also the comparison between these two teams. So of course, what really shapes them up and what makes them such incredible teams.
Yeah, and it might come down to that individual brilliance just between a couple of players, but it's the team at the end that's going to be able to make the big difference. Lots more support gold being used, and it really does seem to fit the style, doesn't it? Beast Coast, they want to be able to fight. They want to be able to consistently go through with the rest of the boys, kind of similar to a Tundra style, where it's all just about grouping up around those big timings. You play the 4 Protect 1, 4K1, and then you just look to ball up and go as a unit and never separate once he reaches that critical mass. But Team Spirit, they're very happy to split the map up. You know, we've seen them draw the game out late time and time again, and just enable that by, Collapse throwing himself out into the most dangerous lane just with his pushing style of heroes. We've even seen Mira playing a Silencer, a hero notorious for if you're caught, you're dead, and he still is able to push out waves with pretty terrible spells to be able to do so. So it's about the benefit of the collective, and they're willing to sacrifice the individual to be able to do it.
I mean, it's always worth the sacrifice of a measly support, Denog. You know this yourself as a 5 player. You got it. It has to be done. You have to kill yourself. You've got to just run in suicide. If the cause of farming, it's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, that's the thing that they do for Hector a lot on Beast Coast, right? The thing is, a lot of it is exclusively on one hero, whereas for Spirit, they like to spread it across the board. That's where Miposhka as well as Mira really take on that sacrificial role. And I feel like they've leaned even more towards that this TI to enable Collapse and Yatoro in particular to be able to get up that key farm. We haven't seen Toronto Tokyo play too many of those like carry style of mid laners. The Shadow Fiend hasn't been a huge priority coming through from Team Spirit. And we've seen a couple of times he's picked up the Lesh, but not really that much Lina either. So they're really putting a lot of the weight on the shoulders of Yatoro.
Yeah, that they are. So it's going to be exciting to see if that continues to be the case, because of course he's an incredible carry, and we've seen in multiple games that if Yatoro can get his farm, then he is a really big issue for the enemy team.
Oh yeah, and I mean I think Ame felt a little bit sad by the fact that Yatoro had the more unique heroes. Ame, I think, what is he now? 12 from 12, 14 from 14? I don't know how many series LGD have played or how many games they've played, rather, but he is really looking to spread out those unique heroes, and it's happening across the board, even from Sonics. Lelis, he's doing a very, very good job at just making yourselves incredibly hard to draft against. And again, I mentioned one of the big strengths of Team Spirit, it's in their drafting potential. They can play anything. There really isn't a narrow area that you need to look to ban around. You just got to ban what's strong in the meta right now. So I'm expecting to see some Shadow Fiend bans, some Morphling bans, some Marcy, Primal Beast, just all the standard stuff that's really come to prominence throughout this TI, because if there is one thing that they don't do, is that they don't really play that much of, the Brood Mothers, the Visage, the Enigma. We saw Collapse play it, but he didn't seem anywhere near as comfortable as some of his other heroes.
Yeah, definitely. So it's going to be exciting to see if we get some adaptation from Collapse, if some of those heroes are picked up, or again, this is really important series for both these two teams, trying to cement their position in the upper bracket, the lower bracket, and potentially as well, there's threat of being eliminated too. So you need to get these wins under their belt. And it's all going to start off the back of the draft. I'm trying to see what the priority is shaping up like. It looks like we've got
Beast Coast chose second pick. Yeah.
Okay. So do you feel like this... Is there anything we can make of Beast Coast having second pick and Spirit being on dial?
Maybe they're going to ban SF Primal, and then Marcy doesn't seem that unbeatable anymore, It's obviously still very strong, but it needs to be in the right draft. I think pairing it together with something like a Morphling could still be incredibly strong, so you need to be conscious of that. Just for the lifesteal, once you get to level 20, waveform attacking targets, it just obliterates people with the Psychic onto you. So, I mean, you can't ban against everything this TI, and I really like that. This isn't like, a bunch of other games where the meta is so stagnant that you've got the exact same bans and picks every single time. There's variability. Some teams might have a preference to go off lane, which is a little bit more of the pushing style. Some might go for the single target pick off, but to be able to do that, there's a good range of like 5 or so heroes in each of those roles that are able to do it. So you're always going to have people that just have their personal preference for what heroes they want to be able to accomplish the overall strategy.
See, in the Spirit camp, they're all huddled together, just trying to work out what the strategy is going to be heading into this. Of course, you don't have a whole lot of time to be able to prep before these games.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And I mean, he's played it a few times in the first few days, but I don't think we cast it. I want to see a Collapse Mars come through again, because he had a pretty good win record with it, I think, even at this TI, for a hero that really has fallen out of popularity somewhat. So maybe they're going to lean a little bit more in towards Miposhka being able to pick up something like the Enchantress, so there's a little bit more tower pressure being put onto the map. I think in one of those games, even the ones that they won in the past couple of days, he was dying a good 18 times on the likes of his Clockwork. So maybe if he's an Enchantress, fulfilling similar roles, being able to get out on the map, provide a lot of this vision, get some deep wards down, which we know Miposhka is great at doing. If you pick something like an Enchantress instead, you're just that little bit more survivable with your movement speed, with your magic resist talent, and of course the heals coming through from the Nature's Attendants and the Untouchable for the slow.
All right, well, we do have our Game 1 draft underway here. Beast Coast, of course, going to be playing on the Radiant side, and they've got second pick and Spirit. They're going to be the ones opening up the draft, and we see already a little bit of respect in regards to Pengli, something that is continuing to rise in popularity. Really, really strong position to at the moment. Some people are trying to flex it, of course, to a 3, but Toronto Tokyo plays a incredible Pango, so that's some respect there for him.
Yeah, maybe they're anticipating that they want to be able to pick up this this Enigma for themselves as well. I feel like Pango is still one of the better counters to the Enigma, and even more so now the fact that the silence is gone as well. So you're going to need to pick a specific lane counter to the Enigma, and I mean, we've seen that Whisper has played a fantastic Enigma over these past few days. So I feel like that might be an option, and again, just something else that's going to pick up the pace in the Primal Beast being removed from the pool. I'm liking this drafting coming through from Beast Coast. For Spirit, not sure 100%. I mean, are they considering picking it up for themselves? Well, maybe they're trying to bait them out, saying, well, if you don't pick it, we've got this incredibly strong combo, Tiny, plus the Enigma we can break out.
All right. Even bypass the Marcy too here from Spirit.
It's a nice way to be able to survive, just having this really tanky support, right? Once you get to level 6, if you want to go into the Grow, you're going to have all that extra armor, you've got insane strength gain, so much harder for someone like a Marcy to pick off, and in turn, you know, once you hit that Blink Dagger timing, or if you're lucky enough to get a Tumbler's Toy, then maybe you find the pick off yourselves, with, of course, the insane burst that a Tiny is able to provide.
Beast Coast Everest one's going to be the Nyx Assassin. Gojira as an incredible Nyx, always excited when we get to see him play that one. And in general, I think this hero very, very strong at the moment. Does have a lot of weaknesses though that, of course, Beast Coast now have the opportunity to cover.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it dissuades them from going for the Enigma, right? Just because you're going to have all of these AoE abilities, you don't necessarily need to worry about silence if you can just pop the Carapace and run into the black hole. Even once he gets the Blink Dagger, that becomes easier. But you are a little vulnerable of being pushed in other ways, right? We've seen that Collapse is not shy about going into the Beastmaster. He's got a fantastic Beastmaster. The Visage would be strong here, but again, not really a hero. So I'm wondering, as we see Miposhka and Collapse, probably they're the main targets of this discussion, what they're going to want to go for. And they're not going to risk it. They're just going to say, look, we find Enigma is a really strong hero. We're going to pick it up. But they haven't banned the Gyrocopters. So I wonder if Team Spirit are going to go into this one like they have previously and just look to try and demolish it in lane.
Yep. The Nyx does, I think, cover a little bit of the gyro counter in a way where you can always catch the gyro out across the map just because of the AoE damage. Like, it relies on Flak Cannon pretty much to farm. And some Maelstrom procs as well, so we'll see. It could be interesting here with how the Nyx is able to address him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, against the Enigma, of course, Maelstrom is a great item for the Gyro, but a lot of the time you're wanting to... And, you know, there we go. There's Miposhka's hero, the Enchantress coming through. Again, I like this, right? It's decent in the lane against the Enigma. You could convert the Eidolon over to your side, and then you could play that roaming role, because that's what we're going to see Gojira doing most likely here on his Nyx Assassin, right? Roaming around the map, looking for that key pickoff, but now it gives East Coast the option to be able to ban out some of those great Enigma counters specifically for the laning stage. You know, that's going to be their main priority.
So what would we be looking at them? Because we've spoken about the Gyrocopter. We haven't really gotten a whole lot of Bristleback nor the Alchemist as well, which are more traditional counters to the Enigma that we've seen in the past. So are there any others that you feel like Beast Coast might be considering?
I mean, I could see the Alchemist, to be honest, man. I mean, against the Tiny in the lane is... against the Enigma, just to reduce all of that armor, it's really useful. You're going to have, of course, the passive regen coming through as long as you pop the Chemical Rage, so it makes it a little bit easier to survive if you get caught inside the black hole. Also... I don't know, I still like it. I mean, I think it's going to be useful enough. The issue is, of course, Nyx Assassin, you walk into the Acid Spray, very easy to set up for kills. If you get a Radiance, not that it's super common anymore, but if you get the Radiance on the Alk, then, you know, you are sort of vulnerable in that situation too. So, who knows? Who knows what avenue they're going to look to go down. I would feel a little bit more strongly for Give me a Bristle. I still think the Bristle is fine enough.
We do see at the moment at least Beast Coast targeting the BKB piercing stuns, so, and you were mentioning of course Collapse has an incredible Beastmaster, so they're going to have that one to look to play with. They want to try and push their tempo. We'll see if that Bristle is going to be the priority here from Beast Coast to ban out as well, so we are going to be looking towards them in the 15th. They'll have the first pick coming out of the second phase, more than likely their second support to be picked up, probably Stinger's hero.
You would imagine so. I mean, he's had a decent amount of variety come through. The Chen's really fallen off, and I'm not sure if you want to be picking that into the the Enchantress either. What other avenues can he look to go down? I mean, Clockwork's been banned out. Elder Titan doesn't feel that amazing. It feels like your initiation might be a little bit slow, as they give a bit of respect again over to Collapse with a Mars ban. My Wyvern, she's fallen off. I'm a little bit sad. I still think it's very strong, but well, as long as people aren't playing it, it can't get nerfs. What else could they look to combine together with this? I mean, Stinger plays the Snapfire a little bit as well, and it still leaves you some of that flexibility, right? Of course, Whisper plays an amazing Enigma, but he plays probably an even better Snapfire if you wanted to keep them guessing with how exactly they want to switch these lanes up. C-Smile, Chris Luck, whatever you want to call him, he plays it in the mid lane too. So could they look to go down that route?
Yeah, I like that, because Nyx Assassin is still very single target. I know the Pale can be AoE, but just in regards to your magic nuke, you don't particularly have that, so the Snapfire can kind of cover your team fighting weakness there. Of course, magic damage is really nice versus the Tiny as well, someone who's going to have this built-in grow, so a bunch of armor to help out. And then if Beast Coast want to, further down that route, I mean, you see Team Spirit, like you are currently weak in regards to team fighting with a Tiny Enchantress, and already Beast Coast have a slight advantage there, so you could double down if you want this Snapfire.
I still feel like they might consider going into the Gyro, honestly, though, just because not only does it dominate the Enigma in lane, it's like a pseudo counter to the Black Hole as well. We saw, I think it was actually Spirit against Talon the other day, where they were able to land an amazing Black Hole on KP onto the Gyrocopter, but all he had was his Aghanim Scepter, and he just popped the Satanic, and the side gunner still goes during that Black Hole, and they were able to just out lifesteal the damage that was going on, not just through the passive, but the active as well.
I would say Leshrac banned out here from Team Spirit, so very interesting. Of course, it has been a hero that's really rising in popularity. I think the Bloodstone change is a big reason why, but I wonder if this is to protect something that they're going to look to pick up shortly.
I mean, also, it's just Team Spirit Dota, right? They want this game to go out a little bit later. They don't want the map to be closed in onto them by an Enigma that's already going to be doing a great job pushing. Plus, if you have a mid Leshrac pushing into you, Enchantress, they wouldn't consider running this as a core. I mean, we've seen Topson try to do it from mid during the last chance qualifiers. Didn't work out too well, but then we saw Secret put it on Rezo, and he was top of the net worth and actually demolished that game. So could they be considering something that's just a pretty damn good counter to the Ench because of that AoE damage that you're able to provide, not necessarily reliant on the right clicks? Same sort of thing with the Batrider ban, to be honest.
Night Stalker ban. Okay, so you've been asking for the Night Stalker a lot, and well, this game is going to be banned out in the second phase, so I wonder... I mean, you put 3 bans into Collapse's hero pool, so obviously a lot of emphasis to try and shut him down. Beast Coast looks like they're very much...
Even 4, you might say. He had that, like, 90% win rate on the Primal Beast, right? In the lead up to TI in his pub, so I think there's been a lot of emphasis being given over to him, and I'm sure that he's just saying, come on, man, what do I gotta do, you know? I know I've been playing some good Dota, but let me play.
Let me play my heroes, man. Come on. Let me find something. But the beautiful thing, he does have quite a diverse hero pool. Somehow Marcy still slips through into the second phase. So Beast Coast going to look to snag that.
Might be a 5 Nyx Assassin now, and they look to put the Marcy together with the Enigma. That would be pretty good in my eyes, just to be able to get that disposed back into the Eidolons once they look to make the split. You know, double stun with the rebound and the Malefice. This is a really deadly lane, so they're going to need to pick something that's able to stay in on the back lines and has a pretty decent amount of armor as well to be able to sustain. Could they consider the Sven on Team Spirit? I know, again, you're against a Nyx. The Greater Cleave makes it really easy to get pickoffs, but I'm really just concerned about the lane and how that's going to go.
Yeah, yeah, you definitely could consider this one. Actually, it is something that Yutora really likes to play as well. So they probably we don't know where the Tiny's going at the moment, so they could still flex it as a support. But hey, we do get the Collapse here, so you can't ban everything. Collapse will still get his Doom, and he had that game against Secret yesterday that we were casting where he was in such a tricky lane matchup, but somehow he was able to find his way to get farm.
Yeah, wasn't it against an Ursa or something?
10 seconds.
Yeah, I think it was a Ursa +1, and they had like another melee 4 on Spirit, and they just kept pulling the wave, and they did an incredible job.
Yep. Ooh, okay. We're getting to see a little bit of the Monkey King. I mean, this is a pretty decent position one, right? You still have that physical damage to be able to deal with the Enigma. I wonder what farming steroid he's going to go here, assuming that this is Yatoro playing it, just because, again, you don't want to get caught out by the Nyx Assassin. You have no... Well, I guess the AoE damage that you have is a little telegraphed, right? The Boundless Strike, the Primal Spring. So do you risk going into the Battle Fury or the Maelstrom, or is it more a Midas sort of route and you're looking to go a bit more of a fighting style? And another hero that just slips all the way through is the Shadow Fiend. So Enigma, Marci, Shadow Fiend, Nyx. If you're just looking at meta heroes, you would have to put your chips in Beast Coast corner.
You would.
10 seconds remaining.
I think this Doom can give them a lot of value as the game goes on. You're going to be able to address the Enigma BKB Black Hole throughout the entirety of the game. And I think at the moment for the Beast Coast, they're really relying on the Shadow Fiend to be the main damage source throughout the late game. And Doom is a pretty good anti-carry. Now, with that being said, Shadow Fiend can definitely itemize to like stay alive inside Doom if you have Satanic and you're also well and truly high up there in the net worth. Yeah, and sidekick as well. So like this could be a game where he can actually sustain through it, but I think this is a very good Doom game for Collapse. If he can get out of the laning phase, then he could really prove to be an issue for Beast Coast draft.
I think it's a pretty good Doom game. I wouldn't go as far as to say it's a great one, just because the Shadow Fiend doesn't really care, in my eyes, about getting doomed, right? I know I've had people say that Silence is a pretty good counter to the Shadow Fiend, but not really. You just build it as this massive right clicker, right? You've got the sidekick to be able to buff you up. The Enigma's going to have the Wraith Pact for the Vlad's aura, and you just stand there and right click. What do you care about getting doomed? You know, you're going to have the regen coming through from 2 different sources, damage being buffed up from 2 different sources, and you just have an insane ability to be able to farm. So I still think this is a totally fine SF pick, and just in terms of the Doom, you're going to need to be using that Scorched Earth pretty frequently, and Nyx can catch you out, so this might be the game where they look to focus a little bit more on to Collapse for Beast Coast.
So a big issue I have with Spirit's lineup is that they don't really have stuns, and the concern from them is that Beast Coast can just get out of the Wukong and run away from the Doom. I'm considering a Puck, but Puck into Nyx, which is really the only counter, honestly. So you might still go for it. And Toronto Tokyo like has an incredible Puck. Maybe you look to play Tiny too, and then you have a little bit more items, so it can be easier for you to jump back in and out. But can you see another? Oh, well, here's the draft. What is it? We got a Rubik. Okay, so we'll be Tiny too, and another kind of person with the stun. Some great abilities to steal this game as well for the Rubik.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even just being able to steal the sidekick would be enormous. Give that over to the Monkey King, enable him to potentially man fight against the Shadow Fiend, as well as if they're caught inside of that Wukong's. I mean, it's going to be so important to play around this this tiny timing, right? The Avatos combo, of course, very important, but even just the repositioning aspect that comes through, the thing that Team Spirit love to play around the most, is going to be incredibly vital. So for Beast Coast to be able to counter this, we're assuming it's... I kind of feel like you want to go to SF mid against this Tiny, though.
Yeah, that should be a really good matchup.
Yeah, so they might go a position 1 that's a little bit more aggressive. Could they still Ursa against this? I wouldn't hate Ursa if you just go like a lot more of the fighting style. You know, into the Diffusal Blade, perhaps ignore the Battle Fury altogether.
The classic.
I mean, of course.
The K1 Wraith King.
Into the Doom, why not, right?
Yeah, into the Doom. It doesn't... I think Monkey's got a pretty good matchup versus the Wraith King. Like, you never really...
But who's the real carry here?
For Beast Coast, I guess the Shadow Fiend, but...
So I don't think it matters what the Monkey King's relative strength is, right? I think K1 is going to be playing a very un-K1-like game unless Beast Coast are going to be trying to be super greedy, play with 2 of these cores that are looking to farm and, you know, extend their lead against Team Spirit in that way. But I can really see K1 just going, the one valuator, maybe the armlet, and then straight into something like a Blink Dagger and just look to try and get it onto the back lines, take out the Rubik, and then you have freedom to fight a lot more easily around the Enigma and the Black Hole.
Sounds like a really strong lane as well. Wraith King, Marcy into a Doom and a Rubik. I definitely think this is a lane that Beast Coast should be able to come out on top on.
Me too. Draft-wise, I like Beast Coast. Gameplay, from what I've seen in terms of consistently, I like Spirit. So it's all up in the air, as it should be on the last day of these group stages. Both teams still needing a win. Both teams still in the hunt for that upper bracket. And both of them still under risk of being eliminated entirely, depending on some other results potentially not falling their way.
Yeah, but it does really look like both sides have a draft that they can get success on. Like, for at least for me, how I'm seeing it, and what I can make from what you're saying as well, it doesn't seem like we have an out draft or anything like that in this game one.
No, the only thing I'm a little worried about is that Spirit could maybe fall off a little bit, right? Because the Doom, yes, it's great, but if it gets super late, then the Wraith King is actually going to be that secondary core, And I mentioned before that SF doesn't really care about being doomed, so it's almost exclusively going to need to be used on Whisper here, on the Enigma, just to be able to stop that black hole from happening. And, if it gets late, who knows what else he's got? Does he have a Linkage? Do they have other ways to be able to stop the Doom when he jumps in? We will have to wait and see.
Gambled, you lost. Silence is golden.
We will indeed wait and see for a beautiful game that we have in store for us. Beast Coast against Team Spirit. Two teams that like the that like these new little pings as well. The Notice Me and the Eel pings. I'm pretty sure Claps uses it as well. So it's going to be interesting to see.
30 seconds to battle.
See Smart started it all. He is an innovator.
Oof, Grandmaster Shadowfiend. All right, this is his time. This is his meta. Pick me the Shadowfiend.
It's his favorite hero, man. It's his favorite hero. So to give it to him on what is potentially a deciding series for Beast Coast Fate heading into the playoffs, can't think of a better time. And we know that he's a man that plays on vibes. He's very happy to dive underneath towers on his pucks, but Shadowfiend, much more of the passive-ish style of role. But still able to dominate those lanes.
He's a Viber, is he?
He's a Viber.
He's a Viber, all right. Oh, are you vibing? That's the main thing. Are we vibing?
Of course. I've had my ice cream this morning. I'm ready. I'm set.
What the hell, dude? What do you mean? It's just, what time do you have ice cream?
They just say an ice cream a day keeps the doctor away, so I'm just trying to follow that advice.
Oh, so you're not going to have any tonight?
I didn't say that.
Oh,
they say an ice cream. Yeah, but they don't say anything about two.
Oh, does that keep the what does 2 a day keep away?
That keeps the annoying co-caster away.
Yo, what the hell, dude? What? Oh my god. All right. What lanes are we paying our attention to? Well, we got 3 lanes. Top, mid, bottom, then the Oracle, the Ice Cream Man, the Enjoyer of the world. What do we need to look at?
I'm probably going to look at mid first, just to see the battle going on between Toronto, Tokyo, and C-Smile. But well, it's going to start to break out once Whisper hits onto level 3, right? They've made this double pull happen with Gajira. So he's going to be able to pull that one back so that Whisper has the potential to farm here. Of course, Miposhka, he's wanting to try and remove as much of these creeps that are being denied away. Even look to try and get rid of some of those Eidolons, but has to be careful about overextending up here.
A lot of damage early on. Whisper was close to getting the Eidolon split and also level 2, so if they had that extra ability, Whisper might have given over first blood. But you also see simultaneously Yatoro doing the same thing as well, dragging Kizone Wave behind the tower to try and deny a full wave away.
And you would have to say it's more important for Enigma to be the one getting these levels, right? Yatoro, he just needs to focus on getting the level 2 to potentially get in onto the front lines, try and get that mischief off, and then the Boundless Strike really does a great job of dealing with these Eidolons and equaling out what's happening in this lane, which is going to result in it obviously always pushing more towards Whisper, having a lot of that ranged experience stolen away. It's still a really big deal, even with all the nerfs to the Enigma.
In our other side lane here, we see Collapse has gone Wraithband to start, and a lot of stats as well. 3 Iron Branches, so I wonder if the stats are actually going to help out a lot with the Doom, because I thought this might be a bit more of a tricky lane, like Marcy, Wraith King, a lot of stuns, a lot of spells you can utilize, but looks like he might be okay on Collapse.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to look at what you're laning up against, right? You want to make this a little bit more of a brawling lane because Rubik is a pretty weak laner. You know, such long cooldowns on your abilities, 28 seconds and 16. So you got to get a little bit more active. You're not terrible in the armor department anymore, as K1's actually getting dived a little bit here.
Good to see Collapse. Mic issues? Yep, you're chilling your throat. It's all good. No point in Devour. Very interesting.
Yeah,
And they
that's what I was just about to mention, right? Like, you're going against 2 strength heroes. So the Infernal Blade, again, percent damage, kind of nice to be able to begin with. And the Wraith Pact as well just enables this more brawling style. Of course, Wraith King, another one of those heroes that he's, like, synonymous with having a pretty terrible base attack speed. You know, Tiny, Tria Protector, they're 2 of the other ones. The opposite, of course, is something like the Juggernaut, which has the fastest base attack speed in the entire game. So if you're just able to do these things that pick up the attack speed a little bit for yourself, then you're going to get a pretty decent edge in being able to go for these trades in lane.
What's the emote for, Gojira? What happened?
I don't know, maybe Gojira understands Cyrillic. There's a bit of BM coming through here.
Not the BM. Come on now. Honestly, I like the all chatting. I know some people don't, some people do. I like it. Give me some extra flavor. Add to the characters that we have in Dota, because we don't get it too often. It's a little bit more of a chilled out, I guess, esports.
I mean, there's a difference between BM and banter, and I like banter. Don't give me any of this, like, rude stuff as they make the play on Tamira.
Oh, Kinesis back. Stinger might be the one that's in trouble. Give it over the extra sidekick damage, but it won't be enough for K1 to turn it back around. It was trying to put some pressure on, but now Spirit, they've got another round of the Infernal Blade to catch up. Mira's Fatebolt's going to come up shortly as well. They just need to close the distance, and Mira will flying double kill and is also happy with denying himself.
Just get to go all the way back to base. Of course, that kill means that he gets to purchase up a bunch of items. Collapse has to be a little careful here. And he's got the movement speed, though, coming through from the Scorched Earth, so I'm sure that Mira's just going to have a ton of regen purchased, and this is why I was wanting to watch mid.
I understand now. A Tiny solo killing a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. I mean, you just have a look at the mana pool coming through on C Smile. It was pretty low. He was going for those kills. He's got the Mango purchased up already, so he wants to make sure that he's capable of doing that. But, of course, a Tiny tossing back underneath the tower. Very, very risky to do so. And is he even going to consider coming bot on Toronto? He's thinking about it. Wants to just wait for his courier. Needs the boots to be able to quickly get into the lane. They know that they both TP'd back here, so if someone can die, then you get a 2v1 situation, and well, here he is.
Oh, look at the rotation for Toronto Tokyo. Easy kill, TP's back. The timing of the water rune as well, so he's going to be able to refill up the bottle and help out with the low mana pool that the Tiny's playing with off the back of that rotation.
Yeah, excellent laning stage coming through from Toronto Tokyo here. Not only securing that that solo kill in his own lane, giving him the experience advantage, but making sure that this other one is going to swing even further in Secret's favor. And now, you could just harass entirely on Mira. You could be keeping K1 away from this lane solo as a Rubik. You've got the extra movement speed relative to him. There's no way that Stinger is going to be able to come back into this lane, of course, with the TP still on cooldown. Actually, it just came off, but they're going to look to try and equalize one of the other lanes. Come up top with these Eidolons split up, but he needs to make sure that he's playing inside of the tree line. I think he was spotted out, considering it's still the daytime.
Yotaro, yeah, there's the jump. Doesn't matter. As soon as it's nighttime, Beast Coast able to capitalize on just Miposhka being slightly out of the lane. Of course, Beast Coast having that numbers advantage as well. Now, it does leave K1 solo down bottom, so instantly Spirit look to try and run straight towards the Wraith King.
Yeah, I mean, again, they've got the potential for the TP if he's in a really bad spot, but with the 1 point in the stun, going to be able to walk back underneath his own tower. He gets the phase boots delivered to himself, and he's got a creep wave right in front of his tower, but Yatoro, he's come down bottom as well.
Alright, his own rotation for the Monkey King. They'll have an extra stun to play with along with the slow as well, and that's all they need to be able to help bring down K1's Wraith King. A beautiful rotation, and now they can get some damage into the tower as well. They've got the catapult wave here from Spirit to work with.
But Beast Coast do as well, and they've got the 6 Eidolons, and I'm not sure if Miposhka's going to be able to do too much to be able to stop this.
Kajira's like, notice him. Come on, guys, come over. Help me out. Stop the stuns. They've got nothing. Stop the TP and the stuns aren't there. Stinger already used his jump.
And he just
Whisper didn't
TP'd
have the
to the
Malefice.
tower as well, right? So he's still here if he wants to try and get
True.
a little bit of action, trying to drag the creep wave away with the Hill Troll Berserker. Don't think he'll be lucky enough to be able to do so, but they're going to start to have to tank up these right clicks through their own heroes because that creep wave's running out. Stinger doing the job fairly well. Benefit of running multiple strength heroes, I suppose.
That is an incredible rotation from Yutoro, though. He leaves the lane that Beast Chris was starting to play aggressive in, and then he gets a kill and helps secure the tower. Roll hold. See Smile should be able to get onto Mira. Can they cover the retreat? In fact, the balance of telekinesis. Mira gets some distance away. The Shadow Raise is going to end up expiring, but it looks like Stinger can just somehow drag him back from afar. What a beautiful hero. K1 top lane. Another death. Hang on. Oh no, this is not what we've come to love from K1's Wraith King.
Yeah, I know that to farm, you need to put yourself in risky positions and really play on the edge, but I think 7 minutes right in front of the tier 2 tower, just a little bit too deep, especially considering the rest of the team were going for a kill onto a support at the time.
Look at this. Spirit. We continue with the aggression. Toronto Tokyo along with Mira combined together in the smoke. But collapse around mid if they want to try and connect to him. It's only Stinger that they've seen previously. They might go deeper into the jungle though. See, Smile's been off the map for quite some time.
Oh, the neutral item.
See if he's going to have the movement speed. It won't be enough. He doesn't get away as Toronto Tokyo and Mira will close the distance. And the damage should be able to come through afterwards. One more. Oh, he didn't get the right click. Oh no, but still, I guess the slow with the tree allowed him to follow up afterwards with a face fit. So nonetheless, Spirit will still get the kill. And now they're even going to consider about going back over to Stinger. Toss over to Mira. He's got the rebound. And he'll get out safely.
God, I hate Marcy. I hate Marcy so much. What other support could do that? Just completely get away from a gank just off the back of a skeleton.
Beautiful design. What do you mean? Mm-hmm. Nothing wrong.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Well done, Valve.
Lane, oh, not again. Oh, they're going to go for the Nyx Assassin. See, Smile just died and TP'd back in.
Double stun.
Beautiful double stun. It's going to enable Whisper now to rotate as well. They've got the black hole and with Stinger jumping into the middle. It could set up for a double ultimate. As C Smile can land the razors from afar. Spirit were trying to put the Shadow Fiend in the grave for a second time in a row, but Beast Coast bring the boys to protect him.
Very, very nicely done. That honestly does feel on the back of just wanting to go for the Nyx Assassin instead of the Shadow Fiend, right? Would have been huge to be able to get him back in the grave, slow down that acceleration that, again, Beast Coast are wanting to play around. They want to make sure that they've got this this hero that's going to be able to contend in the early game. And are they going to go for another smoke here? Nope, just a bottle refill by Miposhka, so getting double value out of that TP coming through. And this would be a huge kill if they can get it onto Whisper.
Looks like they should easily be able to do so. And all the TPs, or actually, some are they're up at the moment. Stinger's going to try and jump in, separate Toronto Tokyo from the Enigma. But the Tiny still got some spells to work with. Again, another stun from Gojira, covering the retreat. Beautifully done for the supports from Beast Coast.
Yeah, double stuns coming through from both of them, and, well, that just creates the space that they needed. Miposhka was playing a little bit more on the backline, still feeling quite squishy against all of this burst damage that they have, but they found the Nyx Assassin, and maybe that might lead them into continuing the hunt, move on forward. We've seen Tiny, you gotta get kills, you gotta keep converting, and Toronto Tokyo right now is 5-0, getting a haste rune too.
Oh, they picked it up so fast that it's still showing on the map, and now see Smile. Where do I go? What?
Leapfrog.
Oh, no way. That Q play was almost enough. They're going to toss him further into the river. He gets a kill before he dies. They've got Stinger nearby as well. Somehow he gets a kill, but it will still cost him his own life. And cute individual plays, but not enough out to see Smile.
Mira with the close range raise as well. It's actually leveled up to 4. So most of the times we see the Shadow Fiend put a little bit more priority onto being that right clicker, and I'm a little bit concerned about this because, again, I mentioned that if you make it this true core, then you don't have to worry about the Doom so much. If you go on the magic damage style, which I would assume he is, I mean, look at how much gold you've got saved up on SF. Even though he's got the power treads, he's going to, well, okay, maybe he's reverting back into it, just wanting to shove out the lanes nice and quick.
Radiant's middle tower.
These
is
kills
under
in the net
attack.
worth lead that Spirit are playing with will be able to open up the tier 1 tower though.
Yatsu playing so close by to Gojira and Whisper. Has to be careful with his positioning, but he's just used the Primal Spring, so he's going to be able to get away. Those Spidey senses, as soon as he sees Whisper start to move towards him, he knows that he's probably not going to go for a solo pickoff still.
Spirit really picking up this net worth lead though. Yatoro closing in on the Battle Fury. Meanwhile, Collapse is just free farming across the map. Midas and the Blink Dagger now completed.
Yeah, the question just is, who do you go on? If you're in,
Radiant are
if I
scanning.
was in their shoes, I would be looking to go on the Shadow Fiend, right? Doom, not so effective against the Wraith King. Of course, it's important to get it on cooldown as quickly as possible, but that's going to be on the back of Toronto Tokyo making some of these rotations once he hits that Blink Dagger timing. Right now, might look to be a little bit more passive, just to make sure that he's got that mid-game secured for himself. They might even
Radiant's
just go as a
bottom
team.
tower is under attack.
Forget that. We've got Blink Dagger on Collapse. We're happy enough to make this dive, and well, what's the situation looking like? They see C-Smile on the edge of the ward, but they're not wanting to go for that. They're wanting to deal with Whisper's Enigma first.
He's so close to the Wraith Pact. Just wanting that little bit of gold for him to farm it. Smoke's gonna pop. Do they want to go for K1 instead? Of course, he's got the reincarnation to play with. They won't have to commit too heavily to try and deal with the first light, but K1 with the armlet toggles hasn't gone down just yet. It's enabled the rest of Beast Coast staff to swing towards
Triple.
the neighborhood as Gojira finds a triple stun. A follow-up afterwards stolen thanks to Mira.
Whisper.
But the Wukong giving them full control of the BKB with a Black Orb from Whisper. The turnaround's there thanks to the Requiem. And now C-Smile can enter the team fight. Look at the damage that Shadowfin can rack up as they all group up in the choke point.
They all group up and all of the Spirit Cores die. I mean, that's the thing. You just wanted that little bit of extra movement speed so that you can take them out that little bit quicker, so that you don't give Beast Coast the capability to be able to converge. What a great team fight from all of Beast Coast, in particular C-Smile. I want to see you look on to the back lines here as we look into the replay. It's a great black hole, but Mira's in position to be able to steal it and potentially get the counter through, but the Requiem use at the perfect time, making sure that he's not able to get the steal. He gets feared instead, still inside of all of that damage, and well, they get the full burst on through, so great play coming through there by Beast Coast.
The triple stun from Gojira into the stolen Impale, triple stun from Mira, and then just all the AoE spells as Toronto Tokyo. They want to go back in now. Stinger, an easy kill for them to find.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Even without the Doom used there from Team Spirit, so still back to farming they go. Slowly cut down the net worth lead here from Beast Coast, but you do have Yatoro with the Battle Fury. So going to be working towards that BKB as the next set of items. What can Beast Coast look to do now?
I think they got to respect the fact that they don't have the reincarnation on K1. They might look to play around him a little bit more heavily, or even just make sure that they have those TPs available, because their defensive rotations have been on point. They know that Team Spirit were lacking a few of those items coming through, but in the meantime, Toronto Tokyo, he's picked up his Blink Dagger. He's nearly got it on Mira as well, so it's one of those things that Team Spirit felt that they had to address off the back of their boot camp, is that they know they're a really strong team, but impatience can sometimes be their downfall, and well, we might have just seen one of those situations come through there. Looking to try and guess where they're looking to farm. I mean, they know that K1 is still playing around this area. It's just a question of, do Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira think that they can look to pick him off solo? Maybe with the sidekick stolen by Mira, they think that they've got the right-click damage needed.
Radiant are scanning.
Gonna need to address this soon. They know that they're going for a D-ward around this area to protect K1. They're just going to get a courier for their trouble instead of any kind of heroes. So another movement, somewhat scouted out by Beast Coast.
Simultaneously, we see Muposhka also scouts out the movement.
Radiant's
Also,
top tower is
D-wards
under
down
attack.
bottom, so this will help out a little bit more with Yatoro's farming patterns.
Really wanting to enable this right click coming through from both C-Smile as well as Hector. Of course, we've talked about the sidekick, but Stinger even going into a solar crest, not something that you really commonly see with the, well, I was about to say with the Marcy, but with anyone these days.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And that extra attack speed doing great for someone like the Wraith King or the Shadow Fiend, and you can just find that solo pick off the minus armor as well, starting to stack up.
It seems like, oh, I'll hold that thought. Beast Coast is going to look to try and smoke a move across the map. They have the lanes in a pretty decent position.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A nice ward up top. At the small camp, they might scout them out shortly if Collapse continues to move down here.
I mean, top lane's pushing
gonna-
it as well, right? So this does reveal a little bit about the positioning, and Kujira seems to know this is where around they're looking to play. Yatoro was playing in the tree line a little bit, so I was wondering if maybe he might look to stay in there for now, but he's going to continue to prioritize his own net worth.
They see the Rubik TPing in, so a little bit of information. Gojira lands the stun, and the rest of Beast Coast will instantly jump on forward. Can they get another objective off the back of this on Beast Coast? Are they going to pivot to Roche? No. Looks like they're going to TP
Yatoro.
back and try and defend the T1 towers. Yatoro
Radiant structure.
just gets the tree dance up.
It's going to look to stick around, though. I mean, you've got Collapse still hanging out around nearby. You've got just 10 seconds on the Rubik. He's got the Blink Dagger as well available for Mira. Eventually, they're going to have to back off.
Ooh. Second or two late, almost. Being able to kill the trees. Collapse just... a hidey hole. Don't come out now. Stay there, my friend. Stay there.
But they're doing a decent job, right? This is what Team Spirit do so well. They might be having not such a great time in one lane, interrupting the cause farm, but they're not going to let it happen for free. Toronto Tokyo shoving in mid lane with his abilities, as well as the illusion room that he was able to pick up, and Maposhka doing the same to bottom. With no one defending this, they're going to know that Roshan's going on, but again, just all of this right-click damage, plus the ulti on the position 5 Marcy, plus the side kick means that it falls down pretty damn quickly.
Radiant's
That it does indeed. Spirit want nothing to do with the pit, it looks like, though. Just trying to get the lanes out in a decent position.
我不是故意的。
Do they get caught out on the retreat, though?
Gojira is going to find an opening here on Tamira, so they'll be able to bring one down. Toronto Tokyo out to the left side instead. Gojira is considering about chasing down the Tiny, but Toronto Tokyo will TP out in the tree line.
Radiant's bottom
You do have to
tower
address
is
the
under
lanes
attack.
now, though, from Beast Coast.
I mean, the kill is fine on Tamira, but he's got what he needs, right? He got that first double kill, he got the Blink Dagger, he got the Arcane Boot, so he's set. He just wants to stay playing as far as he can onto those backlines so that you can always look to get the Black Hole Steal off, because, yeah, not that it's getting out of hand. Of course, Spirit have a 4K net worth lead still. They're going to be in a little bit of a bother once you do really start to feel strong enough to just right-click in these fights on Beast Coast side. They've got the Aegis to play around with. The Desolator picked up by K1 before finishing up that BKB for himself. But if you can get BKB plus AC, I don't know how you kill
Top
them.
lane. Starting to TP and maybe setting up onto K1.
Trying to bait him in, but no, they're not going to take it, especially with Mira just shoving out that lane. They were taking a little bit too much tower damage for their liking. Nice little injection of gold for Collapse. They might be looking to go for some more pickoffs now on Team Spirit, because they've actually bought up a Boots of Travel on Collapse. So that's good for shoving out the lanes and the other sides, like I was saying, but you've also got a Monkey King that's able to tree dance around the map and maybe just go for those solo targets. But for right now, I really don't see a reason for Beast Coast to split up at all. They're just going to clump together. They're going to go as 5. They realize they've got their ultimates, their Aegis, and they can look to take away some of this map that Spirit are looking to play around.
Do you feel like there's ever going to be a stage where Spirit can fight into this Aegis? Are they waiting for an item, or are they just going to look to avoid for the next couple of minutes and wait for it to expire?
I mean, the BKB makes it nice on Yatoro, and you're only 1,300 gold away from Toronto Tokyo's BKB as well. He's going to need to disassemble the Echo Saber for it. I really think that they're just going to wait and see if there's someone that's playing a little bit more impatient, right? Someone that's playing away from the rest of the team. They're seeing Gojira roam around with this Sentry Observer Ward combos, so nice placement there by Maposhka to protect Yatoro. Yeah, as soon as someone reveals potentially on their own, yeah, that's when they could look to just get one of these freebies and then prevent the group up and push style that Beast Coast are wanting to go for.
We'll see if they can find into this on Team Spirit.
Dire's middle tower.
A smoke down from them. Gonna lead through the outpost, collapse with a high ground. A counter smoke as well from Beast Coast. K1 separated from the team. They might move to Gojira instead. It's Toronto Tokyo. Assassinates the Nyx assassin. But now he puts himself in a compromised position as they'll kill off the Tiny. Off to the right side as well. Collapse. Easily been able to dispatch the Enigma's life. They're going to try and still turn it back around.
Stole
The
Requiem.
was stolen. They've got to be cautious on Mira's positioning. They need to address the Rubik, and that's where K1 can come into play. Instantly moves on forward, but can they stick around?
He's caught
Just
the Wukong's
command giving them way too much control. A double Warsome holding him on the other side, and C-Smile just can't get any right clicks out. As Spirit now can turn to deal with K1. He's still got the reincarnation to play with. Some of the respawns are coming up shortly as well. Let's see if Gojira is going to be able to buy enough time
sentry
for the Whisper respawn. They'll turn to collapse into the tree line. A lot of damage coming through from the right clicks. The sidekick's going to help out as well. They're going to be cautious because the Enigma is back alive and they won't even need him, it looks like. K1 with the crit down. Now to Poshka they go next as well as Beast Coast will try and slowly get that loss, cut to the head, and the stun will stop the TP in his tracks as K1 ends it with a triple.
Oh, baby. He's able to get that triple kill to be able to end that one off. And, you know, Yatra, he made the good jump at the start, right? He was able to catch out the Nyx Assassin, but just way too much right-click damage, being isolated away from the team. They gave a lot of emphasis onto trying to protect Mira there. He just wasn't able to land that Requiem. A little bit unfortunate for the Rubik not to get off that big teamfight spell to potentially isolate the rest of Beast Coast, but again, they're just showing that when they're in sync, when their group's on, they're able to catch out targets like Mira on their own. Can be super formidable, and now they can take the outnumber, potentially push in that mid lane. Ping in Toronto Tokyo, not wanting to let them get anything for free. If there's anything that I would change about Beast Coast is that oftentimes they recognize this after the fact, after the lane is already pushed. So you know that this is the way that Team Spirit like to play. Maybe they can look to set themselves up to understand that, hey, if someone is doing something here in the mid lane, they're going to look to try and push bot. They're going to start to try and get some pressure down here on the bottom side of the map.
Gojira, oh look at the jump in.
No reincarnation for 20. They can get that jump. They're still going to have another use out of the Blink Dagger, but K1 makes the full retreat.
Collapse wants to try and catch up, but not going to be able to do so to the Marcy.
Yeah, they're so careful as well about just moving together as a group, right? This small clump, it just means that how many times have we seen the triple rebound, the triple stun from the Nyx, the black hole as well coming through.
They've caught up to K1.
The reincarnate though.
That he does, but first life and they don't have to commit too much. K1's going to try and turn to deal with Toronto Tokyo. And it looks like Spirit, they just want to try and cut their losses off to the northern side as well. We see Mira go down. So still, that's a big fight for Beast Coast, being able to find two members, and all they utilize is the reincarnation. It was very close to having the third point though, so still going to have a bit of a longer cooldown.
I love just dropping the Midnight Pulse as well, specifically for a Tiny. You know, I mentioned that he's got insane strength gain, and, well, if you're just able to use that one without committing the black hole, and they've got enough stuns, which they do, to be able to keep him inside of that, you just do the majority of your damage from a singular spell. Yeah, like, just the Midnight Pulse plus an Urn ended up doing about 1,600 damage there onto the Tiny. Crazy stuff.
Go cheer up to his shenanigans, just trying to scout out where Spirit are positioning. Oh, you see this net worth lead though, continuing to be cut down. It's a big advantage that Spirit were playing with at the start, but Beast Coast doing such an incredible job throughout these team fights.
That's the disadvantage of playing this singular core against two, right? We've seen that C-Smile, both him and Hector, are so formidable once these team fights start to break out. He's going a little bit more into the magic damage route on C-Smile. Of course, the power treads to help with the farm a little bit, but Lincoln Sphere, BKB into the Force Staff next. Not sure if, does he have a Dragon Lance or something picked up? Nope, just the Force Staff. They really want to be able to kite away from this Doom. They want to break up these team fights, and they want to make sure that Yachiro doesn't have the freedom to just stand inside the Wukongs once his BKBs expire. You've got that coming up on the Nyx Assassin as well. You've already got it on the Nyx Assassin, right? So you can just multiple Force Staff. There's no way that you can address that.
The big concern that I had with Spirit's Draft was just their ability to keep people locked into place, and I mean, there's the itemization that we're seeing come out of Beast Coast is just going to further that difficulty.
Can you think of a cooler recent cosmetic than the Doom guitar? Every single time I see it, it makes me smile. It's just
It is a very good one. Yeah.
in the bass line when you land the Infernal Blade. I just saw the Tawny was just strumming a few bars.
Oh, collapse.
Have to be careful there.
It's a really big creep, honestly, just to lose like that. The Ogre, I don't know if it was going to expire, but I have to imagine it must have. Alright, let's see how they can defend this. A Tier 2 tower, there's going to be no jump though, so another free objective.
Has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yatoro is going into the Skadi for himself, so of course wanting to be able to address those BKBs, and of course the Shadow Fiend, plenty of potential to be doing damage from range, even though he is a little bit more magic oriented. Becoming a bit of a trend for Collapse as well, isn't it? This Octarine, just allowing them to be much more consistent in the middle of the team fights. I mean, even just the cooldown reduction for something like the Infernal Blade will reduce it to about 3 seconds once he picks it up.
This could be a big smoke with Rose spawning in 30 seconds. Spirit, a lot of momentum has been going the way of Beast Coast. If they're able to succeed in this team fight, definitely be back into this game. It's not a big deficit at all, only 2,000, but with just the past couple of team fights we've seen from Radiant, they've been executing incredibly well in the 5v5.
Toronto Tokyo, you do have a good amount more burst damage now though, and more importantly, survivability. He's got the BKB finished up at the expense of his Echo Saber, and he's going to look to buy back into it, so there is that consistent right-click damage coming through. But even just the level 15, the avalanche damage increased to be able to find that key target and burst them down without too much committal from the rest of the boys.
You see Yatoro farming up in the wave. They've got a really nice observe ward up top as well, just to potentially see if there's anyone pushing further.
Mira can just afford to play so far back as well. He's got the Eye of the Vizier, he's got the Aether Lens, of course, the Arcane Supremacy maxed out, and the Blink Dagger. So just the range that you could blink from if you hover over it is actually kind of nutty on the Rubik there. You're gonna have to zoom out a little bit to get the real.
What the hell?
Yeah, to get the real benefit.
What? What is that range, man? All right, so there's really a threat of him being able to steal Black Hole now.
Oh,
and it's not even just Black Hole, it's like, sure, a Wraith Fire Blast is great. We saw what he was able to do if he could steal the Impale. He got the Requiem last time, but didn't use it. But like, there's some great abilities for Mira to steal.
600 extra cast range that he's got with just this ability and these two items. Really looking to clump around this vision though. They don't want to lose the second Roshan. They know that they do need to commit this Doom onto a high priority target. They have the Lincoln Sphere finished up on the Shadow Fiend, so with him still being a little bit more magic heavy, they maybe are going to need to, of course, target Whispers, Enigma.
They might jump Gojira.
Okay.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo's just going to be in with the combination, trying to blow up the Nyx Assassin, but somehow able to survive through the damage.
What the hell happened
And that was
there?
a BKB used from the Tiny as well.
I swear he right-clicked a second time and the Nyx just took 0 damage. Did you see that?
Yeah. I don't know.
And I heard the thump as well, so it's not like he cancelled it. Oh well. One little skirmish, go on the way of Beast Coast, getting rid of a little bit of the vision right outside of the pit. And they're going to go for another smoke. Maybe using Toronto Tokyo as bait. Maybe thinking he doesn't have Blink Dagger. They're going to look to converge on him.
And look at the jump simultaneously onto the Shadow Fiend with the Doom out, but the counter initiation. K1's into the middle, dispatches of the life of the Doom, and now they're going to try and turn as well to deal with Miposhka, as there's no way they can protect the Enchantress. An incredible counter from Beast Coast, 0 members going down, and now they've got firm control of the Roche.
And that's the thing, right? Without the lockdown, they could just run outside of the Wukongs. They wanted to get the initial conversion onto Collapse once he commits with the Doom, but it doesn't result in that much. And well, this is what happens again with the dual core. They're able to come through. They're able to deal a significant amount of damage in those fights. I mean, Shadow Fiend felt mostly like some control was going on that time around. Obviously, he was the target of a lot of the initial burst, but K1 really coming through quite handily. 3.4k damage in just the one team fight. And he's level 22, so he'll be able to push on forward.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are
Toronto
fortified.
Tokyo's ready. Ready to go, trying to find that opening. But they still... Oh, see Smile! An aggressive jump inside, but the rest of the boys, they're going to follow up. No member left behind. Marcy still will get brought down with ease. Can they back out though on Beast Coast?
And the Skelly boys, they're letting them do the majority of the work. Look at all this minus armor.
Nice boundless strike from Father. What the... What is that range?
He's got the quiver.
What?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
See
attack.
Smile?
They're not wanting to
He's got
commit
the
too heavily.
Aegis.
Yeah, he's got the Aegis, and Toronto Tokyo has no mana, so they're not going to be able to contest this. Yeah, it is the game of range, isn't it? We saw the Rubik's before, and with that Enchanted Quiver, you're just able to get that incredibly strong right-click from afar. Even, you know, when you think to combine that together with the Aghanim Shard as well on Sea Smile for that crit, for the extra range, it really does catch a lot of people off guard.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright, full set of barracks. Nothing Spirit can do to help protect it.
You can even see Whisper just hanging around on the left side, using a lot of his smaller abilities, not wanting to commit the black hole, waiting until Mira commits the body. But that's the thing, right? Whenever you've got this...
Collapse in this lane. Oh my, those reactions. Gojira might be able to find him though.
They're pinging him.
Getting close. The rest of Spirit are nearby. They might actually be baiting the Doom. Who's going to try and provide some assistance. Just holding them back for the moment.
The
Even
toss
going to
forward.
kick the Wraith King further. 4 staff in as well, but have they gone too deep? Wukong's to give them some control of the area. They've been able to bring down the Master to the northern side. They split up the fight. There's no way they can get to him. They have to run inside the Wukong command to try and protect K1. It's going to be able to tank through it at the moment. And now they can continue on forward for Beast Coast. Team Spirit,
That range!
they want to go back in.
You see the range of that Impale?
Yep.
What the hell?
That was so scary though, the fact that the fight gets split in half where the Wraith Kings to the north of the Wukongs and the rest of the team are down to the south, and they couldn't just run straight through. You can't do that against the Monkey King with this farm, but the fact that they don't even lose him is huge now.
It's just a level 22 Wraith King, right? They have no percent damage outside of that Infernal Blade. He's got plenty of armor, he's got plenty of HP, he's got the spell immunity. Gonna be very hard to take out K1 in this game.
The Secret Giro? It might have run in underneath the sentry range. What's the jump gonna be? Toronto Tokyo's ready. Mira as well is gonna be the one to start.
Nice.
A lot of damage
Carapace.
early onto K1. They got the Carapace though. It's tiny. Will still end up going down. No buyback coming up from Toronto Tokyo.
Poshka's doing a lot of right-click damage whenever he's got this Dragonlance available. I like the fact that he's gone down this route just to be that additional thing to be able to deal with some of these pesky people, make them have to play around the BKB a little bit more.
Miposhka? Speaking about the man, it's going to be Collapso that looks to jump in. A lot of damage coming up from Miposhka. They'll be able to deal with the first life, and now they'll set themselves up with the Wukong's command as well.
Got the BKB though.
See Smile protected with the BKB and with the 4 staff out. No response from Spirit.
They need all 5. They need Toronto Tokyo here to be able to toss back into the base. And again, around those BKBs, they don't really care. this might be the last chance for Team Spirit to come back into this one. Tiny
Nice
coming in from the
jump.
left.
That he is. They're going to be able to scout him out. Toronto Tokyo tossing Whisper back into the middle.
Tossing
But
him back
Stinger
out.
again with the save. It will not matter though. Spirit looking to hunt, looking to bring down the Enigma. They're going to be able to do so. An instant use of the buyback in Beast Coast. They want to reset their positioning.
They still were able to take that second lane of Rax though. Mira's positioning's been on point. Always away from the middle of the team fight.
The big kills are... Ooh.
One hit.
A lot of the damage we're seeing with this defense is coming out from Aposhka. Luckily, Nasi don't have a buyback. We've got the Scepter as well, just completed on Collapse. This has to be a big item to turn around this game. It's not looking good with the potential
They have
mega
to do it
creeps in
now.
the cards. They gotta go though. Buildings are falling. Toronto, Tokyo might be going down as well. They get more out of this, so Beast Coast
They're
gonna be
just hitting racks.
cautious. Don't overstep the mark. They're just gonna turn to deal with the buildings instead. Yatori can protect it, but there we go. Jump in for Collapse. What an ultimate! The stun lock holds them all into the AoE silence as Beast Coast gets sent to the meat grinder. An instant death on the respawners. There'll be no surviving for K1. But regardless, they are up against it here from Team Spirit.
found
Mega
another.
Creeps on the card, but they might be able to get another kill as well. As 4 members of Beast Coast sacrifice their life to get the Mega Creeps.
Surely this double damage on the top side of the river wouldn't change
Surely.
things, would it? I mean, you got tier 2s, you're having to deal with mega creeps. I wonder if they're even going to buy a few different items as Yatori. He's already queued up the Divine Rapier, but you know what a great find again onto the back lines, just creating enough space to be able to take these mega creeps. Of course, doesn't feel great to be falling down, but it's a great reveal of that first Doom coming through.
Radiant's middle
Again,
tower
we just
is
still
under
don't
attack.
see the black hole, the power of the Rubik, able to play from the back lines with the insane range on the Impale, just to hold them in place to get true value out of that Wukong's as well.
Yeah, that was nutty stuff there. All the AoE control they would ever need to hope that no one will escape out of the AoE Doom. My oh my.
Oh yeah, and they actually didn't pick up the DD fast enough. Mira had to do it because it was just going to expire, so regen rune on the bot side, gonna make it a little bit harder to deal with these waves pushing into the base. Probably afford to go up top here on Toronto Tokyo just to shove out that one extra wave, but I mean, they've been caught out way too many times by Gojira on his Nyx assassin, even just holding on to 3 Wraith Bands on this Nyx just to give him that little bit of extra armor, prevent the burst. I mean, it's past 25 minutes, double the benefit.
Do what you gotta do to keep your own life. Aeon Disc is gonna be the next item for him as well, so just recognizing the importance of the Nyx assassin.
I don't know if even a Rapier could do this one, Ares.
It's only a 3,000 lead though. Like they do, and they can defend very easily against Megas. Toronto Tokyo's got the items to do it, and he's got the Ag Shard as well with the important one. He is starting to get surrounded though. Are they gonna come play with this ward? What Toronto Tokyo the team? What just happened? What? I have no idea what I just witnessed. What was that? The
I don't
balls
know,
on this
man.
man just to TP out, and then just to, like the hesitation. Like, wait, is this real? Is this real tiny?
Illusions
K1,
can't TP.
Great reactions. Collapse playing around with the BKB.
find Mira.
but
Tower is under attack.
Importantly, the Collapse won't have this magic immunity though if he wants to jump into the middle, so they can kite him now.
He's going to need to. Because Team Spirit, they're the ones on the timer here, right? They're the ones that are going to need to split up, otherwise top lane's going to be pushing in. You've even got this very healthy wave coming through. Next time around at the 40-minute mark, there's even going to be a siege creep, right? So it becomes even more of an issue. So maybe they're just going to look to wait for that.
They almost have Rapier.
Alright. And Yatoro is the best one to be able to deal with all these creeps. You just see here, the second that he starts patrolling the bot, he's needed back top. That's the power of defending against this, so... I mean, it might be the Rapier going up against the double siege creep, mega creep wave. That Beast Coast are going to look to play around. You picked up a ninja gear, though, on Whisper, so he could look to perhaps get a little bit more creative, dive around onto the back lines, maybe go for the secondary blink into the tree line.
They gave the tome to Yatoro as well, so I think they just gave him the tome. What just happened?
Not sure.
Try-
They want to get
Trying
him
to
up
get him
to that
close.
extra Wukong's ring, though.
Yep. I mean, that is huge. That very, very important. Because they will have the damage to be able to kill K1 once, and all of a sudden you just use the Wukongs in the second life, and how do you jump inside that with the extra
Okay,
ring?
hear me out.
Yeah,
I know
go
I'm
for
an
it.
advocate for this. Miposhka, you don't have buyback. You've got about 1,400 gold. Buy the Aghanim Shard. Oh, they got the rapier.
No way! No way! No way!
All right.
The creeps killed
They
it.
did, and they even used the protection on it. I wanted to buy the little friends, right? You're up against Mega Creeps, you've got a Wraith King with the skeletons. If you could turn the Mega Creeps around onto Beast Coast, maybe that's enough to provide that little bit of extra damage. He doesn't have buyback anyway, what else are you going to buy?
Nah, but yeah, freak yeah, let's do it. Get crazy with it. Come on. What's Collapse up to? Also, just side note, do you want Midas? You want Devour? Is he good?
What's the
What's he doing?
bonus?
Dire are scanning.
What's he up to?
Well, you can't target the Ancients, maybe cutting waves, playing away from the team. Trying to be as unnoticeable as possible, but again, Beast Coast don't care. It's going to be a free Aghanim Scepter. Okay. Ooh. Careful, he's playing around the ninja here, but you don't know what the vision situation looks like for Beast Coast right now. Who ended up getting that, oh, it's actually the Aghanims given over to K1, so you're even going to have the Shadow Fiend able to continuously get those right clicks going in these fights. You might just Zerg the Ancient as well, right?
Zerg. Alright, nerd. Calm down. StarCraft references.
I'm a gamer. Come on, Miposhka, buy the little friends. I want to see it. I want to see Mega Creeps turned on their owners.
Bro, he's got one Mega Creep. Look at this, just acting as a guardian. No one stands in between me and my base.
What?
What the?
It's
Okay, okay.
alright. Don't deny it, bro.
I thought he hit the tower. Like, what the hell's going on? And then I'm like, oh no, this dude has got way too much health. Also, there's the creep. Kind of just blink for the last second, saw a right click. Toronto, Tokyo, they're gonna see the tiny. Ooh,
Welcome back.
ooh, they get the jump. Trying to blow up the Nyx Assassin, and just gonna be able to protect it for the moment with the fall. K1 just assassinates and Whisper finds the opening. The black hole now onto 3. The best one you would ever hope for to close out this game is now Sea Smile would end it with an Ultra's Beast Coast. One last fight to do it all. What a performance, what a last one.
Yeah, really, really nice. And you know, you saw they tried to go for that turnaround potential, right, with the black hole. The AoE Doom doesn't care about the Lincolns or anything like that, but unfortunately just got caught by the AoE there on Collapse at Beast Coast. They're able to close it out. This dual core plus Whisper again having a fantastic laning stage on the Enigma. You gotta ban it, and you gotta ban Gojira on this Nyx Assassin too. They're just showing that these heroes that they're able to pick up in the first phase are super formidable, letting them get 4 of the current meta heroes on Team Spirit, and it turned around to bite them very heavily.
Yeah, that it really did. There was some crazy team fights throughout the entirety of the game, though, just back and forth for Beast Coast and Team Spirit. And again, all these maps are ever so vital here on the last day of groups.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this evens up the game scores between these two teams now. Both of them sitting on 7 wins, 8 losses. It's still so intense and so close.
Yeah, that it is indeed. I mean, you just see very, very exciting that we get to witness Beast Coast, pulling out some of the, like you said, you get the 4 meta heroes, but also K1 on a staple in regards to the Wraith King, and being able to pull this out in kind of the meta where we don't particularly see the Wraith King too often, but the double core lineup working out. Well, I should take double greedy core and, well, triple, I suppose you put the Enigma into there.
A little bit, but you are much more of like that. Even though you farm, you also influence lanes and you also win lanes, right? So it's not like a Spectre or a PA or anything along those lines.
What a man! Still so amazed at some of the team fighting that we saw come out from Beast Coast. Just the priority they were able to put, the jumps as well. You just mentioned Gojira before, singing his praises, had such an incredible game. This puts us in an exciting position because there was a lot of back and forth in this one. And this just looks like it was the final team fight, just so close to just slipping around that black hole. What an opening that Whisper could find.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He assembled the Aeon Disc as well, mid combination coming through there on Gojira. So again, just his positioning to make sure that there's no miraculous turnaround there with all 5 dead. even with the Black Hole stolen, it would have been a 1v5. And even though Mira, fantastic on the Rubik, great impales coming through, but I really don't think this Rubik is a counter to the Enigma. I think you just provide way too much while the Rubik is sitting on the back lines. We saw that one team fight that looked pretty decent for them. It was when they were able to use the Impale. I was mistaken. I thought he was waiting on the back lines to try and steal that Black Hole away from Beast Coast, but he'd used the Impale beforehand, and that was all the opening that they needed to be able to get that effective Black Hole off.
And what a performance, sir, coming out from K1. 9, 4, and 12. You see that man was the person in the middle towards the end, and just with his role kind of in a lot of these fights, just running straight towards the Spirit backline and trying to create as much chaos as possible so Whisper could freely spellcast, Stinger as well, and Gojira could find the openings and see Smile on the Shadow Fiend.
And the thing is, you couldn't ask for too much more from Toronto Tokyo, right? Like, he was in that mid lane, he got the solo kill onto C-Smile, he had that experience lead, the net worth lead, he finished with a positive KDA. Yeah, the net worth dropped off a little bit, but that was because they went for a few of these rotations just before hitting their key timings, right? I mentioned it with the Blink Dagger on the Rubik and the Tiny. They went for that kill attempt. They spent about a minute just wandering around with a smoke, and all the while, C-Smile and K1, they were spending that time farming, looking to extend that lead, and very well worthy of the MVP vote coming through here for K1.
That is indeed. See, with the impact that we got out of him, I'm excited to see if we how even this second game is going to be as well, because like you mentioned, it is now both these teams are tied with map victories, so really need to start to separate yourself from the pack, because it is so goddamn even in the group stages. The only team out of all the groups that have cemented their position is Evil Geniuses on top in Group A, and well, for the rest of these teams, they're still fighting for their lives, fighting for the upper bracket, low bracket, and potentially elimination as well. But for this game one in particular, it's going to be Beast Coast that come out on top in a thriller fashion. 43-minute victory from them. We'll see what in store we have for us game two around the corner.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Oh, what a back and forth game one we had between Beast Coast and the reigning champions in Team Spirit. Again, we're getting to the later stages here, the final stages of the groups, and also for these teams, they don't have many maps in series left as well to be able to cement their position. And if Beast Coast can 2-0 Team Spirit, this is huge for their positioning in TI coming up and potentially making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, Dota, it's difficult, right? But in some ways, it's also kind of a simple game, right? They let them have 4 of the meta heroes of this TI, and they showed that there's a reason for it. You know, a lot of the teams that were picking the Shadow Fiends, the Morphlings, and having success in the pubs and understanding it on the back of the scrims, they're the ones that are towards the top of the net worth, and we just see another W coming out for SF, this time being played in the mid lane. So again, showing the flexibility. Yesterday we saw Lumiere get another great victory coming out from that one as well. It just shows the versatility of the hero, and of course K1 just with that last pick Wraith King. It certainly helps to just be able to go back to comfort at the very end of the draft and create enough space to enable this dual core lineup to happen.
That it does indeed. So it's just a question of if we get a little bit more, and maybe not respect is the right way to put it, but if Team Spirit puts them, you know, if they get rid of some of those meta heroes, they want to pick them up for themselves.
Yeah, more emphasis onto the meta, I think, is what's needed.
Get to see a nice little insight into, of course, the boot camp from either sides and see the reactions. Looks like Spirit aren't too, yeah, they're chilling after that. No, not too shaken up.
I mean, that's an important thing to be, right? Not shaken up, very cool, calm, collected. But the reality of the situation is, like we said before, these two teams are tied now on game score. 7 wins, 8 losses, and I mean, you're going to have a little bit of an edge on the opponent if you're able to get this W coming through, because really not a position that Team Spirit were wanting to be in, not a great way to start your day, and it makes that last series just that much more stressful. Again, having to win from the upper bracket is so important, just because you get that double chance once you go to the playoffs. Honestly, if Beast Coast 2-0 Team Spirit, they still have another series to play. I'm not sure who it's against. Let me have a quick look. Thunder Awaken. So that'll be the El Clasico coming through. That'll be pretty hype. But basically what that would mean potentially is if Beast Coast 2-0 and maybe a 1-1 happens between those two, there's potential to have 3 SA teams in the upper bracket, and how nutty would that be?
Oh, 3 SA teams. I mean, not a lot of people would be expecting that heading into TI.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely, and it would be well worth it. You know, they've got an incredibly passionate fan base. I'm loving the fact that on site they've got a lot more respect, giving the Portuguese and the Spanish casters as well the chance to be there in person to interact with all their fans as well. So, I mean, maybe this is SA's year. It's in SEA, but maybe it's SA's year this time around.
Yeah, at least half of the letters are in there in SCA, so surely it can help out to be in their favor.
Yeah, I understand.
Yep. Half. You know, there's 3, but we'll say half instead of 2 out of 3. It works. It's okay. I mean, Australian school system is
way
not
behind.
The greatest. I mean, a little bit better than NA, but that's okay.
That's not hard. But we're into the second draft.
Dude, NA catching strays are already probably getting eliminated.
Bro, yeah, but they're top of the groups as well, so they can take it. We got Team Spirit this time around. They've got the second pick, so they're going to be the ones to round out their draft. Again, some more respect being given over to Toronto Tokyo with that Pangolier ban. They just really value, I suppose, comfort, right? That was the way that Beast Coast were looking to draft. They took away a lot of Collapse's heroes that he has the highest win rate on. Wouldn't surprise me to see if the Primal Beast gets removed here as well. Not that Beast Coast can't play it. I mean, they've got the first pick this time around, right? So maybe they opt to choose the first pick with that Primal Beast themselves, but you know, Team Spirit, they're adapting a little bit. They're saying, all right, Beast Coast, they're no one to be trifled with. Let's get rid of Gojira's Next Assassin because it just provided them with an incredible amount of information.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Gojira. Got to give him that confidence boost. Like, yeah, that's right. Look at what I did on the Knicks in game 1. Yeah, you ban that out. Lesh as well, first phase. Okay, so bumped up to priority with the Lesh ban. I believe last game it was the second phase, and now on the first.
I think it was it Spirit that banned it
10
last time?
seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Maybe.
remaining.
I don't remember.
Beast Coast's turn to pick.
I want to say it was. I think that, yeah, it was Spirit that banned it just because, A, they've got a great Beast Coast, they've got a great Leshrac on Beast Coast, but B, they'd picked up the Nyx Assassin, so it was like, they had the best counter to it, right? So why not just pick it for yourselves and have a free game? And they do end up going down the route of the Primal Beast. I like this. You know, you're able to flex it into multiple different lanes. You've still gotten rid of 2 of the big comfort heroes out of Team Spirit. 2 of the ones that deal okay with the Primal Beast as well. You know, stuns is a big way to be able to address him prior to being able to pick up that BKB for himself. So it, I don't want to say it gives him more luxury to be played as a core, but it certainly helps.
Yep. What do we expect that Spirit can look to do to address the Primal Beast? You mentioned stuns. Are there any heroes that come to mind?
There's one. Just one thing to be able to do with stuns. We've seen Disruptor drop off a fair amount, haven't we? That was really
Yes,
one of the ones that was paired together with Primal Beast a lot. I think the only team that's still consistently playing it is RNG, X-Nova having multiple game-winning performances on that one.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the Clock Disruptor pairing was a great combo that we saw through the last gen qualifiers, especially to be able to deal with the Primal Beast as well.
Of course, you can interrupt the Pulverize as well, the BKB Pulverize. It's another good way to do it. Again, very, very tanky hero, so percent damage is good. The farm accelerant is good. It really forces the Primal Beast to connect onto a lot of these early rotations. So if you've got someone like Clockwork, wouldn't even surprise me if they went into the Enchantress again on Team Spirit, just so that you can have these 2 supports roaming around the map, securing runes, getting information, understanding where exactly Primal Beast is playing, and it enables this Doom and this more passive style of draft that Team Spirit have been going for throughout this TI.
Beast Coast's turn to ban.
Okay.
And they go back into the Wraith King. All right, so another hero that's just going to be bumped up in priority. I mean, K1 had an incredible game.
After a pretty abysmal laning stage, it has to be said too.
Team Spirit.
Yeah, he did very much struggle. What, do you have like 3 deaths? They did a really good job on Spirit early on to try and slow down the Wraith King, but somehow, some way, K1 always finds a way back in.
So it looks like they're looking to emphasize the mana burn for now. Of course, the Invoker, one great way to be able to provide that. Really,
10 seconds remaining.
we've seen it time and time again, right? K1, he's an exceptional farmer. You don't want to have him be forced to buy the Aghanim Shard for himself just to be able to deal with a lot of that mana burn coming through. So even something like the Ursa, I wouldn't be super surprised to see removed from the pool. You've obviously already got the Pango removed, another great Diffusal Blade buyer. So it might be the thing they do. Yeah, again, just another Diffusal Blade buyer, right? The Naga Sirens. So PL perhaps on the board, but Primal Beast does reasonably well against that just with all of his AoE damage. Of course, plenty of things to enable the Uproar as well. All those right clicks coming through from the illusions, so you get a ton of armor. So I'm not sure if they're going to be as concerned about the PL this game. It does kind of go back and forth, doesn't it, right? If it gets late enough, you're level 20 on the Wraith King, you'll have the Cleave to be able to deal with a PL, you've probably got the BKB, you might even have the Aghanim Scepter at that stage.
Yeah. So more than likely going to be looking towards Mirror's hero, picked up at the 15th. Is there anything that is standing out to you at the moment to kind of address the Wraith King Primal Beast and even pair with the Doom?
I'm thinking, like, I want to see a Phoenix work, right? And Wraith King, I feel like, is one of those heroes that it can. You can get away from the Primal Beast if he's looking to make some rotations in onto you. But I don't know. It feels good to me, especially when you've got the Clockwork available. but I'm worried about picking it this early. So maybe they could look to round out the draft with it, and then just pick their... Because the Wraith King's going to go nowhere else other than position 1, right? So maybe you can look to consider picking your Pos 1 now for Team Spirit instead, and just leaving that as an option to be able to go into one of these other supports. Like a Jakiro wouldn't be horrible as well.
I guess the issue is that you just don't see your Tauros lane, because you don't know if it's going to be a Primal Beast mid. You don't know if it's going to be a 3 or a 4 as well, because Gojira does have the capability to play it. They've done it in the past.
So what? You think this next ban might reveal a little bit of information? They've already gotten rid of the Marcy, who of course, really good pairing with basically any hero in the game, but Primal Beast would have been a good one. So maybe if they look to get rid of the Veno or the Viper, they are looking for one of these heroes that has a little bit of a rougher time in the lane if you just got that damage over time, that range, like the Ursa, for example, although that might make the PL a little bit more viable if they went down that route, because you could just doppelganger it off.
Yep.
5
Yeah,
seconds
we'll see.
remaining.
I definitely agree, though, that probably this ban is going to be a signal of what route they want to go down from Spirit.
Gotta address the Wraith King, though. I mean,
Turn to pick.
don't hate it. Again, pretty easy combination coming through with a Clockwork, but it really does enable, like, with how aggressive you're able to play with the Primal Beast and the Wraith King, just to be able to layer in those attacks from afar is a bit of a special. And again, the flexibility for Beast Coast, being able to play the Snapfire in 4 different roles. They just didn't want to have them to have that benefit, considering they have the first pick. They were able to pick up the Primal Beast, another comfort win condition hero, and there we go. Like it a lot. Give me that percent damage against strength heroes, against these slow attack speed heroes. They've gotten rid of the Snapfire as well, so even more utility with that ban. Really liking this from Team Spirit.
10 seconds remaining.
So how can you look to address the Supernova now if you're Beast Coast? Because you need to do it at the 16th, 17th. You don't want to leave it to the last pick.
Maybe a Mirana could look to come through here. You know, you don't care about the cogs. You can get away from Doom. He's not going to commit Doom onto a support Mirana. And then you've got that increased attack speed for the Phoenix. Stun set up for the Arrow. Primal Beast Pulverize set up for the Arrow. I think it'd be pretty decent. What else could you look to do? Anything else that's going to up the tempo a little bit? You'd be more hesitant to pick something like a Beastmaster just for that AoE potential.
Silencer.
Not terrible as well. You know, Silencer is a great matchup against the Phoenix individually. Just because of course you stop the Supernova from going off until you get the Lotus Orb. There's nothing really that you can look to do about that. But if you get the last word in onto him, and then he can't go for the dive, right? Because you can't cancel the dive. You're just going to come right back to where you started. So in terms of the lane itself, this is a really effective counter.
Can have some awkward timing though against 2 heroes like the Clock and Doom that are very much have the capability to get on top of heroes in the fights. So like you mentioned though, matches up where's the Phoenix, but the other 2 heroes can kind of deal with it.
Yeah, but you got a Wraith King and a Primal Beast that are wanting to go in first, right? And distract away from the Silencer's positioning, essentially. And, you know, that game Stinger played the Marcy, so obviously he couldn't look to do that. Ooh, okay. Still leaving the flexibility through here. Not sure if the Primal Beast is going to be mid or position 3. I'd never hate a Tusk pick. I mean, it could be a mid Tusk as well. Who knows, right? But
You hate a 3 Tusk, hey,
I
man.
hate... No, I'm talking the Primal Beast. I said the Primal Beast could be 2 or 3. I still hate the 3 Tusk, but mid or 4 Tusk could still
5
work.
seconds remaining.
I haven't seen a whole lot of 3 Tusks. Very good,
Good.
very good. Let's keep the hero in some other roles.
And let's keep the Earthshaker out of TI as well.
Well, it's, you keep having a win rate like that, yeah, we're probably not going to see it. So
Good.
what do we
Teams
got
are
from
learning.
Spirit?
What
Yes,
do we
teams
have for
are
Spirit?
learning.
I mean, you just need more stuff that's going to be able to get away from a lot of this early aggression. Like, could they... They couldn't OD, could they? Like, it's Silencer makes it a little bit more awkward, and you've got multiple ways to jump in onto him. I just want ways to be able to deal with these strength heroes, right? Ones that don't have a lot of intelligence, that you need to have something, again, that's going to go into the mana burn route. I still think you could probably Ursa into this, right? I would Ursa right now.
I think you have a big issue with control on Spirit. That's really my worry for them. because you have, again, a Doom that wants to be chasing people down, and if Beast Coast, they can either commit or disengage out of a Supernova. So I think that's where you kind of need to cover your tracks, and the Storm can definitely fulfill that, and also being able to jump the Silencer as well. There's only
I don't hate
one.
it. The Slark would have been decent as well, so that's still a good ban coming through from Beast Coast. Again, something that provides a little bit more lockdown. It means if you latch it onto the Tusk, there's no snowball.
10 seconds
I'm still on the Ursa train for Beast Coast. Against the Wraith King, good matchup. Against the Primal Beast in lane, good matchup. Feels like it would combo together reasonably with the Clockwork, and it means that if it is this dual melee lane, Clockwork, Ursa, I can't think of too many harder matchups to be able to go up against.
Coasts turn to ban.
Storm and Ursa is a very, very good kind of core duo as well. Ursa loves to get Roshan, and Storm loves to hold the Aegis, so the two that fit very well together. Both like to jump the backline, single target AoE damage.
But what do Beast Coast have to consider? Like, they're the ones that have to lead into
10
this, right?
seconds
So,
remaining.
mid lane, off lane, mid lane, off lane. What's it
5
gonna be?
seconds remaining.
Feels like they think that they're lacking in tower push, so that's the reason behind the Death Prophet ban. So maybe they're just going to lean even further into that,
Team
just be able to
spirits
find
turn to
ways.
ban.
Okay, that's a supernova. No, never mind. I'm an idiot. You got a vehicle with a Storm Spirit, and I guess again against Strength Heroes, the percent damage is decent. I don't know. I'm
10
stumped for Beast
seconds
Coast, what they're going to look to go.
They could Benno,
Beast
I think.
coasts turn
You
to
think?
pink.
Yeah, I think the Lifesteal matches up well versus. You want a range here, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be Primal Base mid. So I'm just trying to think of range heroes to pair with the Tusk.
Specifically ones that Whisper plays as well that haven't been banned out already.
10 seconds.
Do end up getting rid of that Mirana that I was talking about before, which is good.
5 seconds remaining.
You feel that they're lacking in control still?
On-
Could they Weaver?
Turn to pink.
Puck. Oh, we might see an offlane Puck. Maybe.
I think you definitely Ursa. I think like this makes it even better
Oh,
now
yeah.
into Puck.
Oh, yeah. Just pop the Enrage, run out of the coil. Bob is your uncle. Is Bob your
what
uncle?
else is there?
10
Bob is
seconds
not my
remaining.
uncle.
Ah, Walter is my uncle. Not Walter White,
Oh.
but
5
Not a good name.
seconds
how dare you?
Sorry, Walter. That's a tough name to have. They're
remaining.
morphing.
Choose your hero.
Okay.
Maybe just feeling they don't have push, right? It is pretty farm heavy though, on both sides, to be fair, right? Like, you've got the potential to get some of these pickoffs happening with the Primal Beast, with the Tusk, with the Puck, but can you convert into objectives off the back of that? That's the big question for Beast Coast. So it's going to be really important for them to look to play around the siege creep timings to make sure that that isn't as much of a factor. Of course, if you leave K1 on his own, he's just going to allow his skeletons in the creep wave to do the work. But are you going to be able to come online fast enough for this Morphling to not be a factor? Are you going to be able to push down the towers? But again, this is a game where Morphling Aghanim Scepter isn't necessarily that great. I see no Agi heroes on Beast Coast, so you're not going to be able to get that steal off. So Strength Morph is still fine. You get a good amount of status resistance, but certainly isn't the same level of impact as an Agi.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. Yeah, I'm trying to see who you'd really rather replicate into
Probably
in a game
Primal.
like this. There's some other decent targets as well, but maybe it's just not that early a scepter item pickup here for Yatoro. But I feel like it's another relatively even draft. We get to see Whisper once again on the offlane Puck. It is something that we've seen in the past from him. So they do not have the greatest answer to it, honestly. It's a pretty goddamn good Puck game. Really enables your Wraith King. Really enables your Primal Beast. There's going to be late game threat as well with the synergy between Tusk and Puck. If Gojira does eventually get into the Scepter, there's going to be a really nice way to break the coil. But Spirit, they also have their really scary team fight. And they haven't particularly addressed the Supernova. So it's going to come down to, is the silence on point from Stinger, and if Primal Beast and Wraith King can kind of get on top of the Phoenix to start the fight.
That's the bigger question, right? Like, Primal Beast Whisper, they're the ones that are going to need to be on point this game. You know, some of the vision as well being put out by Gojira is going to be pretty key to that. You know, I don't think this is one of these lanes where the Tusk is wanting to look to body it, look to get a couple of kills. It's more about just securing the lane for Whisper so that you can make the rotations happen, get some of that vision down so that when you are ready to rotate, you are ready to play around those, let's say 10-minute or so timings when you've got the ultimates available, you can find the Supernova. You can look to burst it down and make Miposhka not have quite as much of an impact.
All right, well, we got our second game underway here. Beast Coast up against Spirit. Where are we kind of putting our chips for this one? Are we leaning towards one side or the other, or do we still feel like this is relatively even?
I think it's even. I'm inclined to lean more towards Beast Coast just because I really think it would have been a good Ursa pick, and I'm sad that they didn't do it. Sorry, Yatoro, he's going to walk into him, then he's attribute shift already, so no waveform to be able to get away.
Big kill if they're going to be able to find it. It looks like they can. Just an easy chase down. Fire Spits will really make him work for it. Even C Smile is going to charge in as well. They'd love to give the first blood over the position too, and well,
that'll do.
Spits says, no sir, that is mine.
Does make C Smile's lane a little bit more challenging. It's very rare that you're looking to get the onslaught at level 1. Most of the time it's the uproar, so wonder if that's going to impact his first wave. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, just going a little bit too far out there on the Morphling. I think that the reason behind picking this one up is that what we saw from last game was that they were maybe a little bit spooked in the fact that they hit their timing and they didn't execute it, and these dual cores were able to come online for Beast Coast. This time around, it is just the one core, realistically. Like, K1 is going to be the one to carry this game. He's the one to take the towers. Mid lane?
I think C Smile just had to charge in to protect Stinger. It's going to be a lot of damage with the Battery Sword and the Fire Spirit.
Yeah, but I think Morphling, there was like hedging their bets, right? If it gets late, they feel like the Morphling is the better matchup against the Wraith King, and you're going to be able to get the burst through onto the likes of the Silencer, onto the Puck. You're a natural Manta builder as well, which is quite good against the Global Silence and the Waning Rift, so maybe that was their mindset, just both respecting the fact that they didn't want a couple of failed rotations just to cause a relatively early GG, but it's been a great Ursa game.
Ah, yes, the classic position, well, the support's just the right-click battle. Gojira still hasn't leveled anything just yet, and he's kind of coming out on top, but now with another round of the Fire Spirits, Gojira's going to be sent packing.
I mean, even Whisper was trading favorably against Yatoro in lane. Like, he was actually bodying him, getting last hits, getting denies at the same time as harassing him out and causing him to burn a lot of that regen. Even just with the way that he positions himself to be as far away as possible from the Morphling, using the attack range. If you're 500 or more attack range away, the creeps don't aggro in onto you. So Puck has 550 attack range, making sure that he can still look to harass while getting last hits and while bullying Yatoro away without taking that damage.
Just that fine line that Whisper knows perfectly.
Even with that aggressive play enabling this pull to happen, Miposhka's at least going to grab the range creep, but it's multiple creeps that Yatoro isn't farming, and he's getting
They
caught.
might be able to blow him up. Woo! It's something that he's going to have to be a little bit concerned about throughout this lane. He's actually moving on forward. Miposhka got his own level 2 as well. Not enough damage to try and kill off the Tusk, but it is a lot of spells being traded back and forth.
And it is no dive available, although Whisper, have you overstayed? Taken down just the level 1 on the Fiery Spirits for now. It's really the level 3.
Gojira maybe just wanted
Whisper?
to deny, but I don't think Whisper wants to lose his own life. Great dodge. Just gets the jaunt away from Miposhka. The Phoenix is very, very weak level 1 and level 2. Once you get that second point in Fire Spirit, you're an okay laner. But the fact that he's just bodying 2 heroes out is huge for this lane on Spirit. Should not be going this well.
And the fact that you've got 2 ranged heroes as well, and you've dodged out this Silencer laning matchup is great for him too. So doing a fantastic job right now on Miposhka. Nearly lands onto the Salve as well, but Whisper with the Fiery Spirits, but won't be able to connect. Just trying to trade with Gojira right now. Not too bad right-click damage coming through from the Phoenix. With the Fairy Fire, he's got about an 8 damage advantage.
Well, meanwhile, on the other side lane, we see that you've got the double melee versus at least K1's Wraith King once again, and Stinger on the Silencer. And well, Stinger's got no mana to play with. Collapse has got the mana burn creep, and Mirror's just been consistently using the cogs as well to make sure the Silencer can't play with any abilities. He does have a Clarity and 2 mangoes as well, but they've really tried to put a lot of emphasis on minimizing the effect of the Silencer in this lane.
Yep. And, well, there we go. Mana burn put onto K1. Nowhere near as strong as it used to be, which is kind of silly to see how effective it was there. Mira might look to move over to the right to try and get a bit of harass in onto K1, but doesn't want to dive into the middle of a creep wave. But I think Team Spirit are satisfied enough just to make sure that there's no damage coming back their own way. Actually, mana burns K1 instead, and that's why they need to use the slow.
They get a lot of damage at the moment, but with Collapse being stuck inside the cogs as well, is going to help out with bringing down the Wraith King's life, and Mira will also easily survive. So beautifully done from Spirit. Meanwhile, mid lane, Tonto Tokyo almost going down. A Vortex going to allow him to get some distance away from Primal Beast, who was playing aggressive.
Might even allow Primal Beast to get both of these water runes, depending on how quickly Tokyo is able to clean out the wave, but he looks to emphasize it, spamming out that Static Remnant, so at least he's going to get the top order rune. Just something else from Mira on the bottom side that I really like that more and more players are doing these days. He made sure to pop the Tango before going for that kill attempt there. He gets away on about 30 HP, and that's all because of that passive regen that he had coming through during that gank attempt.
Really see that Spirit are doing an exceptional job to start the lanes. All the cores, 1, 2, 3 in the last hits, I should say.
It was pretty equivalent, wobbling basically the same as the Primal Beast right now, so despite Whisper doing a great job at the very start of the laning stage, as soon as Miposhka joined, just going to show why he's such a highly valued member of the team.
So earlier was a lot of the rotations out of Toronto Tokyo's tiny in that game 1. Do we feel like we could see a similar case in the second game once he finds the level 6 on the Storm Spirit?
Potentially. I mean, you do have a really squishy offlaner, right, in the puck, so I'd say that's going to be the main concern. You just want to take away a little bit of that damage potential, and I think you might be lacking in a bit of damage
bottom
yourself.
lane. See, Smile's going to look to try and TP down. They've been able to scout out Collapse in the tree line. And they can also chase down another. Stinger just slips back to the safety of the tower.
Tokyo's here, but he doesn't have his ult.
That he doesn't indeed. As top lane, Whisper gets a free kill by himself, but we're not done just yet down bottom. Great use of the cogs from Mira is going to be able to prevent the snowball from going on forward. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana. He might actually even go for the kill on this Stinger, but the rest of the boys show up. They will make sure Stinger does not go down for free. Oh. Not the courier.
And he didn't get K1's courier as well, so he's completed his phase boots now. The lane's a little bit easier, being able to run away from that 2 points of the Scorched Earth.
Well, some great sequence of events, isn't it, for Beast Coast? We were just saying that Spirit were off to a good start. They had a very minimal net worth lead. Then you get the kill on the Phoenix, you get the kill on the Doom, and also the Clockwork
Tokyo's
goes
not
down.
not 6.
Oh, lucky haste rune, and now they actually might go back onto Gojira.
They want to get a creep
They do
kill.
have to be cautious about the level 6 from C Smile. He's going to try and move in with the Pulverize. Toronto Tokyo, does he get that last little bit of damage they do? And now he has the level 6 on the Storm Spirit. Not too much mana to play with, nor health as well, so he's not going to continue with that attempt. Meanwhile, though, on the other side of the map, Collapse and Mira, considering about diving Sting up, but they're already happy with what they've got, and they were able to kill off K1's Wraith King.
Mira backing up. He's got the Tranquil Boots ready to come out to him as well, enabling him to stay on this lane a little bit more, be that rotator that I was talking about. And you got to make sure that you're doing that, right? Taking away the bounty rune would be a really nice tool to be able to assist with, you know, opening up the map a little bit more for even just Miposhka, right? They're playing for that little bit later timing on Team Spirit. You got to get some points into the Sunray to truly enable this impact on the Phoenix.
How early they're just rotating these support duo, leaving Yatoro solo and just wanting to really trying to enable the Doom. Might go for the kill onto Stinger. They do have this Observer Ward scouting out the pull attempt. They don't want to reveal themselves just yet.
They're playing right on the edge of the vision. He actually didn't reveal himself in the fog there, so they've dodged this one out.
Collapse under the tower. Well, he doesn't have the boys nearby at the moment. A TP's going to come through, but it'll be cancelled. Mira and Miposhka will finally reveal their positioning. They should be able to get Stinger, but can they get more out of this?
They really want K1.
Gojira's... they won't be able to find him in the tree line. They've got to catch up to Gojira. Oh no, he uses the snowball, so it's going to go back closer. Sunray is available. Miposhka should be able to burn down the Tusker's life.
They're pinging him.
Oh, they
Collapse knows.
Great scan. Great scan. They know exactly where K1 is, so they instantly move over to the right side.
Triple.
But we see Smile rotating a little bit too late. Miposhka gets the triple kill, and in the end, they do finally bring down the Wraith King.
When it's a good Phoenix game, it is a good Phoenix game, and Miposhka is making it look like an amazing one. Obviously, that dual range lane, able to secure the farm for Yatoro, coming down to the bottom side, getting the triple kill. Some good teamwork as well, of course, with the scan getting put off there by Collapse, but now he's even got the full Tranquils finished up, he's got the full wand. You don't need many items, you just need levels.
Toronto Tokyo. Arcane Rune on to see Smile. Gojiro's going to be nearby, and the rest of Beast Coast are starting to pivot their attention to protect the Primal Beast, as that's going to enable the kill into Toronto Tokyo. Now they can even move their attention down towards Miposhka, but a dive into the tree line and a TP out, they will not be able to have the damage to secure the kill.
Value raindrops coming through. There's a reason that Miposhka is the only pro player that I've got a sticker of so far. He is just an incredibly good player, just in terms of his mechanics, in terms of what he does for the motivation of the team, and even just that warding game that he's able to accomplish. So, at the moment, he is by far the MVP for me this game. Let's see what he's able to do once that Supernova is available.
Both mid laners rotating bottom. It's going to be Toronto Tokyo that finds the opening first, but C-Smile wants to hit back. He's got Gojira nearby. Look at the silence as well. Holding the Storm Spirit thanks to Whisper's rotation. Now with the coil as well, leashing two together. Beautiful movements coming out from the cores from Bisco is going to further enable the kills across the map.
And this is the thing, Miposhka, you're going to have the reincarnate on K1, maybe just forcing him to pop it here. Unless the life still comes through. Oh no, oh no!
Oh, the lucky crit. Oh, I guess cooldown has never mind.
Radiant structures are
It was a
fortified.
big crit.
It was a big
that was a
crit
big one.
coming through, that's for sure. I mean,
We'll go with that.
Miposhka had to be there, right? Otherwise, K1 would have done the thing that I mentioned that he loves to do. All the while, have a look on the minimap while this is happening. He's in the mid lane. He's trying to push that mid tower. And it would have just meant a bunch of skeletons. Even with Miposhka being there, excuse me, it gets down to about half HP. So the fact that they're able to get that, get a solo kill, and a 3-for-1 trade is just a really big boost coming through for Beast Coast. At least for Team Spirit, Yatoro farming on his own on the top side, uncontested, getting up to that level 8. And they get a hook.
Potentially even a kill now for Yatoro. See, Snowball will make him work for it, and also, I guess, doesn't give the gold over to Yatoro. But like you said, this morph thing is completely uncontested. Top of the net worth, and even with all the attention we've been put down on bottom, 3 deaths on Collapse, he's still second in net worth as well. He's got the Midas and 2 points in Devour, so the Doom is still finding his own farm.
And Miposhka able to address this mid lane as well. The Fire Spirits, if needed, going to be able to drag the, actually, kill?
Hey, maybe it's trying to set up top to see Smile. I don't think he's going to have enough damage here with the Pulverize. A very early use of the Global Silence, and needed a +1 to help out with this attempt onto Yatoro, and this is a lot now expended. See what Spirit can get out of this.
Yeah, I wonder if they now look to, with that being on cooldown, just again opt to go for the farm game or Collapse. He hasn't leveled up the Doom just yet, but he's nearly about to go to level 8, so maybe he considers making a play alongside of Miposhka just because you're going to have that Supernova available.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Really wouldn't surprise me to see them just go down the passive route, though, on Team Spirit. Just sit back. Don't waste the timing that you had, like in game number 1. Collapse, he's ready to get into that
river?
dagger.
Rajiro and Miro are going to run both into each other, but unfortunately for Miro, he now has a Primal Beast that's on top of him as well.
Radiant's top tower
Poshka denies the region. Toronto Tokyo zips in at the same time to try and pick it up. So
He didn't know it was
a little bit
happening.
unfortunate.
It's fine.
Again, space for Yatoro. Like, look, it's a T1 tower going down for free. This Morphling, they're going to have a big issue with being able to address it. It's going to be such an early Manta style for him to play with.
And there's the other issue that we were mentioning during the draft as well, right? It's a 12-9 kill score. There's a little bit of pressure now being put onto this mid-tier 1 tower, but the kills aren't actually resulting in these big objectives to be able to enable some of the pickoffs onto the more important heroes like that Morphling. Mid-tier 1 still standing, tier 1s everywhere still standing, and Yatoro getting solo kills across the map.
Pipes on bottom, tries to TP up. It's Seasmar just there in the nick of time. Able to stop that short with the onslaught. So unstoppable streak here for the Primal Beast. 6-0-4 is the mid lane from Beast Coast.
Gonna go for a smoke here. Again, no global silence for the next 15 or so seconds, so if they can instantly connect here, it's on to Stinger, not the
Will he
worst.
take the fight? Sea Smile's considering about going back in. He doesn't have the greatest minute to play with, but the rest of Beast Coast, they're going to swing their attention over as well. A great use of the Supernova is going to be able to cover the retreat. Beast Coast going to try and move over to bring it down. If they got the right clicks, they do not. But the damage isn't there. They don't have the response coming out from Spirit. Maybe the Sunray can help burn down the members as Miposhka finds a double kill and is going to be able to enable the retreat as Toronto Tokyo just survives on a slither of health, but the rest of the team will not be so fortunate. Finally, Beast Coast were able to catch a break in that team fight, getting a couple kills towards the end.
And C-Smile just quietly getting himself a monster kill. 8-0 and 4 at this stage again. Yatoro, not part of the fight. He's just up here on the top side. Tier 2 tower is down to less than half HP. This is something that I thought K1 might be looking to do because of the pressure that they were wanting to put onto Yatoro's farm, but they're ignoring him entirely. Another great sequence of events coming through from Spirit, being able to get off that level 1 Supernova, multiple uses of the Fiery Spirits, getting the kill onto K1 as well with Miposhka, a double kill coming through from him, 7-3 and 0.
Wow. I reckon Toronto Tokyo survived on under 50 health.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Well, the fact that he was able to live, get all the experience, get all the gold.
They're hunting for Yatoro though. They've got the global.
Radiant's middle
So,
tower
I mean,
They have the scan.
Miposhka, this positioning, if he's able to stick around and catch them out, they're going to see he's there first though, but I mean, he's done it.
There's the global silence to cover, but the fingers were fast. The smoke popped thanks to Miposhka. Yatoro was able to get the attribute shift off. That's all they needed. Again, a global silence not providing them anything here for Beast Coast.
And now Yatoro just feels a little bit safer to move a little bit more aggressively. There's no camps for him to farm for now, but just needs to wait for that 15-minute mark. The nighttime might be a little bit scary. You know, they might be thinking, did they place up any kind of vision while they were going for that little bit of a skirmish here? Miposhka, he was able to get the singular D-ward off with the Fiery Spirits for that high ground vision.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
They actually get the deny off as well onto their own tower. Toronto Tokyo, it feels, is really waiting for that level 12 timing. He's got the Witchblade almost finished. He'll be fine. They don't have damage. They need the global silence. They need the Primal Beast to be there.
Mira, he's going to be the one that's in trouble as well here down bottom. Team Spirit aren't playing behind the clockwork, looking to be up to his good old shenanigans as a position 4, but this will now give Spirit their own opportunity to try and move into the jungle. Miposhka may be trying to drop down some cheap vision, but he is under the cover of East Coast's own ward.
Yeah, and they ping it out immediately. That's the downside of being dead, I suppose, right? You're able to just look around the map, not have to worry about your own game.
We're very close every time here. Whisper's going to be really quick on the fingers with the Waning Rift. If he can get this replicate out and use that puck silence to his own advantage, he can definitely find a solo kill onto Whisper.
Yeah, and immediately after that gets de-watered, they ping out the fact that they've got this vision on the high ground. Yatoro gets out of the triangle, back towards the safety of his own side of the map. This is the benefit around playing with a tier 1 tower that's still up at the 16-minute mark. The team fight coming through from Team Spirit's pretty good, but you got to make sure that you've got the avenues for the boys to join in. Toronto Tokyo,
So do we feel like
he's level 12. He's got his Witchblade up. Might just look to go back to the base, get full health and mana, and make a movement out onto the map.
Do we feel like Beast Coast are going to continue to play kind of reactionary at this game? I mean, you're down 5,000 gold. Are they happy with just farming? Or do they need to kind of find some fights pretty shortly?
Don't think you can afford to be honest. I mean, it's getting to the stage where Miposhka, he's only level 9.
Well, the global silence as well. He didn't get the attribute ship, but the damage isn't going to be there as Beast Coast have already used all their spells. See, Smile will charge in, but again, he's too late as the boys have shown up protecting Yatoro, playing around with the puck replicates, and now they can go back in for the Primal Beast as Mira, he's on point with the hook shot. They won't have ways to go through the BKB Alva, so C Smile's even going to consider about turning back around, trying to unleash his anger onto Mira. But he will, I believe, live.
He's got the wand. Doesn't even need it. Tranquil Boots as well. Sticks out on the map. Don't get the... Okay. There's no Kobold creep. We're not getting a Crystallis 2.0 coming through here with the low HP death. But yeah, great response. And again, the benefit of the tier 1 tower, right? You can just instantly TP the entire team to be able to assist you. Miposhka wasn't even there at the time. He's busy making stacks for Morphling to continue to accelerate.
Such a scary game here, and we see Scepter is going to be that next item. I mean, you happy with playing with the Primal Beast? We've seen it before.
Morphed into the puck that time around just for the little bit of extra silence through, so wouldn't hate that one either.
Dire's
20%.
top tower
Yeah, you'll
is
take.
under
What's the
attack.
status resistance?
20%.
40%. Okay.
Oh, status is 40%, yeah.
See this smoke? Looks like Spirit are reading this. Anticipating Beast Coast setting multiple members up top. They've got a great ward to play with. They're going to get the counter jump in. The blink reveal onto Yatoro. This time they're going to be able to finally bring him down. But can they address the Supernova as well? They need to split from the area, and they won't be able to do so fast enough as K1 stuck under the tier 1 tower. Another round of the Sun Ray just burning him to a crisp. And a Whisper as well is going to be in trouble. Collapse with the jump in. They might be lacking some extra spells to bring down the park, as even Stingers nearby to try and get a rebuttal.
Tower is under
Will be
attack.
enough for the use of the last word. So in the end, not the worst team fight for Beast Coast. Finally, they're able to deal with Yatoro.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look at the replay to see what was happening with that one. Of course, he has the Manta style, but he picks it up at the very beginning, still not able to get that attribute shift off. That's the benefit of the Primal Beast, right? Just slamming through the middle of that, hitting onto everyone. See Smile, it's clear that he's just playing in complete comfort with this hero.
I mean, Denok, you asked for it, though, that the Phoenix doing the most damage there for Team Spirit. In fact, the most damage throughout the entirety of this team fight. And you really need to address it now from Beast Coast, because they did not in the draft, and we're not seeing them address it in the game as well. So do we need to see some item change-ups for them, or even just game-style change-ups as well to deal with Miposhka? Because he's really doing too much.
He is, and but I think Whisper's probably done the best thing possible, right? Going into that early Spirit Vessel does a pretty good job against both the Morphling and the Phoenix, and honestly, even the Doom to a lesser extent. They found
Bottom,
here.
they're onto K1.
No.
They know the reincarnation was used prior, so just an easy, clean kill for Team Spirit. But Beast Coast is starting to move towards the neighborhood. See, Smile's going to look to enter the high ground onto Mira. Yatoro, does he feel safe enough to be able to stand his ground? He's even got Toronto Tokyo that's happy about zipping in, but the Global Silence covers the initiation. Now the Pulverize as well. They were ready. They were just waiting for the Storm Spirit to enter the fight, and Beast Coast collapse on him.
They do. What? What am I going to say? Who's farming? Yatoro's farming. Collapse is farming. They have to commit all 5 heroes to try and make something out of that on Beast Coast, and they just don't on Team Spirit. It might be the 2-for-1 trade, but I still feel like you're alright with the situation. Miposhka now, he's reached level 12, and he's getting into the Lotus Orb for himself shortly too. He's already got the Perseverance finished up, so now just a couple of items away. That's going to provide him so much utility where he doesn't have to worry so much around the Global Silence. You're almost going to need to use it specifically against the Sunray because of how effective it's going to be.
Dire's structures
He's even
are
got the Aghanim
fortified.
Shard, though, to be able to deal with that, right? As long as you're in the Supernova, that Sunray's going to go off.
Such a high level as well from Miposhka. Highest level out of all the supports.
Yep.
I don't think they'd killed the egg once, so now good luck doing it with an extra couple attacks. Very scary. Beast Coast 8,000 deficit. And K1 is finding his farm. I wonder if they just look to wait towards the BKB here, because Wraith King is dying way too fast in his team fights.
Got to be careful of Miposhka there. Just gets away, going up against the double silence. Would have potentially fallen down, but they know that at least they're going to get some vision back here with the fact that he was able to react so quickly. But that's the main priority. Get Miposhka into his Lotus Orb and don't give too much in exchange. Yatoro, is he only, does he have the Ags now? I think he might have it finished up. So if they can claim this, plus the Roshan, that'd be a big team fight set to come through for Team Spirit. It's just a question of, do you wait for this timing on Miposhka? Because you're going to have to make a decision, right? Either you come bottom to try and defend this push, or a lot of your movements are going to be smoked out, or the Phoenix gets the farm that he needs. So it's a difficult position for Beast Coast to be in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We do see, though, that a bit of a window for either side, honestly, getting some big items. And even talents as well. C-Smile just got the level 15. So the Dispel on the Uproar, even got the Kaya and the double damage rune as well. Of course, a lot of extra effectiveness with the Trample. And then the Scepter was now completed for Yatoro. So he's in fighting shape, and well, they're going to look to capitalize. The Global Silencer protecting the puck, but it won't be used aggressively.
Oh, that will, though.
Whisper's still able to find a triple coil, but the instant use of the Supernova is going to be able to protect Team Spirit, so Beast Coast need to get out. They won't be able to at the moment. Unfortunately, he's going to snowball himself into the middle, and that'll be into his own grave.
They got to back off completely now, though, on Beast Coast. They used a lot to be able to protect this, and Toronto Tokyo, he was considering coming forward, but really wants to pick up that BKB. He's tired of getting locked down once he makes that full-on commitment, so this is a big win coming through from Team Spirit. They only use the Supernova, and you've got the Sunray maxed out, so I think that you can just look to converge onto that mid lane, try and get a singular pick-off using the Storm Spirit with the BKB once he finishes it up, and then look to secure the Roche for yourselves.
Even though with this net worth deficit, it really does feel like though Beast Coast, if they just get the right start to the fight, they can without a doubt come back.
Can indeed, but I mean, even Collapse, he's almost got his Ags. Prioritizing it a little bit earlier means that if he's on top of the snowball saves as well, you might just be setting yourself up for a team-wide silence.
Zip in. Sunset to the Pulverize. He wanted the arcane room for Toronto Tokyo.
Get
He'll
it.
have to use his first BKB defensively.
They'll be a little annoyed on Team Spirit that they had to expend something to get something there, but they're actually going to consider doing Roshan here.
Okay. Supernova's on cooldown, along with the Global Silence. Very, very similar cooldowns.
No BKB, but that Ags Doom might be the game changer. Do they have a smoke available on Team Spirit? I actually feel he got the Clockwork Ags as well. Just 1,300 gold away.
Oh. Alright, Mirror's pretty goddamn farm for 8 deaths. I guess he has rushed it. Very big item if they're able to find it. Support's going to have a lot of impact in this game. You take a look at the Beast Coast supports though. Maybe a 4-staff can help out to get out of the cogs and reposition again. It really feels like that's in the name of the game for Beast Coast. You need to try and somehow kite this Supernova.
They've had some pretty good cogs so far, though, like specifically in response to the replies to the Supernova, right? They try and converge in onto it, get the bounce back, just buy them that extra couple of seconds that they need to make the Beast Coast question, do we fully commit or not? Trying to bait out Whisper potentially. Rocket Flare going behind the creep wave at night, so they wouldn't have seen the direction that it was coming from. Still not going to go too deep into the lane. Too many heroes on Team Spirit haven't shown for long enough on the map.
Look at the wraparound there. They've got a pretty nice observer ward. Scouting up Miposhko alone for the moment.
He's got that Lotus though.
Decent.
And you've got the BKB back up on Toronto Tokyo.
Both sides just ready to fight.
Smoke. Goes in
It's
first.
the angle.
It's going to be collapsed.
See
This will be a
Smile.
big pick.
That it would indeed. Rocket Flare.
Got it. He's got to make
Sees
sure he's got the
K1.
right.
Hook shots off the mark. He's going to continue right-clicking some creeps. Toronto Tokyo jumps in and there's the Scepter reel. An easy assassination to the first light, but up to the northern side. That's important. If they can deal with the Phoenix, they won't have the damage on at the moment. It's still Spirit. They've just locked onto their target. Down goes the Wraith King. Now the team fight is over. As soon as the Supernova's out, Beast Coast need to cut their losses.
Has been killed.
Again, it's that fine line, isn't it? Wanting to farm that little bit extra, but if it means that you're going to cause a death, which might lead into this Roche pit, then very, very much not worth it. K1 realizing how far behind he is relative to not just Yatoro on his Morphling, but also Collapse Doom. Coming through with that Ags reveal and, I mean, making great use out of it. Wasn't able to pop the BKB in response because he just stuck in on top of him. No chance for a snowball save even without the Blink Dagger. Need to get real creative, like roll through essentially the Doom. You can't just jump in on top of it.
There's another awkward interaction as well with the Snowball Lotus Orb that was actually enough to protect the Phoenix in that fight. Miposhko got brought down incredibly low, but great use of the Lotus to protect him.
Yep. And he's not using Fire Spirits for damage anymore. You know, he's gone into the 500 health. He realizes the importance for him is just live for as long as possible. Use the Fire Spirits to slow down, make sure that you're not able to instantly just wipe out that Supernova, and then all your damage is going to come from the Sunray.
Great Rocket Flare though.
Radiant's top tower is
Spirit
under
scout out
attack.
3 members of Beast Coast looking to move over to the triangle. They want to play aggressively.
Nice hook shot away.
Even with this
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Like they still feel confident to push on forward. I wonder if they might consider committing onto K1 here with the Ags on Yatoro with still 25 seconds left on that cooldown for the reincarnation.
Collapse is on the other side of the map farming at the moment, so they won't have the Doom if the fight breaks out straight away.
Got the TP and they made the
In
jump.
fact, they want to take the fight. Toronto Tokyo trying to target down Stinger at the moment. A Global Silence going to be able to cover them. They want to try and deal with the Phoenix as
2
well.
seconds.
That's up to Whisper's job and now C-Smile as well. Finally, they've been able to address Baposhka. Can they deal with Morphling, however? Yatoro is a completely different beast to bring down. They won't be able to do so to start the fight.
Collapse is
But
coming.
Beast Coast is still charging for more. They still want to try and close the distance, but not be able to do so.
Again, so much expended just for a singular kill, right? Going for another hook shot because Collapse was ready to jump in with that Ags. Almost level 20. Level 18. So we'll have the... Well, actually, he's only put the 1 point into it so far. Putting more points into the stats. Not wanting the damage, just wanting to always be able to use it with the lower mana cost and with the duration.
Even with the status of this game being 12,000 gold behind, I'm very impressed with how Whisper's playing this puck. 3-1-9, and his role in this game really just to address some of the backline heroes. Of course, it's a lot more difficult now with this Lotus Orb, but just the fact that he's trying to disrupt the Phoenix as much as possible and then enable C-Smile to also follow up. Because you can't, because of how farm Baposhka is, it can't just be the puck, it needs to be an extra person. And, you know, Beast Coast are recognizing that. Like, as soon as Baposhka shows, he's priority number one. Like,
Yep.
they want to show as much hate as possible on him.
I mean, he's probably going to just go into the Aeon Disc next, right? I wouldn't hate seeing a Yule Scepter perhaps coming through, but yeah, Aeon Disc is going to be even more impactful, and I mean, he's got holding onto the Blast Rig too, realizing that all I need to do is survive in these team fights. They're going to invest heavily onto me, so if I can cause them to do that while actually getting nothing in return, then I'm going to be very satisfied.
Radiant are scanning.
Yatoro as well. He's got up his level 20.
What lane? Onto the Storm Spirit. Toronto Tokyo, oh my lord, he just survives. The Madman's gonna go back in because they've locked in C-Smile inside the Cogs. Yatoro's right clicks and now even working with the Primal Beast himself as well. Going deep behind the tier 1 tower. There's an opening for more kills and well, they'll be able to use it perfectly, and Collapse is even looking for the +1. Bit awkward there, going past Stinger. I don't know if a tier 3 tower is going to be a deterrent though. Just needs the help of Toronto Tokyo, and he'll instantly fly on in.
Alright, I mean, this is what happens when you just leave a Morphling to do whatever the hell he wants. Whisper, he couldn't get the solo kill, could he? Onto Collapse, maybe the tower.
Yatoro might get a solo kill as well out of the tier 4 towers. The orb not going to get too much distance away as the point blank right click is enough to secure the kill. What's going on? Guys, there's towers to be killing. Instead,
He wants
it's
a
the heroes
rampage.
that want to be brought down. They want to try and bring K1 down. They know they're about to respawn surely. K1 just hoping that the procs, hoping the life steal is enough to buy him some valuable seconds for the boys to chop, and there they are. A snowball in the nick of time to keep K1 alive. Can they deal with the first life? They can, but have they used too much? Yatoro off the back of the respawn. He still wants to go in. Oh, the Madman. Yatoro's not done. No stopping the train.
Is there?
He should easily get out. There's nothing they can do. C-Smile's going to go for the Phoenix instead. Maybe the easier kill,
be a
but it just
gem.
sets up for another replicate.
Attack.
Are they going too deep here on Spirit? Like, there's no creeps, no other members. Collapse is like, all right, you guys do your stuff. Toronto Tokyo's like, all right, I'm up to farming. It's all on you, Yatoro.
A little bit of fun with it, you know. It's still Dota, it's still a game at the end of the day, and well, he's treating it like that. Wanting the rampage, wanting another highlight for himself. Mira,
Brother.
he's picked up the Ags.
Oh, he stopped the onslaught. Look at the Morph Illusions. Oh my god, the damage. And a BKB will do nothing because Yatoro is just so goddamn farm.
And the artillery's coming. Mira just firing them out all across the map. Trying to keep these waves pushed out, create that little bit of extra fear. There's even a double damage rune down bottom with that ultra kill. I was looking at it. He reached level 20 and he had the Morbid Mask. In the past couple of minutes, he's gained 4 levels and the gold for a Satanic.
Dope. Very, very cool. Already see the difficulty with killing him off the once. Good luck doing it a second time. They might even be able to catch out Whisper into the tree line.
Considering going for this mid, but
Can
I...
Collapse getting range for the... Oh, he can. Beautifully done. Mid lane, though. They're onto Yatoro. Wraith King, and with the protection from Mirror as well, they're going to be able to push him to the other side. So they've dealt with the first life.
Still has Satanic.
Gojira has the snowball up shortly if required. Toro's even going to waveform further into the middle. But Post going to try and provide some assistance if
snowballing back
required,
in.
but it doesn't matter, dude. Toro, it's just so far. They don't have a response.
Under attack.
God, like on the Morphling, and while all that was going on, Whisper was getting chased down up top.
They're getting rocketed in their
Aghanim Scepter-
fountain.
Radiant's middle
I love
tower
Clockwork.
has fallen.
Scepter's very, very fun.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Toronto,
Radiant's
Tokyo,
middle
not with the
barracks
team,
has
just
fallen.
keeping this lane pushed in, and they can look to converge up top. I mean,
GG.
Whisper, yeah, he's such a key part of their team fight. It felt like as soon as they stopped getting those individual pickoffs and having those Spirit Vessel charges, you were so much less effective against both the Phoenix, the Morphling, the Doom, everything across the board. It was a good draft by Spirit. And, well, I was a little disappointed they didn't go for the Ursa, but if you're just going to allow a Morphling to sit back and farm and get to this massive state, then this is what's going to happen in the game, right? Yatoro used that space that the rest of his team created for him amazingly. Don't give him the MVP. It was Miposhka. It was 100% Miposhka this game.
Phoenix, a well-deserved MVP. I'll agree with you. Miposhka had an incredible game, even though Yatoro in the end went 12-2-5. But I mean, that fight was a perfect example of why the Supernova not being able to bring it down, then turning with the Sunray, just keeping the Storm Spirit alive on a slither of health. Look at that. He went under 10 health. He went under 10 health, and he still lived.
He gave up his own life for his core, as you do. Chris Luck played a great game as well. I mean, he was at one stage 8-0-6, I believe. Ended up 10-3-9, but I mean, there's only so much that you can do as a Primal Beast. You're very single target oriented. They had a good amount of mobility as well, just through the movement speed from the Doom. Storm Spirit, of course, able to zip around. Same sort of thing with the Morphling and the Phoenix. So the trample wasn't as much of an issue as it has been in other games. And I mean, that feels like a big reason about why Team Spirit drafted the way that they did. If you're going to first pick the Primal Beast, this is the avenue that you can look to be punished.
Yeah, without a doubt, which has to give them a lot of confidence, just being, allowing that Primal Beast to go through and addressing it like they did. It was a beautiful gameplay from them. Just felt like very clean team fights from Team Spirit. Maybe not clean team fights overall in the game, but just with their target priority was very impressive.
And we have to talk about the relevance of this series altogether. So with that one, Spirit, I believe, go to 8-8 record, and I think that makes it not 7-7. 7-9 for Beast Coast, I believe. So they get a little bit ahead, and that's going to be pretty relevant to them, in terms of their contesting, in terms of the upper bracket. But for now, they're just going to be celebrating on Team Spirit. We're going to be covering them later today. They're on for the third series of the day. And I believe they're taking on Asta as well. So that will be one of those intense matchups that might end up deciding who's upper bracket and who's lower.
Yeah, that's a very, very important series. Another very important series. I mean, doesn't matter if you're starting in day 1 or 2, 3, and 4. Every series is incredibly important for the seeding, the positioning in the group stages, and potentially the bracket as well. As we see the scoreboard, I mean, pretty much everyone had a standout game. Even Miro with a lot of the deaths. Doesn't matter. You shy away from the 9 deaths. A lot of his initiations, with just a vision he was able to provide. Spirit as well. We said Miposhka MVP. Claps. I guess this is a game where Claps. You could let the other boys kind of be in the limelight for a little bit longer.
There we go. Even 8 wards destroyed. I mean, come on. What more can this guy do? You got to give him his props. It was a great Phoenix game. They recognized it, and very happy that Miposhka was able to have his opinions validated. As I mean, it wasn't a bad performance by Whisper or Seasmile by any means, but the big difference that I saw that game is that game 1, they didn't put enough attention onto Hector at all past the laning phase. Game 2, how many deaths did he have? I thought I counted 8. Maybe it was more than that. 3, 8, and 9. They really focused so much onto shutting him down because they realized that, look, the kill scores overall might be relatively even, 24-29, but they can't do anything with them if the Wraith King is dead. There's no tower push that they have. That's why we can get away with playing this Morphling. That's why we can be a little bit more passive, and that's why we can play reactive Dota as opposed to proactive a lot of the time.
Yeah. Oh, it was a Incredible performance nonetheless, and again a very important series as well for them to be able to tie it 1-1. And that's just our first series of the night as well. The next one is very, very important for some Southeast Asian fans. It's going to be Boom taking on Evil Geniuses. This is
They might
do or
experiment.
die.
They might experiment on EG. You know, Boom. They might get the 2-0, still keep themselves in contention. I'll give you a bit of a spoiler for one of the other streams. Talon did get the 2-0 against Entity, so now they're tied up on the scores. They're locked in equal last place between them, I think TSM and Entity. So tiebreakers could be on the cards today.
Okay, I mean, I'm not going to say anything about tiebreakers. I'll let you do all the talking. I jinx it too often, so I'll keep my mouth shut. But yeah, second series over on this stream is going to be Evil Geniuses taking on Boom. So we'll see those two opponents after the break.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back to your final day of groups here for TI 2022 as we move on to our next best of two series. Gods, it's EG against Boom.
It's a big one. One of these teams has been red hot and the other has been pretty stinking. Unfortunately for Boom, you know, they've dominated all year in SCA, but they have not showed up in Singapore.
Yeah, it's not looked particularly good for them. And EG, the hot ones, dropping only 2 games through the group stage, and that was in the series against Liquid, where they got 2-0'd. Apart from that, it has been smooth sailing for the NA squad. And Boom, this is their time now. They've got 1 series today. It's against EG. Maybe a little reliant on some of the other series results, but it's all about focusing on this game. They need a 2-0 here, and that's what's going to keep them in the running to get to the playoffs.
Yeah, it's always tough to be in that situation where all you can do is, you know, focus on your own games and hope other things go right. But that's really all they can do is, you know, try and get that 2-0. And if it's not enough, it's not enough. And I think more than anything, you know, for SCA fans, particularly Boom, who I think want to have one of like the most active kind of rabid fan base in the region, just finishing with some wins here, even if they do end up getting knocked out, is, you know, at least a nice feel-good moment, even though it would be a bit bittersweet. So just playing good Dota, because I think that's something we just haven't seen a lot of from Boom so far, sadly.
Yeah, we caught one of their previous series where they kind of went back to, you know, drafts from DP seasons gone by with their Mars and stuff like that. Definitely curious to see, you know, what's been going on in the locker room. You know, figuring out exactly how the coaches and the management are figuring out what they need to do here against EG, because, you know, EG, they don't really have anything to play for in terms of standings, but it's still a position where you want to be playing your best Dota. This is your last series before playoffs. You want to get that warm-up in.
Absolutely. You know, this is way better than any scrim as far as, you know, whether it's testing a strat or just, you know, or just refining something you've already shown. You maybe don't want to show anything new for future opponents, but it is definitely a good time to try and hone in and see, okay, we've been picking and playing this, let's pick and play it again and see just if we can play it better, or, you know, if it is, you know, if certain heroes are as good as we think. There's, you know, obviously no chance EG is going to throw in the towel just because they've already qualified for upper bracket. They want to, you know, make a statement and just completely crush this group if possible.
Okay, yeah, look at how well prepared they are. Stickers all across the book. No stacks of papers. Everything's very well organized and filed away here for EG.
Yeah, this is the NA prep, I guess you could say. But it's got his shorts on. It seems like the Dota player tradition. Almost every team has a guy who has to be wearing shorts. Very SEA of him. He's wearing shoes, though. You know, if it's going full SEA, he'd be wearing the flip-flops, the sandals. But, you know, he's halfway there.
We've had the Matu shorts, got the Arbed shorts. Yeah, in Singapore is a bit warm outside, but I'd assume they're all in air conditioning. You see Bulba looks a little bit chilly there with a jacket over his front, all cuddled up with his notebook. As draft underway, we've had a couple of bans already, and Primal Beast is the first pick for Evil Geniuses, something we've seen Nightfall in particular do very well on. And I think, honestly, Nightfall has been the shining star of EG in terms of the stats and the KDAs and stuff. You know, he's gone multiple games unkilled, or like 14-1 and 18. You know, he's had a ridiculous group stage.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing pickup for EG. I mean, they always get kind of questioned, oh, picking up another Eastern European carry player and making them play off lane, like, when are they going to learn? But, you know, it's worked out fantastic for them, and we'll see if they have what it takes to go far here. The Primal Beast is really nice because of the flexibility. We've seen teams played in the support role as well. But yeah, with EG, Nightfall is an absolute beast, literally, on this hero.
Yeah, you're right. They've done it in the past, haven't they? Picking up an offlane and making them play carry. But it feels like this patch, or the past couple of patches in particular, have really been very good for that. We've seen it from Amar as another example where, you know, you can carry from the offlane, even pick carry heroes there. Both side lanes very similar in terms of what you can get out of them. There's no more complete danger in the offlane. As a Pudge first phase coming out here for EG as an answer to Enigma.
I guess so. I wouldn't. It's definitely good against the Enigma, but I wouldn't say it's like a full-on answer. Seems like maybe just something EG want to build their draft around. Maybe they haven't. You know, they haven't played a ton of Pudge, so maybe they're just thinking we want to get a bit more gameplay in. You know, for Arteezy, let him refine, you know, his hero pool and play a bit more, because so far it's only been the one game of Pudge for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, I guess you can, you know, hook people out of Black Hole, hook the Enigma himself, and maybe also decent against the Marcy when she's jumping in. You can turn with the Rot and Dismember.
Enigma does offer percent-based damage with the Midnight Pulse, so I think that's something that Pudge doesn't necessarily want to play into, so I wouldn't consider it like dream matchup for Pudge. Last time they picked it, it was into a Slardar lane, so something a bit different. We'll see if it works.
Yeah, not really a counter, but definitely a couple of questions being posed there by the Pudge against the Enigma. As we head into the second ban phase, Ember Spirit gone, so a bit of focus onto Yopaj and his hero pool. As we've already seen Shadow Fiend, Brood, Silencer, and Pango removed. Now that left Undying in there, but so far he's been ignored.
Yeah, and when you see Primal Beast Pudge, I think if you're EG, you maybe want to ban the Undying. Like,
yeah,
that's a hero that's going to have a great time in lanes against either of these two. You know, usually you're thinking second phase bans, let's ban some cores and carries. Like the Lifestealer ban, I think similarly great against strength cores. Maybe a Timber ban even has to come out. Not that it's like a hero that Boom play a whole lot. But yeah, Undying looks really good against these EG heroes.
Yeah, there's also the possibility of like Avenge for Boom here. Sorry, for EG here against the Enigma as an answer to it with the swap as well. So then you've got the double layer of hook swap to try and deal with that black hole. And she's also done pretty well in lane with Wave of Terror plus a ranged carry hero. You can kill off Eidolons.
Yeah. We'll see if that's going to be the answer here. Right now, Boom, unsure exactly what to ban. Using some reserve time, they end up targeting the Nyx, looking at some of those playmakers, targeting supports, whereas EG full on targeting cores. I mean, makes sense. EG have picked up 2 cores first phase, theoretically. Primal Beast can flex, whereas Boom picking up their 3+4 position
10
with their
seconds
opener.
remaining.
I mean, this opener from EG kind of reminds me of a series we had in LCQ. I think it was Vici Gaming, where they had like 4 strength heroes and a death prophet, and they were completely unkillable, just charging around the map, causing chaos everywhere. Because this opener of Beast and Pudge, it kind of blocks heroes like Tiny being picked up by Boom, which we've seen them have some success with. But knowing that Tiny can't just combo these guys down makes you much less likely to grab something along those lines.
Yeah, I feel like you'd rather looking at heroes that maybe kite a bit better and can play these long drawn-out fight, like your Venos, your Necros, your kind of Viper-type heroes, Razors even. These are the heroes that I think of when I see Pudge Primal Beast as being good. They, they're ranged, they kite, they have these slows or ways to just win these long drawn-out fights and not just also get, blown up to start things off. So I do think Boom have to be careful about what kind of cores they go for. With that said, a lot of these heroes I mentioned are offlaners, and they've already picked up Enigma, so they have to think of which carries are going to work. And with EG banning out all these good carries, I think options become a bit more limited.
Yeah, I feel like the Bats and the Leshes maybe from the mid lane could be something to look for here. A lot of magic damage and the ability to kite with their itemization. Bat with his BKB Boots of Travel. Lesh we've seen a lot with this Bloodstone Yules, and a lot of movement speed from the two. It does give them a lot of magic damage to like go into the black hole in particular.
Yeah, that's definitely something EG need. Like, is just damage up. Like, particularly if this is offlane Primal Beast, safe lane Pudge, you're looking at your mid as like some big nuking high DPS hero or a carry like a Shadow Fiend type hero. Shadow Fiend already banned, so it's Boom who take the less strike. That's something I feel like EG maybe wanted to get. So a bit of a block pick from Boom, as they're the ones who, I talked about having these long drawn out fights and needing damage to deal with Primal Beast and Pudge. Leshrac I think fits pretty nicely as far as bringing that to the table.
Yeah, big fan of that. Big fan. And the Lina, you mentioned the SF. She's a similar story there from the mid lane. Remove one of those turrets, the artillery cannon, gone from the hands of EG. So Invoker is the hero they grab instead. I'm curious if Abed's been playing this Exort Invoker that we've seen a lot more of recently, or if he's going to stick to the Crosswex here.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar, so I can't say for sure. I mean, historically, he was a guy that did like more the Exort Invoker, so, you look at Primal Beast and Pudge, I think, to me, it almost has to be Exort Invoker. It just looks way stronger. They need damage. You've got great setup from both Dismember as well as the Primal Beast Pulverize, so with 2 great ulti setups, I think Sunstrike Invoker is just going to play really well this game.
Yeah, it looks like he's played 2 games in the group stage, 1 Exort and 1 Crosswex, so yeah, he's got options there. But he's definitely played an Exort Invoker in the groups already. Evil Geniuses with a Chen now, so adding a bit more of that tower push. The quick mech from Chen going to give you that heal and sustain to keep these tankier heroes alive even longer. And super nice to have against Enigma Lesh. They spend their big spells, all their mana pool, and you've got Mech Hand of God. All of a sudden, you need another hero with firepower here for Boom.
What's it gonna be? Or even maybe something to answer the heals, a Vessel type hero. Enigma, I guess they already had that. Like, we've seen some of these Enigmas when they don't go Wraith Pact. There was one game against some Morphling. It was a Vessel Rush, so I'd kind of like to see that from them. But then, from their carry role, we'll see if they go greedy late game or if they try and match the tempo of EG, because I think there is a serious risk of being run over by this draft. Like, EG, they're not playing late game Dota. They're just going to run at you, go for kills, go for early towers. And we'll see if that's something Boom can respond to.
Oh, Witch Doctor for now, so a bit percentage based, or good tool with the Maledict over that Pudge and Primal Beast.
I like the Witch Doctor against the Primal Beast and the Pudge. It's the right kind of support. Witch Doctor seemed to be kind of gaining popularity with like Liquid during the LCQ. Haven't seen quite as much during the group stage from a lot of teams, but it's nice to see it kind of picked in a situation where it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, with the addition of his shard, 3 seconds of disappearing off the map, baiting out spells, and doing a lot of damage. Now we saw it, like you say, Insania's Witch Doctor actually going in these longer games, getting shard, Aghanim Scepter, Blink Dagger, and getting rampages in some games.
For EG, probably looking for a crit hero with their last pick. I guess it's kind of up in the air with the Primal Beast flex potential. You know, if they want to go really wild, maybe they flex the Pudge to a 4 position, but I think that's maybe stretching it a bit far.
I don't know. I like that. I like it.
I'm sure Crit likes it too. Crit.
I'm
loves his
sure,
Pudge.
yeah. Oh, that would be a lot of fun. This is a good sound ban from EG. That would have given them a great lane with the Witch Doctor. And the ability to take Roshan around Enigma Lesh with their teamfight prowess. That would have been a little scary.
5 seconds
Yeah, I wonder if
remaining.
there's a hero Boom have in mind for the carry role. Like, they must have a couple. The fact they didn't pick their carry sooner. Like, you see all these cores. I almost feel like it's kind of risky to save their carry for last. Like, yeah, they have last pick of the draft and you don't want to last pick a support, but the carry pool is just going to be so small. Like, all the ones you want to play into Pudge Primal Beast are getting banned out. So it's a tough ask for Boom to find a hero for Jackie that's going to fit this game.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to have to come down to like a TB or a Faithless Void. I've got PA in the back of my head here with a Fan of Knives doing decently against these heroes, but I really struggle to see PA performing. You know, I don't think I've seen her win a game in quite a while. She's on that list along with Phantom Lancer, where it's like, okay, does decent in lane, gets an item, and then the game's over.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's
10
the
seconds
tempo
remaining.
that EG bring this game is going to be too much for PA to deal with. You need
5
something
seconds
like
remaining.
maybe a Monkey King that's kind of this more early to mid game carry to fight EG early on.
Esports turn
Sven
to
gets
ban.
banned. That actually would have been a fairly decent option. I mean, there's a lot to deal with Sven BKB, so I don't think that's the thing. Like, the fact EG's banning Sven, I'm like, is this even a good Sven game? It's kind of, I think, goes back to the fact the hero pool that actually works this game is pretty limited. Like, the carry hero pool is probably bigger than any
10
other role, but
seconds remaining.
that's because every like draft, like, you get to this last big carry, and depending on what your opponents have,
5
there's a
seconds
specific kind of hero you want, and this time it's pretty clear, like, you need something that can go toe-to-toe with these string cores that EG have drafted, and all those heroes like Ursa, Morphling, Lifestealer have been banned.
Yeah, you need to brawl. You can't just farm. And we saw Boom having some difficulties with that in their previous games. They had that TA, did very well farming ancients and getting net worth, but if you're not able to really transfer that gold and income into impact, yeah, you start to suffer. Last ban for Boom though. Still maybe thinking about this crit hero, but so far they banned out a Beastmaster and a Night Stalker. So it looks like they're assuming this Primal Beast, or the switch up of the Pudge, maybe, like you said, is going to come into play here for EG.
Yeah, I think it could make sense. We'll find out, and it's going to be a Venge pick. So you mentioned this much earlier in the draft, like against the Enigma, having that way to cancel BKB Black Hole, something they kind of lack. Like, Pudge and Primal Beast have to get too close with their ultimates, so Venge just kind of covers EG's bases. I think it means if this game does drag, like, let's say EG get ahead, but they can't go high ground, and all of a sudden you've got Boom with this BKB Black Hole Enigma defending high ground, delaying the game with, like, let's say a carry TB, you might lose the game. And Venge gives you a way to reliably cancel Black Hole throughout the game, or even if Enigma gets a Linkens, you can swap save whoever gets caught in there.
Choose your hero.
Oh, well, you were looking for a brawler, someone who can go toe-to-toe, and my god, Bristleback is the hero, isn't he?
He is a hero. I guess if you can kind of survive through all the damage, I mean, there's a lot of Invoker damage coming through. But it is good against an EG draft that looks to, push the tempo. Venge Aura plus Chen with all the creeps pushing in the mid game with the Exo Invoker and the Forge Spirit. So Bristle's a hero you can kind of send in to just spam quills, be tanky, and really just, alongside the Electric, they've got 2 cores that just want to kind of run in and deal like good AoE damage. And I mentioned playing these long drawn-out fights. Like, you can't really play the quick fights as much against the Pudge Primal Beast. So both Bristle and Lesh are pretty good at that.
Yeah, I'm now wondering if this will indicate a shift for Abed, whether we go back to the Quaswex, because Bristleback suffers when he doesn't have mana. Maybe you think, don't need Exhort here. Go back for that and give you a bit more tempo from the Invoker. And a Spirit Vessel as well, potentially.
It's true. It's a decent-ish Vessel game. I think you get so much value from Exhort, though. I'd be surprised to not see Exhort. I just feel like their strategy is built around like having these side lanes that can get killed. Like, they're going to be playing like 4 heroes running around the map fighting, while Invoker just like farms with Midas and throws Sunstrikes out. Like, that to me is the most effective way EG can play this, because if you go Quaswex Invoker, you've got 3 cores that all want to run around and fight, which can work, but it just means nobody's really taking advantage of the farm on the map, because I don't really think Pudge is this like sit back and farm hero. I think you just want to have somebody who's being greedy, and this game looks like Abed's Invoker.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. And then on Boom, we're looking for Ancient Stacks for Jackie. I'm still looking for this FBZ Enigma to go for that kind of Vessel or Wraith Pack, something that allows them to play early on. You've got Black Hole, but you're not really reliant on the Black Hole. Marcy and Witch Doctor offer so many ways of controlling and chasing heroes down that both Lesh and Bristleback, and you said it, they're very, very adept at charging forward and kind of cracking open a defensive line of EG here. I'm excited here for game one. It's an important one for Boom. They've got the draft to do it.
Yeah, it should be a game full of a lot of fighting. I think, you kind of nail like the Enigma getting like a fast Vessel Wraith Pack and just team fighting not around the Black Hole, but your other spells. Between Witch Doctor, Bristle, they've got, they've got the kind of cast of heroes you want to kind of play into this EG draft. The big question is kind of execution, and I do think the ease of execution favors EG, and from the way we've seen EG play, they definitely come into this series as favorites, of course, being the top team of the groups up against, unfortunately, the bottom team of the group.
Yeah, it's straight up top versus bottom, first against last. We'll see if Boom can dig their way out of that hole. Crit gonna show in the mid lane. No vision here for Boom yet, though. There's 5 heroes. They're all circling around this Radiant Tier 1. Hook attempted. There was someone there a second ago. There's a good try.
Good try indeed.
30 seconds to battle.
You can see the
Throws out
cogs.
Sunstrike. Oh, that's just to scout this high ground. Okay.
Oh, nice. You kind of see the cogs turning there for EG. Like Crit walks up, smoke breaks. Like there's no one here, but there probably should be.
What's this Boom smoke? They do a super late smoke. They're not doing it to fight. They're looking to just get specific lanes, it seems. Honestly, I've never seen this smoke specifically. Maybe it was a misclick?
Oh, that's very interesting. I mean, it's allowed Tims to go all the way up top, get in behind EG, and find themselves 3 bounty runes.
I guess smoke for a rune. I mean, you use that first smoke, it comes back in not too much time, so it doesn't really cost you too much. It kind of pays for itself when you get an extra rune.
Yeah, smoke cycling. We've got a big fan of that. Put them on cooldown. You can buy more later on. EG, Abed, he's got Exort.
Yeah, I think it just has to be. And we'll be going for that. Ooh, gets the deny in the mid lane against the Sunstrike. Always feels good to start your lane with a range creep deny when your opposing mid uses a spell to try and secure it. Should be a lane where Leshrac does pretty well early on, but once those forward spirits start coming into play, the lane gets quite a bit harder for Yopaj on the Leshrac.
It absolutely does. You're going to have to rely on these supports to come in. Witch Doctor and Marcy pretty good at guarding runes and playing aggressively into the mid lane. As already up at top, we've got a bit of a go between Arteezy and Tims. They're dominating Eidolons, putting damage onto this Marcy. But this lane looks like it's going to head back towards the Dire side, even with an Enigma here for the Radiant. EG have manipulated the creep wave to keep dragging it back and killing off these range creeps as quick as they can.
Need to pull this lane back, and Tims has been put in a bit of an awkward position, but dodges the hook, so will survive. And just a level 1 Pudge, so no rot just yet, so not really any true threat onto his life.
It looks like maybe attempting a pull, but Dire Creep Wave's already there. And EG, good job. Just keeping that lane away from the Enigma and the Marcy for now.
Big CS advantage is this mid lane where Yopaj 6 denies already, 10 and 6 to the 4 and 1 of Invoker. Just early levels, and Invoker will bounce back once he gets those multiple points in Forward Spirits, but has to be careful because Yopaj is already farmed up a Forward Spirit using the Lightning Storm, but he uses it to get the double rune. So keeping Yopaj away from runes and away from refilling his bottle is a really nice thing Invoker can do, and we've seen this a bit. You send Forward Spirit one way, your hero the other, and if this Leshrac can't refill his bottle, he can't keep spamming this Lightning Storm to secure creeps or the Splitter.
Yeah, a good dodge there from Albert. Just run straight forward. Make sure Split Earth doesn't hit him. And that final lane down at bottom, Primal Beast with the Vengeful Spirit up against a Witch Doctor and a Bristleback. So far, Bristle 14-1, but it really hasn't deterred Nightfall from sticking in the wave and farming himself.
Yeah, it feels like a lane where level 3 on Boom, they can play very aggressive, like with level 2 Maledict maybe. But also maybe once they get this Vanguard Jackie Bristle is like unkillable. I feel. So we'll see how aggressive they play before this Vanguard.
And that then gives opportunities for Witch Dog to move around, but up at top, Arteezy chased down by the Eidolons and this Marcy, a lot of damage. Chen is here with level 1 in Divine Favor, hands over a Tango, and they have, again, dragged the wave back. It's just so weird to see an Enigma lane at the opposing tier 1. He's not able to keep it away because of these pulls and movements from Fly.
And Fly just not getting the ideal creep. This Aura doesn't really do a whole lot with the little Centaur Courser, so he needs to find something that's going to help out this lane a bit more, but the small camp being blocked by Boom kind of limits what he can do there, and they've also got a pull-off up here, so really well-played top lane so far by Boom.
Well, Arteezy will contest it, but that's all about getting this Enigma his levels.
Yep, it's kind of like damage has been done a bit as long as you leech the XP. Maybe Arteezy gets a creep up here, but some extra neutrals and farm, but not the end of the world.
Jeez, look at Jackie. They went on him. He drops to like a third of his health, but Nightfall and Crit take like 80% of their HP in return because of these quill sprays stacking up. Pretty nice against the trample there. Just turns his back and starts spamming out the quills.
Yeah, a bit interesting. Crit doesn't have to stick on the Venge. Went for all these mangoes to just spam with, but against Bristle, I think you probably want to be sending that out as soon as possible. They've got Witch Doctor coming back in. Still just level 2. The level 3 for the Maledict. Oh, he's going to go down. Easy kill. Didn't even need the Sunstrike in the end. Just caught out of position.
Yeah, perfect setup. And they're even going to get a lane drag back here, it looks like. As Arteezy very close to death in the top lane again. Needs a Tango as he's dropped a branch on the floor.
Yeah.
Fly, come on, hand it over. There we go. Eat the tree. And Fly now with a Hellbear. So another little aura there. Swiftness. Gonna give that attack speed, but nothing amazing.
Like how
TP mid.
The branches say you plant a happy little tree that lasts for 20 seconds, but I don't think they're very happy when they get instantly tangoed up.
A little shout out to Bob Ross. Oh, the hook.
Hook up top.
Tim's,
Yep.
he's got rebound. Suddenly 2,000 range away from the Pudge. Okay, you got a long range hook. I've got a long range escape. No worries for Tim's.
Has to jump away immediately. Those Sunstrikes now, level 3 Exort. Can do a lot of burst damage that Boom may not be ready for.
And even with that early lead, like you said, Abed has more than recovered now. 21-8 on his Invoker. Heading into that Hand of Midas. He did stop off boots and a few little items here and there first. Looks like a Null and Raindrops. But he'll eventually get to that Hand of Midas.
Yeah. Not the full greed. Just, waiting, getting some boots so he has that extra bit of mobility. Playing against a Leshrac, you're worried about Lesh getting on top of you, so definitely okay with this one. And actually, yeah, he's got Null Talisman queued up and everything, so actually really not trying to rush this this Midas. I mean, the gloves definitely suggest he will get it, but stopping off for some little cost-effective items on the way.
Yeah, and a nice little deny on that Illusion Rune. So yet again, Abed making sure there's no refill here from Yopaj. As they did have the rotation from Tim's and now even Skem coming into the mid lane. Crit has tracked across from the bottom. Gets a glimpse over onto Skem, sees what's going on there. It feels like they really want to kill Abed off, though. The Catapult Wave, a bit of a push onto the tier 1, but Yopaj not going to spend the Diabolic Edict. Doesn't want to waste mana on it, just going to chip away with some right clicks. While down at bottom, Jackie getting chased again by the Trample. Crit,
Vanguard,
the Sunstrike sets up. He's tanky on Jackie. Will he survive? The Dispose from Tim's. Turn around from Marcy. Has a rebound to jump back onto the Beast. And this Jackie Bristle, incredibly tanky. You called it. Once he's got the Vanguard up, he is pretty much unkillable.
Yeah, they came close there. I think Skem should have ran forward to tank the Sunstrike damage because Jackie almost died there, but great outcome for Boom, getting the kill on the Primal Beast. Jackie surviving, and with Vanguard plus a pulled Tango, he's going to be able to stay in this lane as well. We'll have to worry about the Primal Beast keeping back in. Level 5 Primal has got some good damage, and once again, the Sunstrike will be back up, so Jackie does need to play a little bit cautiously until he's healed up.
Man, I really want to see Boom starting to stack these Ancients. I see Tim's kind of wandering back up towards the top part of the map. Maybe he can get a couple of stacks here on his way over. Looks like a lane ward from EG is going to scout out the movement from the Marcy, potentially.
A lot of denies across the board. All these Boom cores with 10 plus and Invoker, Pudge, similar story. That's the Enigma lane for you. Is going, it looks like for the fast Vessel. Has the Urn of Shadows on Enigma. Does suggest that we'll see a Vessel as elsewhere crit just gets caught out in the wrong neighborhood. Yopaj finishing him off.
Yeah, a couple of Radiant observables there. Really just watching for the Venge. Any movements into mid. Safeguarding Yopaj in his laning stage. But yeah, absolutely expecting FBZ here to nice Arcanes into Vessel, deal with the Pudge, deal with this Chen and his heals. And actually get the D-ward of that lane ward, so not one that usually gets sentried out, especially this early on. Must be a good bit of homework being done there by Boom. Or just a good read on the game in general.
Bottom lane, they've got level 6 on Primal Beast.
And they're going for Jackie again, but he's moved away from the Sunstrike. And these casks bouncing back onto Nightfall, but oh, Tims misses the rebound catch with the stun, and Nightfall's out of there.
Just barely escapes it. They didn't actually wait for the Pulverize. I think Crit thought he had it, but it was still on cooldown, so they don't get the kill into Jackie, and a nice little Sunstrike dodge keeps him alive.
And with a couple of heroes showing down there, a bit of bold moves from Abed trying to kill Yopaj, but again the Sunstrike's a little off the mark. Tims was also in the vicinity here to maybe bail out the Lash if he was in too much danger. But EG just back to this calm and casual farming. 3 cores all doing very well for themselves, but yeah, Boom in a very similar boat.
Yeah, you talk about EG's draft being this kind of tempo one, but it does take some time. Like Pudge wants to get an item or two, similar story for the Primal, maybe less so for the Primal Beast, but they don't want to just go running at Boom quite yet.
And catching out Crit again, down near the bottom room spot, and yeah, just bouncing back between the Venge and the Invoker. Abed does get the trade on Tims though. These Forge Spirits doing a tremendous amount of damage, and Arteezy, he's rotated in here, looking for a hook on the Lash, and he'll land it. Has the Dismember, catching out Yopaj, and Abed, more than enough damage here to bring down the Lash. Stun won't land, so down he goes, in a double kill in fact, as it looks like EG may be thinking of transferring this into a bit of a shove. Chen brings his army across.
Great hook shot, and unfortunately, yeah, Leshrac kind of thread the needle between 2 heroes there. He just needed to hit a stun on one of them maybe and could survive. There wasn't really much damage left, so very close to surviving, but not letting the stun cost him. And now with EG with the Chen in the lane, they've got the push power they need. It forces a Bristle rotation. This is the hero that can defend these lanes. Has an Arcane Ring, but does still have some mana problems here. Just seeing on 100 mana. Arcane Ring's up to get a bit more, but Bristle is pretty much going to stop most of these EG pushes.
Oh, the deny. The Alacrity Catapult was was gunning for that tier 1, but a good deny from Jackie. It takes the tower down.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Who cleared all the stacks up in that Radiant Ancient area, by the way? I didn't quite see, but they had a large camp that was like quadruple stacked.
Okay, I did not catch that one either, but Leshrac or Bristle, I don't think Bristle was in there, so I assume it was maybe Leshrac.
Yeah, I was just wondering if maybe EG snuck it and stole it, but yeah, probably the Lash. 4,600 net worth up on Yopaj. They're going straight for that Bloodstone like we've seen previously from these Lashes.
But team's kind of trading sides of the map here with Boom pushing the top lane. Now EG wants to push down bottom. They haven't really...
Radiant's bottom
Without the
tower
Chen, it's a
is
little
under
bit hard to
attack.
do this one. Bristle is actually defending the safe lane, so Boom doing a good job defending a lot of the towers on the map, even though they couldn't keep the mid-tier 1 tower alive.
Yeah, trying to cut the wave, and I mean, Crit's even pulling. I don't know if he's trying to stack up a couple of creep waves here to expand on their push down there. And Abed, pretty low on mana, can't really join. He's, like you mentioned in the draft, being a bit more greedy, has the Hand of Midas. Going to be farming the jungle for the most part, the next 5-6 minutes. And it's Boom making the move down bottom with a smoke. Scam, not level 6 yet. 12 minutes in feels a little rough. But if he gets a couple of kills here, it'll all pay off. And Yopaj, the first one to break the smoke. Immediate onslaught away from Nightfall. Crit on the run, but the rebound catches him. Vengeful Spirit going to be the casualty here for EG. Boom bringing a lot of numbers down there, though.
They're going to try to follow this up with the tier 1 tower now as well. With the Edict there's not any signs of a defense from EG, at least not for the time being. They've got Arteezy farming in the top lane on Pudge, but without his rotation, it just feels like there's nothing they can really do to defend some of these towers, and he probably doesn't really feel confident fighting into this Bristleback. The level as well as farm differential between them just really favoring Boom right now. Jackie's just had such a good game considering those ganks failed on him earlier in this game.
Yeah, and we've not seen Black Hole or anything, right? FBZ's had a pretty free time up top. It's not been spectacular, but it's not been anywhere, it's not been a disaster or anything like that. He's 0-0-0, and now he gets free range just to shove out this dead lane all the way across towards tier 2. And he's got good vision up there. So that means the rest of Boom can play as that group of 4 down in the bottom jungle. No dire vision until now. One gets placed in the large camp, spotting Yopaj. RTZ crit, lining up the hook, but missing it. And Crit with a swap, the rebound's there, bouncing across, back into the Pudge. Sunstrike comes and Tims is down. The Split Earth lands and onto the Venge with a heal from the Chen, keeping Crit alive. FBZ's looking for the Black Hole, but he can't quite find it. No opportunity for him, while Arteezy opening up on Jackie. You've got to be wary, though, of this level 10 Bristleback starting to shred you as Nightfall's initiated into the back. Onslaughting across the Witch Doctor, so far losing the 2 position 4s. But Jackie, the hero here with the ability to give chase. Just another slow, something, a touch of stun or a catch onto Nightfall would have allowed them to kill him. But EG, they have evacuated.
You can see, though, this Bristle's a big problem. Like, he's just zoning out half the EG lineup. Like, Primal Beast gets onto the backlines here, but nobody can really follow him up because Bristle, if you run in, Bristle's just going to stack up all these quills the entire fight. Jackie never comes close to dying. He's, being kind of kited a little bit on Bristle, playing around like the Pudge and the Rod. It's not like Pudge comes close to dying either, but really limiting EG's ability to force these fights and make plays around the Primal Beast ultimate.
Yeah, both teams are kind of circling around each other, looking for that one pick off, the one hero they really want to charge on. And Boom, kind of aiming for Abed, the squishy Invoker with as Midas travels is a pretty juicy target. But he's always keeping himself hidden. While, Yopaj and FBZ, a good job by them to not get caught out by the Nightfall Primal Beast.
Having the Vessel already puts, I think, Boom in a pretty good spot where they feel like, you can actually bring your Enigma to some of these team fights, max out Malefice, combined with the Vessel is just some nice kind of control to play around. And even just the level 1 Midnight Pulse has this 5% DPS, which is pretty good against some of these tankier strength cores on the EG side.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, they're only going to get tankier. BKB is a couple hundred gold away for the Primal Beast. Aghanim Scepter, a little distant for Arteezy, but once he gets that, his damage output ramps up incredibly.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And of course, you've already got this mech on Chen. The greatest thing about Chen is like 10 minutes in, you've got this burst heal from Hand of God and mech.
Yeah, and he's almost got the shard now as well. He's rushing into it. I wonder if there's a specific ancient he has in mind that he really wants to use this game.
Granite Golem, more HP, more tankiness.
I mean, Bristle's okay with that. Longer fights. I mean, that's Bristle's wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe just split pushing with some ancient Black Dragon or something, but we'll see what it's going to be. I mean, often you just take whatever ancients are there and available to you.
And he's going to stack them for now. Build it up for later on. Yeah, it's always interesting to see Radiant teams play in this bottom jungle. They're trying to match EG's movements down there because this is where Arteezy wants to farm. It's where Primal Beast wants to be pushing out this bottom lane. And they're keeping FBZ down here and trying to connect into the Enigma. But they're now realizing, 16 minutes in, it's time to start playing that opposite side of the map. Maybe get some ward coverage in that top jungle. And it's about prepping for that Roshan. Yeah, it's always 20 minutes in. You're thinking about Rosh.
Yeah. I think particularly a Bristleback draft. On the EG side, they've got Exo Invoker, so they can do it all right, but any team who wins a team fight around the Roach Pit will definitely have the damage to clear it out, so very important to get that vision going and set yourselves up to have a good Roshan fight. They'd love to get a Blink Dagger on Enigma if you're a Boom. Even without the BKB, there's still potential for a Blink Hole that causes some serious problems for EG in a fight.
Oh, it looks like FBZ is going to slip past the smoke, though. EG all coming down here. And this is going to give up a lot of room. And over at the Ancients being stacked up on the Radiant side. Top lane pushed in. So Abed shows up at top. And now it's down to Boom. What do they want to do? Tims is TP'd down. Rebounds onto Arteezy, but the damage from the trample and following with the Sunstrike. They do get a good Death Ward in onto Fly. Yopaj and FBZ trying to find a bigger target, but they can't. It's just the supports left. EG will sacrifice their Chen and Venge, and Jackie is like 300 damage per hit, just crushes Crit.
Definitely a bit of luck almost involved for that fight, just because the fact that EG they have this great smoke and get some vision down, now dewarded, but the hero they run into is Marcy. It's a support. If that was, they were so close to running first into the Enigma and then into the Leshrac, and if they find one of those two heroes, they can probably win the team fight or at least get a better trade out of it, but just getting Marcy means they've committed underneath the tier 2 tower where Boom can just like 5-man TP in, take a fight, and with Bristleback having an Ag Scepter, they're just, you know, there's nothing you can do to address this Bristleback, and Boom do a good job counterplaying it, and they're ready to kind of press forward now. They've got all the items that they really need for their early game. It's go time.
Yeah, Bristle level 13. Incredibly big Bristleback here. Going in for that tier 1 mid. I did push forward into the enemy ancients a little bit. High ground ward there as well. I saw Crit pinging Arteezy saying, hey, don't farm that camp. They're coming for you. A good scout there with a wave of terror though from Crit and EG. They're all prepared for this. Not going to defend their tower, but looking for the following fight.
Just despite not dying, it just feels like Arteezy's Pudge is just a little bit underfarmed. I mean, part of that is just going to be the Enigma effect where you're playing against this constant denies. 30 plus denies on FBZ's Enigma, so it's just always frustrating for carries to play into it, but just being a bit underfarmed and slowing down some of EG's kind of momentum and the plays they can make because, yeah, he doesn't have that Ag Scepter yet. Ideally, you'd want to have the Ags and already be building towards your next item, whether it's your BKB, your Blink. Playing Tims. Will get solo killed. Possible punish coming their way. Nightfall doesn't have a TP.
Jackie. Always hunting. Oh, he's a little too slow though.
Yeah.
Nightfall's away from there. It was his first BKB used for a kill on the Marcy. I think Nightfall's okay with that. The fact that he's forced rotations and that follows on from what you were saying about Arteezy. Bottom right-hand corner of the map is completely free for him now to finish off that Ags as they've drawn all the attention from Boom elsewhere. This is kind of where Boom want to be though. Clearing out the Chen army in this top jungle. We were talking about Roshan, about guarding their ancients. This is the primary spot for the Radiant team to do just that.
So one downside is they've not really kept their creep wave pushing top if they want to pressure the tier 2, but it does seem like EG want to fight under this tower. They've TP'd in their Pudge. They've got the meat hook available. If they can reel somebody in, this could be a good fight for them. And they've smoked up. They're charging forward.
Yeah, Arteezy solo smokes, looking for Yopaj and lands the hook in on him. Dismember, Onslaught with the trample, the black hole, though it's a good one, but Yopaj, he gets sniped out by Arbet. Primal Beast is about to die, though, to the Death Warden Maledict, while this Scam Witch Doctor into the Voodoo Switcheroo will get away from Crit. Pudge is still looking for another hook from the high ground, lines it up, lands it onto the Witch Doctor, Scam dragged back in. And EG with some big kills here, aiming for Jackie, swapping the Bristle into the middle of them. Another dismember from Arteezy, but Jackie's so incredibly tanky. No, the Forge Spirits, they got the minus armor on him. That's going to be the answer to the Bristleback here.
Too much damage coming in with the minus armor too, and they're not done. They're chasing for more. They want Tims. No rebound for a couple of seconds, but doesn't look like they'll be able to chase him down. But both Bristle and Lesh getting picked off there. EG just playing smart Dota, playing around their high ground. Reeling one with the meat hook. That was an amazing black hole. Full duration onto 2 enemy cores, but they just don't have the damage without the Leshrac alive. They need a way to kind of deal with that hook in and save the Leshrac's life. He just gets too low too fast, and not being able to cancel that dismember ends up being a big, big problem for Boom.
Yeah, huge issues. Just using that terrain to their advantage, EG. Sitting on the staircase, you can see Crit and Arbet there, skirting the edge of the fight, but we're back into live, and Nightfall's in. Aiming for Scam, they've got the Voodoo Switcheroo again. 3 seconds of invulnerability, but it will end with his death nonetheless. And Roshan sat at around half health. It looks like EG are going to give up on this because Arteezy and Nightfall are a little low on resources.
EG understanding they can't actually force it, and now the smoke from Boom. They're the ones pressing forward now.
They know he doesn't have BKB, so a catch onto Nightfall here is huge for them. Tanky beast, but he will still die.
Crit too. Great split earth in the trees.
Yeah, going straight for them. Crit, what can he do? 21 charges. Malefice and the Bristleback chasing, though. That should be the end of the Vengeful Spirit's life. The Hurricane back from Fly. I don't believe that's going to save you, though, buddy. Even Tims launching himself forward as they aim for another target. Tims gets Sunstruck. Fly and Arteezy holding their ground with a little Chen army there, killing off the Marcy.
Can Boom Roshan, they're pinging it out, and it's already like 2/3, almost half health, so looks like they may be able to do this one with the Leshrac and the Bristleback damage. This Roche will fall pretty quickly here.
Don't let the Wild Wing in. Don't give EG the vision. High ground ward removed by
now.
Fly. But Roshan's already dead. And Jackie the one to take the Aegis there. It looked like he was hesitating, wondering if maybe Yopaj wanted it. But it will be the Bristle, now with 2 lives.
Can't overthink when the other team's charging forward and potentially coming to contest it. Just make sure one of your cores gets it. And so with a BKB in the front lines, as that level 15, now level 16, so max out. Vicious Nasal Goo as well to go with the Agadim Scepter has a lot of damage up, with the Nether Shoal really amping up what he can do as well in these fights.
That's a ridiculous amount of damage from him in the Lash. And we're closing in on BKB for FBZ. He's just a recipe away.
Radiant structures.
Abed going to try and hold back that top wave, but Boom glyph it. Making sure the meatball doesn't clear it out and connecting with the rest of their heroes up towards top. Enable Jackie here to push tier 2. EG do have a little bit of vision here if they want to play into it, but right now it seems the name of the game is to dodge. Avoid everything Boom are throwing at them.
This is like the Bristle timing where, I mean, combined with an Aegis, like your opponents get Aegis, they have this
Radiant's bottom
hard,
tower
well,
is under
impossible to
attack.
kill twice carry. You just don't want to mess with them. You play keep away, you farm the map, they go top, you go bottom. Now they're going to smoke and try chase you. Hopefully it's just a support who dies, and then you run top. And that's exactly what EG are doing. They're playing the map as best they can. Boom at the same time, doing a good job hunting down these heroes, killing the creeps, but the second they show bottom out of the smoke, EG's already top, trying to farm their jungle away from Boom. But again, Boom, they're matching
Yes.
this play. Okay, you go top, now we're going top. So it's just cat and mouse constantly, both these two, well, one team, Boom, chasing the other wherever they go.
But I made the analogy the other day, but it's like a game of tennis, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just pushing them one side of the map to the other. Repeat, repeat, repeat. But eventually you're going to run out of smokes, run out of TPs, and that's where you're going to have to really land your shots.
And, you know, eventually this Aegis expires, and you know you're going to hit maybe some item timies that you want to play around if you're EG. Invoker's getting more and more levels. Pudge already has the Blink Dagger, so and the Ag Scepter on Nightfall's Primal Beast is coming up soon. So it's pressure right now is on Boom to get as much as they can while they've got Aegis.
And how good is Primal Beast Ags? I don't think I've cast a game with it yet. Oh.
I think I've seen it once, I want to say. What about this game? Yeah, I'm curious what he sees in this. I think it was Faith BR when he was playing 4 position, actually had the Ag queued up. Maybe he didn't finish it that game.
Regeneration.
Yeah, 3
but yeah,
waves of 2 projectiles per
It's a break.
uproar.
It's a break, I guess, is the big thing. You're playing against Bristleback, so having a
Oh.
break sounds very nice.
Oh man, well that's that's on the list of today I learned again. As Yopaj, Sunstruck and backs away. What's that? Yeah, added another break to the game. Completely slipped my mind there on that one.
Dire's middle tower
That is very useful. And he's got it now.
Big part of why they're considering this item. As Boom got the tier 2 top, as you'd often expect teams with this kind of first Aegis to do. Have swung mid, but with Aegis, it's a minute 40. They've still got time. They want to camp this Bristle on the tier 2 mid tower, but there's always that threat of like Pudge hooking someone in. Even if it's a Bristle with Aegis, you kind of force a fight. As Arteezy goes fishing, but nobody's home.
And just a leather boot dragged back into him. They're still waiting for this BKB of Enigma. He's very close to it. But they want to use this Aegis timer to get the tier 2. Try and have a fight around Jackie while he is so strong. And they keep that lane ward top. Yopaj gonna keep 2 lanes pressed into the Dire base. But EG once again playing opposite side of the map. Abed with the boots of travel gets down south, continuing his farm. Getting himself towards a Scythe of Vice here, so an added layer of control for EG.
EG have just played this game of keep away very effectively. This is kind of classic old school EG Dota where they just out-farm the map, but they haven't necessarily out-farmed here. Jackie is Aegis. Some danger.
30 seconds remaining, and Primal Beast with a break on him. Nearly killing him the first time, the hook is there. Dragging
Has BKB
Bristle back
though.
across, and you're right, he does, but the rest of Boom, they're retreating. Falling back, try and get Jackie out of there with your rebound movement speed and sprint away.
Yeah, he didn't actually get hooked in because the hook damage killed him. It meant he died in place rather than getting pulled to Arteezy, so Doesn't have to pop his BKB out there. And that Aegis was expiring in 30 seconds time, so that's not really much gain for EG. Boom weren't going to be looking for a team fight with it. They're playing the map themselves. They've actually turned an even game into about a 2k gold lead, so they're continuing to scale themselves, eyeing this kind of late game Enigma as more as their win condition. He's itemizing to the Lincoln, so trying to make sure that he doesn't get swap cancelled. Same time, you know, you're Avenged and you see this Lincoln's come out, you're just thinking, okay, whoever gets Black Hole, I'm going to swap them out rather than swap the Enigma.
And we saw the strength of that break, though, from the Primal Beast. 2.5 seconds of it. Going out of this uproar. And currently playing up top. Radiant had that vision in the lane, spotting a couple of these heroes moving. But EG have a high ground ward to play with here. One hero missing. Abed is down in the bottom right-hand corner. But the jump is coming in from Boom, aiming for the Primal Beast. They won't find Nightfall. Arteezy TP's home as well. EG, they've managed to avoid this again.
Perhaps a limitation of Boom strat. I mean, they've got okay catch, like Blink Enigma, but it's not easy. It's not like the Nyx Assassin type hero where you're just running around Vendetta, waiting and looking for a kill.
EG stuck around. They've got Blink on the Venge. Sunstrike, he's getting pushed away from it, but he's still got this Pulverize. Oh, is it going to be enough damage with the Black Hole from FBZ? He's turning on them, and in comes Tim's Yopaj to kill them off. How dare you? How dare you fight us in our Ancients? Our Enigma says absolutely not, EG.
EG are going to be having some talks. How to place the Sunstrike around the Primal Beast, because that... Yeah, you've got to land those Sunstrikes. It's not like it's not one player or the other's fault. It's just that you got to communicate about how, you know, you're going to land these spells. I think ideally you just wait for the Pulverize and then Sunstrike, but that just completely cost CG. That was a perfect initiation, a great way to kind of pretend they'd backed off and find a kill playing around their ward, but unfortunately for them, they just mess it up.
And 2 heroes down means Boom again quickly out on the map. FBZ's gonna try and hold back on that bottom lane. He's being eyed up by Arteezy though. Lands the hook into the tree line. This time the Sunstrike, it won't miss. FBZ down and out, but the TPs, they're flowing bottom with Jackie and Skem arriving. Arteezy a little isolated now. The Maledict Death Ward, that's gonna shred through the Pudge. Abed gets away, but EG with another move going a little awry.
Boom's gonna be fine with that. That's a Pudge kill. Arteezy had to throw away his life just to save Abed there. Speaking of Abed, he's trying to tuck himself in these trees. He needs to be careful to not poke his nose out. I don't think they have the damage to deal with this Bristle, but they are bringing 4 heroes as if they want to go for this kill. With if you know Bristle's alone, you can definitely get this 4v1. Instead, they're going to find the Witch Doctor in the trees.
But the Voodoo Switcheroo, it buys the 3 seconds of time. Skem still dies, but this gives a chance for Jackie to get on top of Abed into the Ghost Wall quickly, and no reveal here for the Bristleback. So getting the Venge in the back lines and aiming for this Primal Beast. Oh, Nightfall, the Onslaught's going to get him the distance he needs, and a good Tornado keeping Yopaj at bay while flying, attempting the TP, succeeds. Away go EG. Abed out of mana, going to TP home, but only really losing your Venge there. Feels pretty good with Boom's response being so heavy-handed.
Yeah, they're just kind of lacking that little bit of kind of gap close on the Boom side. EG able to just disengage, invoke one of the best disengaging heroes in Dota. You've got Tornadoes, Ice Wall, all these things to cover the retreat. Combine that with Force Staff and Blink Dagger. Killing Abed is a really tough ask this game, and I think Boom, they're going for this BKB on Marcy, which is, we haven't been seeing that much Blink Dagger on Marcy these days. It's kind of like the old build where you go like Blink Aether Lens, but it almost feels like a game where they may want to consider a Blink Dagger just because of the way things are kind of progressing.
5 seconds for Roche. EG scanning it, Sunstriking it. Might give a bit of lingering vision there to see him when he respawns. Not sure. Neither team actually knows about it. And Boom just going to use this top jungle as a platform to hold, as Arteezy missed his initial hook. And the outpost grabbed by Boom.
They've scouted Roshan themselves, so we'll see if they want to go into the pit. EG have smoked up, swap in.
Yeah, catching out this Lesh, but the Black Hole!
They got the Venge!
FBZ! He's got 3 of them! Beautifully done by the Enigma! Down goes the Chen Invoker, Nightfall chased down by Yopaj, and Arteezy's Pudge in an awful lot of trouble. Bothered by Jackie, the 4 heroes chasing this Pudge, desperate for the kill, will take him down!
blind your eyes like
What a black hole. FBZ with the BKB black hole found the Venge plus the cores. That's the thing, like, this Venge is meant to, you know, represent the BKB black hole cancel, but once he shows himself and once he uses the swap to initiate, most importantly, it's on cooldown, so it doesn't even matter if you catch the Venge or not. That swap's on cooldown, so his team fight is just so easy there. FBZ just finding the team fight for Boom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Absolute perfection. And they're on high ground, taking tier 3 now. Evil Geniuses, a lot on their plate to contend with this Boom squad, playing so quickly off the back of Jackie's Bristleback. Melee Rax focused down, and they are gonna retreat now. Roshan is still ready to be claimed by Boom if they want to head there. And that's what's being pinged out by EG. They need 15 seconds for Pudge to respawn, but they're going to have to swiftly move to contest this.
And they don't have an outpost, so they can smoke us 4 here without the Pudge, but where does Pudge, like, he's going to respawn and he can't TP into an outpost, so it's essentially a 4v5. They'll scout out with the Sunstrike, but Bristleback minus armor, Hyperstone, Satanic, he's killing this way too fast for EG to respond to.
And Scam, perfect position here. He's going to scout them out. The charge in, but Jackie gets the Aegis. Nightfall, he's being pummeled now by the Bristleback as the bouncing magic missiles do get in on top of Scam and Yopaj. Oh, they've killed off Nightfall, though. And Chen, the next on the menu. Wraith Pack dropped, but down he goes. A double for Jackie. The aggression is relentless.
He did steal the Ag Shard with the onslaught in, but given that Boom get the Aegis and got a couple of kills and now can push high ground in the top lane, I don't feel like EG are going to think it's worth it. And that's just such a tricky position to be in. Like, you're 4v5, you don't want to give up another Aegis because you know that's going to lead to a high ground push, but the end result is, it's a disadvantageous fight when you're playing 4v5 without your Pudge.
Dire's top tower.
It feels like EG don't really have a way to stop them once they reach the high ground now. And you can see Crit, Arteezy, they're out on the map trying to push these other lanes, giving up this top set of barracks. Need some more time here for the Primal Beast to respawn. Dangerous territory, though, for EG. And 4 minutes left on this Aegis.
Dire's top barracks has
And they're doing this without the black hole. That's up in 15 seconds time, and that's going to be up with a Lincoln Sphere if FBC gets a little bit more room to farm. They definitely can wait for it. There's no rush. Still almost 4 full minutes of Aegis to play around, so it does seem like they're going to be prioritizing FBZ finishing this item, and once he's got BKB plus Lincolns, you're not dealing with this Enigma, it feels like, in a team fight.
Yeah, cool little stuff from Tims as well. He's got this illusion rune where his Cloak of Flames Marcy is actually like dragging waves around bottom, scouting out into the enemy triangle. Made life a little more challenging for Arteezy to push this bot lane. It looks like he's going to have to TP away from here because Boom angling straight down into the bottom right corner and scanning the Pudge. They know he's there. The blink in, the Shiver's vision. A little close for comfort for Arteezy, but he is safe with the rest of his team now.
And they're posturing as if they want to defend the tier 2 tower. They've got the high ground ward. Being scattered by these Eidolons. Boom doing a good job trying to play around vision here, and they've smoked up.
Just fearless from Jackie, though.
Yeah. Well, they found Nightfall in the trees, though. He gets the onslaught away, and he may not be out of danger just yet. Has a BKB, but won't need to pop it.
And Jackie onto that tier 2 again. Everybody grouping back up around the Bristle.
I don't think you can go on him. 2 lives, and I don't think you kill him during the first life with the Satanic there. Like, he just survives through everything. But the position here, you want to catch this FBZ Enigma. Can they catch vision of him? Right now, he's just staying out of Observer Ward vision. This Dire Observer on the cliff is so key.
And he's keeping his Eidolons to the right side of his hero.
Oh, they see him, but he gets out.
Yeah, Boom, not entertaining that fight.
middle barracks are under
They've got 2 lanes pushing in. They know that at some point, EG, they have to come back and defend. And now Primal Beast shows a chance for Boom to retake that little part of the map down bottom and keep this wave pushing. But Abed's cut the wave.
Teezy's still in these trees. Skem gonna run right into him.
Oh, he gets the Dismember. Sunstrike. Scam taken down, and Boom a little afraid of fighting into the tree line there.
Yeah, they understand what's going on now. They ping out the high ground cliff saying this is warded, they're camping it. Let's play around our cliff, our ward. There's no reason to be in that part of the map other than pushing bottom lane, but you can kind of either bypass it or send your Bristle in who's got an Aegis. You don't care if he...
They've caught Abed. They've caught Abed.
Huge.
FBC, he's forward with a stun. Doesn't even black hole yet. Dismember from Arteezy onto the Marcy. But Jackie stacking up the nasal goo onto this Pudge. And the black hole's there. Solo down Arteezy. Dead for 70 seconds. And Jackie's hunting onto crit now. Vengeful Spirit, not a chance in hell. EG lose 3. And the high ground is in danger.
Boom coming closer and closer. Mega Creep. This is a team with their life on the line here at TI. They've got to get the 2-0, and they're so close to this game 1 victory.
They're getting closer and closer. The Scythe of Ice, though, with a bit of break onto Jackie. Pulverized down, and his first life's gone. Swap there, though, onto Tim's. In comes Yopaj with AoE damage. Getting onto crit and bringing the Venge down. Nightfall trying to escape, but he's stunned up. Can't onslaught away. We'll have buyback, though, as EG need to mount a defense to this final lane of barracks. Nightfall returns to the battlefield, but your buildings, they're already crumbling. The base has been shaken. Boom with the earthquake and damage in onto Flying Nightfall now, and GG is called. Boom with the game 1 victory.
That's the thing. This is a team that may be sitting at the bottom of their group, but they won one of the first big international lands of the season. The potential for Boom has always been there, but when it comes to this Singapore land, they just haven't quite delivered. But we finally get to see a little glimpse of what Boom is capable of here. And you know, this story maybe not quite yet over for Boom. A 2-0 could put them in a tiebreaker scenario. What a way to get things started here.
My glasses are all fogged up from the excitement in that game. I gotta wipe the sweat off my brow and get ready for game 2 here, because Boom, a beautiful performance from them, and a genius pick with that Bristleback in the last spot for them. As we watch a couple of these highlights back, FBZ's Enigma pretty much untouched. Crit with his swap was using them very often aggressively.
Yeah, felt like they weren't really trying to play conservatively enough around the black hole, and just early on they didn't really have any answers to the Bristleback. That's probably partly why they like this Bristle pick on the Boom side. When you see Pudge and Primal Beast as these 2 side lane cores, there's not enough damage at any point in the game to like reliably kill Bristle. This is one of the few times where they actually bring him down. Outside of this, and this is a fight where they isolated him, were like 4v1ing him. He was just unkillable. Invoker was really the only reliable damage. There's a bit of minus armor from like Venge plus Forged Spirits, but anytime Boom had a 5v5 around Bristle, it just felt like things went really smoothly for them.
Yeah, this moment here in their Ancients area, FBZ getting the turnaround black hole, miscommunication you mentioned with EG not landing that Sunstrike, but it's just allowed them to pivot down to this bot lane, continue fighting, pressuring in towards Mega Creeps. And Arteezy, I mean, he sat in that tree line for a solid 2.5 minutes, just waiting and hoping that Boom would come towards him. But when they did, they were as 5 and incredibly strong.
Yeah. A feel-good game regardless of the position they're in. And, you know, all Boom can tell themselves is like, guys, let's just try to get one more win. Then anything can happen. Possibly tiebreakers. They do need some other things to go their way. Most notably, they need Sonics, who are 2 wins above them, to lose both their games. Otherwise, their fate is kind of determined regardless. But you know, ending your TI group stage with a 2-0 over EG, one of the teams who's looking like maybe a potential favorite, is at least a nice little feel-good way to end your run, even if you don't make your way out of the group. So we'll see if Boom can do it. They've definitely got the potential to get a 2-0 here.
Yeah, a little silver lining at the end of groups, but it looks decent so far. I believe GG did take a game off of Sonics. So Boom still in the running here to get through to playoffs for TI. But like you say, they just need to be in the moment, focusing. And the next game is all important. Another victory here against EG will keep them in the running for it. As this end game score screen, 1 death on Jackie. Gonna be sad he didn't have the perfect game along with this FBZ Enigma, because they both had spectacular performances. And even Yopaj, 12, 2, and 10. They did very well against that Abed Invoker in the lane.
You know, outside of, I think, a few deaths here and there, but that's just natural playing against Pudge. I think we saw moments where you can kind of get the idea behind the EG draft, but I don't really think the idea was to play around these like high grounds with Meathook. They wanted to be the ones like playing super aggressive, pushing forward, but we didn't really see the kind of aggression out of the Pudge and the Primal Beast that I was expecting. Maybe the Primal Beast at times, it felt like a lot of the time Arteezy was kind of being forced to just play catch up and couldn't really actually, be the big playmaker that EG needed him to be.
Yeah, and then that knock-on effect, now having to use a swap aggressively meant that FBZ had the freest time to land his black holes. But Jackie, our match MVP there, really, really dominant performance from that Bristleback, who's honestly a hero that we don't see that much nowadays. Thinking back like a year ago, he was the carry. He was the hero you pick. Now it feels much more of a last pick. Hey, a little bit of gotcha.
Yep. It fit this game perfectly, and great to see that Boom. I think I criticized them the other day for like first phasing like some like Mars Willow and stuff. I think this is a better way to pick stuff that's a bit out of meta. Like you wait till later on in the draft and be like, okay, Bristol's not a big hero right now, but this is a good Bristle game. Let's pick it up. They banned out all these other carries. They don't have the damage to kill it. Just solid drafting coming out of Boom.
Well, we'll find out if they can keep that going, as they need this next game to be a victory for themselves. Eyes off of that Sonics versus Gaming Gladiators series for a little bit, and eyes on Boom's performance here as we'll take a quick break and return with game number 2.
our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
It's time for Boom to unleash their final form in their last game of the group stage here, and they need it. Gods up against EG, they just took game one, a little reliant on some of these other series results, but so far, so good for Boom.
Yeah, so far they're still just barely alive. For those of you just tuning in, Boom have to win this game, and they have to have Sonics lose their game number 2 that they're currently playing over on one of the other streams against Gaming Gladiators. So if those two things happen, Boom will find themselves in tiebreakers to stay alive at TI. So it's, it's not winning game 2 against EG is probably the hardest part of that, but, there's at least like a 15 to 20% chance, I feel like, of this happening. Having won game 1, Boom have got to be feeling like, we can maybe do this. Let's just play our heart out here in game number 2.
Yeah, keep that same rhythm going. I don't think they made any serious mistakes or anything. It was a very, very free-flowing game from Boom, making all the right choices. As EG maybe testing something a little newer, or like you said, giving a chance for Arteezy to maybe expand his hero pool and give Pudge a go again. That Primal Beast Pudge opener not working out against that Bristleback and Lesh, which offered so much damage from Boom. Maybe a change up here required from EG.
Yeah, I think a good chance we see Arteezy playing one of more of his classic carry heroes, even if it is more like a tempo hero. We've been seeing a lot of these EG drafts playing fast, but just the one other game he played on the Pudge, it was a win before this game just now, but I think for EG, they're probably talking about having something a bit more balanced, where they're not all in on this mid invoker to kind of carry them through the mid to late game.
Yeah, time for the Broods, the Naga Sirens, something like that from EG. Get them that lane dominance and map control, I think, more importantly, as we've seen the level of competition here at TI has been incredibly high. We've got incredible drafters, incredible players, but I think the overall understanding of how to move across the map, there's no big difference between some of these teams. Everyone making these mirror moves and making sure that they've got control over some portion of the map to keep themselves farming.
Just feels like everyone's gotten so good and knows how to play based on the state of the game. Like we saw EG, even though they lost that game, as they were losing, they, when they were up against the Aegis, they knew exactly what moves to make. At the same time, Boom also knew what EG were doing, and we're trying to counterplay it. So just, great to see some overall good Dota from both teams. There's a bit of a repeat draft, a big switch up being EG's second pick. I mentioned I don't think they'll go back for the Pudge. Instead, they just go double support with their, not double support plus the Primal Beast with their opener.
Yeah, a little curious why the Maiden over like a Venge here, as Venge has been one of these responses to Enigma that's worked out very nicely for teams like Liquid, as an example. And now the Pudge ban, in fact, from Boom, taking that out of the picture. But Crystal Maiden gives you so much damage in the laning phase here. Maybe this is the hero they're going to use to kill off Eidolons and make sure Enigma has a poor laning stage.
Yeah, I think the kill threat is just so nice. And like you say, being able to kill Eidolons just kind of negates the denies that Enigma's getting. Like if you kill 2 Eidolons, you've made up for the creep that's been denied. Even killing one like comes close to making up for it. So good hero to do that. And then yeah, once you hit level 2, I also got CMs. You want these kill lanes. You want to pick a carry that kind of combos with the CM. There's so many out there, but don't pick something that just wants to kind of passively farm the lane.
Yeah, no TB, please.
I think the one I'm kind of okay with is the Naga. I think if it's a good Naga game, you're just like, well, it's not the dream partner for CM, but Naga's just like, you feel good about having a Naga.
Now, I kind of want EG to maybe even think about this sniper as well. A hero that has been utilized against the Enigma to hide in the fog, not get caught. He's your primary carry in a lot of these matches, and even move him into the mid lane to get him out of the Enigma lane as an option. I'm not sure EG have really been utilizing that. A lot of these other teams, again, Liquid look so hot. This has been one of their tools to deal with the Enigma, looking outside of the straight lane v lane matchups.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of Black Hole cancel they get this game. Silence is still in the pool, but they've already got their 5, so what's Crit's job's going to be? I think Crit's probably feeling like last game playing the Venge, you know, it wasn't really like his kind of hero. He's much more the kind of run around, make plays, and kind of, you know, gank everywhere, like wants to be playing the Earth Spirits, the Tusks and things, so I do think we'll see a different brand of 4 positions coming out here in game number 2. You can already see Boom banning out Shaker almost, you know, they understand what kind of heroes Crit wants to play. They're not banning the Venge, even though it is an Enigma counter.
Yeah, I was kind of curious. Just did a quick little look across EG's drafting. They've not picked Sniper through the group stage. They've actually not played Sniper for 4 months. It was ESL Genting the last time they played Sniper in the safe lane. So yeah, it looks like not something they've really pulled out. But yeah, looking at all these other games, it's there as a possibility. But Boom opting to remove out some of these POS 4s. Earthshaker gone. And EG, Yopaj focus very heavily here. Lesh, Ember Spirit, 2 of his key heroes.
Yeah. Make his life hard, take away some of these playmakers. It does feel like, you know, in the past, Lesh was a big hero, but at this TI, Lesh has been, I think, Yopaj's bread and butter. And even the Storm getting banned here. I mean, if there's a guy who kind of has an idea of Yopaj's hero pool, Abed, you know, an SEA mid laner himself, hasn't played in the region for quite some time, but, you know, goes back every now and then, and he follows the scene, so he's probably wanting to kind of redeem himself for what happened last game a bit, considering, you know, the rivalry he's going to have between himself and the other SEA players.
Give me a better matchup, please.
5 seconds remaining.
Let me defeat Yopaj in the straight 1v1.
Boom Esports.
Boom. There we go. Silencer gone. So only really leaving the Venge in the pool. And, you know, Venge Maiden, not the best of support duos. Yeah, you kind of want Crit to be on one of these Earth Spirit Tusk style heroes. We'll see what they opt for as Disruptor. Going to add another bit of control there against this Primal Beast. We've seen him used very nicely against him with the Glimpse to stop the initiation from the Onslaught. Kinetic Field's good against the Trample. And on top of an Enigma Black Hole, you've got massive team fight here for Boom.
Yeah, this is, you know, kind of gearing up, I think, to pick up a bit of where they left off last game with the, you know, we've got this unkillable Bristle in the front lines and then this big team fight to back him up with the Enigma. They double down, they get the Disruptor to go with it, and now the question is, what's EG going to get? Naga-san, they're not messing around. They say the fun ends here. We are picking Naga, but then the fun comes back. Crit's getting to play Rubik. So, you know, you get a bit of the snooze fest with a bit of the hype fest.
Oh, man. If he steals Black Hole here, they got Song into Black Hole.
Nice.
Oh, man. That's some spooky stuff.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep. I like the Rubik here. I think sometimes teams like snap pick the Rubik too early against Enigma, but I think this is a good spot to pick it. You've got a good lane with the Primal Beast. You know, you've got this Naga Siren already, so you've got a core that can kind of, you know, give you a strategy to play around. Now all EG really needs, I feel like, is that mid lane playmaker that can play around the Primal Beast. Naga's going to be doing her thing, farming enemy jungle, cutting waves, just pressuring the map and giving you vision. Who's going to use that vision to kind of initiate and make plays? Primal Beast, yeah, sure, you can, but I think you want that, like, Abed, Puck type hero, Spirit hero, that's going to really capitalize from all the space and pressure that Naga Siren puts on the map.
Feels like that might be a difficulty, though, with 2 bans left for Boom, and maybe even the ability here to pick their mid laner for Yopaj. They can, like, you know, Ember, Storm, Lesh, all gone. You can ban out the Puck and the Void Spirit. Maybe you, like, if Boom grab Queen of Pain here as their mid laner, that's going to be, like, a good lane dominator, and knowing that Evil Geniuses don't have any real good lane matchups, but they decide, why fix what isn't broken? Bristle back again.
Yeah. I mean, it's a mix of, like, it is good this game again. I don't think they're going to have as easy a time kind of like 5-man death bowling down these lanes when there's a Naga cutting waves. But, you know, it also speaks to the kind of the current state of Boom Esports. Like, they're struggling to find wins. As soon as they find a win, they're going to double down on what works. So they're more than happy to play more or less the same draft because they're struggling to find a way to put together wins without it. And we'll see what EG do in response to this as far as their mid lane goes. I don't think you need to, like, look to hard counter the Bristle, but with Naga Primal Beast, you definitely need a mid laner that, similar to last game with the Invoker, has some serious damage output.
Yeah, I was watching the player cams when that Bristle bag got picked. It looked like Fly was going, wait, they're really picking it now? They're not leaving it till later on? We wanted to ban it. Arteezy looked very unimpressed. The Bristleback was left in the pool and comes out there in 4th place for Boom. We'll See what they decide to do with a couple of bans left. A bit more target onto Yopaj, but like if you ban more mid heroes, that means the pool's limited for Abed as well.
Yeah.
You're banning your own hero pool.
Yep. Does put you in a bit of a weird situation in some ways, because I do think both teams are looking for a similar style of mid. I mean, Boom especially need a playmaker. Like they've got Enigma offlaner. Like that's why Pengo's being banned out here. They need somebody. I mean, that's just Yopaj too. Like he wants to be the guy starting these fights. He's got the Marcy there, so it doesn't have to be like Blink stun type hero necessarily, but he wants to dish out damage and be charging forward and taking advantage of what Bristleback does in a team fight.
Yeah, I kind of want to see their Tiny again. You know, if they leave the puck in the pool here, I think they're going to be angling towards Tiny, and that Batrider ban also indicating a melee mid laner here for Boom. One last removal from EG is going to be the Zeus.
Okay. Not sure. I don't love the Zeus on Boomstrap, but it is one of the best heroes to address the Naga Siren. With the Ember already banned, I think Ember would have been like the best of everything that's kind of in Dota right now as far as playing into this EG draft, but we'll see what it's going to be instead. So Void Spirit's still in the pool, Puck's still in the pool. Those are kind of the two I see that stand out the most, I think.
DP, is she a hero that we can go to?
For Boom or EG?
For Boom. Yeah, I mean primarily Boom, but
I don't love it. I just think it's like you're all in on this idea of pushing.
oh,
That's a nice.
oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, they did not see this coming. They're, they kind of. I mean, they were banning out offlaners with the Batrider. Well, offlaner slash mid with Bat and Timber, but Viper. There's your break. Bristle can of course go into a BKB, but see how Boom take advantage of this. Usually, you think Viper and like easy to gank and squishy, but who's their ganking hero?
And is this an offlaner or is this the mid Viper? I guess they've still got options to move Primal Beast around, don't they?
Yeah, I think it'll depend on the matchups, assuming both Abed as well as Nightfall both feel confident on Primal Beast as well as Viper. They go Kunkka. Okay. There's your catch. There's your playmaking. It's another big team fight here. And this is a hero that I think can punish the Viper a little bit. I think when I see Viper, I just think you want a way to rotate to Viper's lane. Like, he's going to have a good lane, but then around that kind of minute 10 stage or around power runes, you just want to go and, this Viper should die, to me, 2 or 3 times in the first 15 minutes of the game. That's like a typical way of dealing with Viper.
Yeah, sure is. I mean, maybe even start with a tri lane, right? We've seen that a fair amount against these Venos and Vipers, where you put your position 4 into that lane, kill off the enemy offlaner a couple of times. See what they do here. As Boom, they need this win to stay in TI, grabbing the Yopaj Kunkka to add even more team fight to their Enigma Disruptor and the Marcy. Allow this Jackie Boy Bristleback a little more room to maneuver in the fights. Very beautiful.
Yeah, I think fun to kind of go into a game too, and I feel like the adjustments EG's made have been good. I kind of, it's gonna be interesting to see with Boom doubling down on Bristle Enigma if it's gonna be enough. I think the Naga pick is what's gonna cause the most problems, and is the adjustment that EG have made that to some extent hasn't really gone addressed by Boom. The Kunkka is not really enough to stop what the Naga's gonna do when it comes to split pushing the map.
I mean, this feels like one of those games where we're going to have lane swaps. You want to try and put your Enigma against the Viper and maybe lane your Bristleback plus Disruptor into this Naga Maiden. We'll see what they do though. It's gonna be a messy one though, with Boom having such high tempo coming out from the laning phase breakdown, right? 10-15 minutes in, they're gonna be running around trying to cast all their ultis, catch with the X mark, the rebound, a glimpse. Whereas EG, they need a little more time for Naga to build up her items. A little worried about them heading into these, big clashes of 5v5. But the mid Primal Beast, such a pivotal hero in terms of coming out of the mid lane, maybe with an active rune to gank into the side lanes and really match the tempo of Boom here.
Yeah, this mid lane is going to be what I have my eyes on, I think, the closest, just because melee versus melee, but 2 heroes that are going to be harassing a lot. I feel like both Primal Beast and Kunkka are going to be constantly low health. Any kind of support rotation is going to be able to have a big impact on that lane. And then the side lanes, you've got heroes like
All right, it's time to get into things. Game 2. Boom needing this win. And Evil Geniuses have still a lot of pride to play for. They'd only dropped 2 games until this point. A third one now against Boom, of course. But wanting every win they can possibly get here in the group stage of TI. Smoking up as 5. Going to try head into that bottom jungle. It seems like Boom going to make a similar move to last game, just sitting around that mid lane, try and guard your tier 1 and the vision spots that you want to utilize.
Yeah, Naga always pretty good for these early moves. Or always see these Naga illusions just being sent out, scout out where the opponents are. And you talk about maybe, you know, Boom may want to have some lane swaps. They perhaps want to send the Bristle against the Naga, but it's EG who have the better ways to scout out these lanes. They've already got a deep ward down bottom. At the same time, Boom do have a lane ward in the bottom lane as well. So it does seem like both teams are really trying to emphasize scouting out what the enemy are doing with their lanes.
Yeah, a little sneaky move by Arbad there as well. And he's like trying to scout the enemy obs ward, places one right in front of their tower, just outside of range. Not going to scout out the Radiant ward. And nobody really seeing each other apart from this. Yeah, Bristleback under the Dire Vision bottom. As Crit looks to try and steal the rune, but realizing Tims has arrived, actually gives an opportunity for Boom to do some good damage to this position 4 already. Can they kill Crit? He's not leveled anything up yet. Fade bot level 1. He doesn't want to level telekinesis, so he's just going to die as first blood, it looks like. Quill Spray stack up enough, and Jackie gets it.
All right. Great shot for Boom. That's going to be his Vanguard just coming up that little bit faster, and that's a really kind of scary proposition as Boom are swapping their lanes. They show the Bristle down bottom. They're swapping lanes, but EG see this. They've got that Dire Ward in the bottom jungle, so they're going to know these lanes are being swapped. I'm curious to see. Yeah, they're matching it. They're sending the Viper up top now, mirroring these rotations.
FBZ, I can see him stutter stepping, kind of considering, do I stay in jungle? I don't see the lanes. I want to stay here a little bit longer.
Jackie's coming back bottom. They scouted Arteezy, and he's like, oh, there's the Naga. Got to head back bottom. It's FBZ and Jackie versus Arteezy in the jungle. 2v1. These are all core heroes.
Oh, ridiculous scenes.
And Fly versus Tim's 1v1 in the bottom lane. Happy times for these supports.
Oh, yeah. 3 last hits on Fly already. Tim's at 2 and 1. Gonna get their early levels as Eidolons come out from FBZ. He's not gonna jungle. He's gonna keep trying to walk up to that top lane where Skem has got himself level 2, but yeah, Nightfall and Crit both making sure that he can't get near the creep wave anymore.
Yeah, and it's kind of nice for Boom that they've got this lane they want with the Bristle versus Naga, and if Naga's not going to go to a lane, Jackie's just found her. He's just going to lock onto him. Like, you can't jungle. Jackie's willing to sacrifice his game to stop Arteezy having a good start, because Naga's the hero that's going to beat them. So as long as you keep, Jackie playing around this Naga Siren, it's sad times for Arteezy. He's lost. He's just in the jungle wandering around.
Yeah, I know that this is like the efficient play, or the maybe not efficient, but the optimal play. You're trying to get the lane matchups you want, but it's still just bloody funny watching these core heroes, under tier 1, just
Bottom
trying
lane
to swap
again.
lanes. They do catch Fly's maid, and Tims and Jackie now in the lane that they really want to set up for themselves, looking for the second kill of the match here for Boom as they take down Fly.
Yep. They get the Bristle lane. I think they finally decide, okay, enough's enough. Arteezy's being messed with it quite a bit. It does look like Arteezy's going to get that lane against Enigma. Curious to see if Viper TP's bottom, because here's the situation. Like, if he does go for some kind of a TP, you put yourself in a tough spot.
I thought Arteezy might die there, but then I realized Enigma's still level 1. Like, oh, Malefice is going to come. It's 3 minutes in. No.
And it's a situation where, like, this is the lane Arteezy wants, but up against, Enigma now with the denies plus Disruptor level 3, they can still put some pressure on him. Disruptor's got level 2 Glimpse and the level 1 Thunderstrike, so a lot of damage can come out there. For now, Skem just going to stack some camps, set up for the Bristleback's comeback, and that's something Naga can't really do to catch up, is farm jungle stacks. So Boom don't mind that the Bristle has a slow start when they have such a good way to get back in the game.
I mean, the funniest part about this for me is you said you wanted to keep a close eye on the mid lane, and we've done nothing to watch mid lane.
Yeah, it's true. What's happening there? It's boring. They're just hidden creeps,
Yeah.
I take back what I said.
Yeah, we've got all these lane swaps. Way more entertaining. So Nightfall has walked bottom, a long journey, migrating down here, as I think Skem has just TP'd here as well.
They're going to kill this Viper. This Viper is pretty sad, actually.
Glimpse, rebound, onto Nightfall. Now he TPs back towards his tier 1, but the dispose! Tims, right on time, catches Nightfall, and a killing spree for Jackie. All 3 kills for your Bristleback. A huge start to the game here for Boom.
Yeah. And this is why Boom didn't mind eventually giving EG the lanes they want, because their supports are using these levels really effectively. Suddenly you've got Viper playing the lane he wants, but against a level 3, now level 4 Marcy and a Disruptor, they're getting picked off one by one. Level 2 Glimpse has found another kill on Crystal Maiden. They're
Yeah,
just
they've got-
farming EG heroes.
So much gap close. Displacement, rebound, glimpse. You see a hero, you catch him, you kill him. Jackie now 4-0 on this Bristleback. I mean, Vanguard is basically done.
Easy in trouble though. Gets one last deny up, but should be going down here, and they get the kill for Arteezy. That's a nice counterplay for EG. They have to be punishing this Enigma. He's been left alone. They're going tri-lane down bottom to keep trying to get these kills and make sure that this Viper doesn't have a game, since he's the hero that counters their Bristle, so to speak. But so far, so good for Boom.
Yeah, and I was talking about tri-laning the Viper. Usually we have it, at level 1, maybe you stick around for a second kill. But they're here 5 minutes in, still tri-laning until now, where Tims will TP top, trying to combat EG's tri-lane as they brought Maiden and Rubik under this tier 1 top lane. Tims with a rebound will catch out Crit though. Telekinesis buying a bit of space, and he's salving up behind the tree line. Crit's fine, and they kill FBZ instead. Turning with a Frostbite now onto Tims, and Marcy shredded by the Naga Siren.
Yeah, I think they were maybe hoping or thinking that Skem could TP in as well, but because he TP'd bottom and he hasn't died, he doesn't have a teleport scroll. Buying TPs as supports, it's like, it doesn't feel good. They're expensive. And if he has a TP there, they get 1, maybe 2 kills up top for Boom, but probably communicated by EG, if they're clicking in a vision of Disruptor, they know that's a 3v2 dive with Naga Illusions that's very safe for them to make.
Radiant's
It
top
sure
tower
is.
under attack.
Yopaj, what's he up to? Level 6?
What's the play here? He's got
Dire's
the ghost ship. It looks like he may just be abandoning mid lane, and he may just choose to chase Naga around the map. Like, you could give this mid lane to Enigma, I suppose, but
Radiant's middle
it does seem
tower
like for now he
under
just
attack.
comes top, pushes a wave, and maybe headed back mid.
Yeah, I mean, he was starting to take a big lead in that mid lane, and he was 40-6 over like 30-1 of Abed. And just making sure that catapult top doesn't do too much damage to your tier 1.
And they've scouted out the EG Observer Ward. They ping it. They know it's there because he ran at the Rubik, who then kind of ran away, so should be an easy deal.
Nightfall getting a bit of room bottom as well. Still level 3, about to hit 4. Viper nowhere near a counter to this Bristleback yet. Needs plenty more out of this laning stage.
Bristle has Vanguard coming out, so you don't really care about what the Viper does to you anymore. Any kind of support rotation poses a threat on his life as well, but for now the support's killing off Fly's Crystal Maiden with Yopaj's help, so another kill going Boom's way.
And another D-Ward. Removing this EG vision so they can't play forward into the jungle areas. And looks like Tim's going to get the D-Ward up top. Like you said, they knew it was there. Building up a few stacks here for the Kunkka or the Bristle early on. You've got options for both of your really heavy-hitting cores. Both very adept at killing off ancient stacks, even early on.
Something they did well last game. Would like to see a few more stacks. They had the Disruptor kind of go for the stacks earlier on, but they haven't really fallen back in quite some time. Naga Illusion's playing around that Radiant Triangle, just trying to mess with some of these jungle camps and maybe stop the stacks from happening.
Kill off a few Eidolons in the process. We're still yet to see Abed really make a move yet, though. From this mid lane, he's 7.5 on the Primal Beast. Definitely a hero that can get involved in these early engagements towards the side lanes, but sitting pretty in the mid lane so far, Abed. Until Yopaj and Tims come in, but I don't think they can kill him with just the 2 of them.
8 minute rune, both supports are making their move.
The Torrent not landing,
DD.
and a DD rune. Yopaj bottles it. Scam with a kinetic field, trying to keep Abed back. They've got this X-Mark boat play as well from Yopaj to get on top of Abed's Primal Beast. Do they have the damage though? Because the trample, it is bullying down these Boom heroes. Rebound misses in from Tims, disposed across, and Yopaj, well, he's surviving thanks to the Coco's rum. But Abed salving now, and EG still in a position where they can continue fighting.
They're so low, but this Kunkka, he salves up, but he then loses the salve because of the rum wearing off, so should have needed to wait since that entire salve was effectively wasted, and doesn't look like Boom can stick around for too much longer. They get another salve out. Kunkka gonna just X himself back to base, come back in. They're ready to now fight this one. EG have to be a little bit careful.
under attack.
And there's this warding battle between Skem and Fly. It's getting real intense. So there's observers dropping all over the place. Limited vision for both teams down in this bottom portion of the map, but they're going to find Fly. They should have enough damage here, especially if this Torrent lands, which it does from Yopaj. A glimpse back on the beast stops the initiation of Abed. So Skem looks like he's going to get away from the grasps of the Primal Beast. While top lane, EG, they are responding, knowing that Jackie's a little isolated here. Breaking and ensnaring, catching out the Bristleback. But do they have the damage to fully finish him off? This Lance of Pursuit doing a pretty good job backstabbing into the Bristleback. And Jackie, a few more hits until he dies. No more one charges. So a big streak there for Nightfall, in fact, to take.
Just barely enough damage there. Nightfall had to back off because one more kill was going to finish him off. They thought they had Rubik TPing in, but in the bottom side of the map, Rubik got caught out by the X as he was TPing top to help with that kill. So Boom find a Rubik kill, but the Bristle going down is the big one. He was on a dominating streak as well. And most importantly, it's just freed up this top lane for Arteezy to farm the jungle, farm the lanes, and really catch up. He was a bit behind both Kunkka as well as Bristleback, and that gap is quickly closing with kills like that.
Yeah, I think they don't even get the kill if this neutral item on Arteezy is different. Lance of Pursuit really helping out there with the hound, the backstab damage.
Even, you know, you'd think it's kind of bad against Bristle because you don't want to be hitting him from behind, but it's still extra damage, and just the 2 points in the Bristleback means that extra bit of damage pays off big time.
Radiant are scanning.
And a smoke from Boom. But there's nobody here, nobody defending tier 1.
Love to found Arteezy, but he's jungling it up and way too low in health to be playing around this area of the map. He even puts a very defensive ward to kind of protect himself in that top jungle.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, nice to see carry players bringing wards to themselves to place. He'll head down bottom now, though. 3 members from EG kind of angling towards FBZ's Enigma, who's had a really rough game, it looks like. Net worth-wise, down in the dumps.
Yeah, that's a concern, I think, for Boom. Their other 2 cores were set up to succeed, but this Enigma is still a key part of what they want to do.
FBZ,
They want to fight bottom.
they're coming forward. They've got Black Hole ready. And Abed, he's already spent his Onslaught and Trample. So with the Unleash from Tims and Yopaj's control, they catch out Abed's Primal Beast. It felt like EG were going to full-on dive there, but nobody follows through on Abed. Now with the glimpse, they found Fly as well. A bonus kill on top of it. Defending tier 1, getting 2 takedowns, and Yopaj with a double kill.
Very nicely done. You've got to take the most out of the map when you're, up against this Naga Siren. You do feel like you're on a bit of a timer, and if Naga's farming somewhere, you have to be making these plays. I think the next big thing for Boom is going to be trying to start pressuring some of these objectives. Bristleback maybe want to farm these stacks up first, and with the kills they just got, these Ancients are pretty much uncontested. A ton of farm going Jackie's way here.
That's huge. Yeah, pushing him closer and closer to Ags. He's going to be about halfway there with this money being grabbed up. And that whole fight bottom was without Black Hole, so it feels like FBZ is still pretty comfortable just to stay down there. Shove back against the Viper. Being a real nuisance for EG.
Still a little concerning that he is this underfarmed. Definitely a hero that, you want to hit these team fight item timings like around and try and push the tempo with a Wraith Pack, but here come EG smoking down bottom. They're going to see Skem. Should be a free kill for them.
Yeah, quick and easy. Even using the Viper Strike to make sure he dies.
Stolen Glimpse, pretty good spell to get, level 3 as well, so
Ooh.
that's something Crick can get some serious value out of.
Yeah, even just cancelling a Black Hole at this point. And a
Scout
dive
FBZ.
again. Round 2 from Abed. Under the tier 1, but this time, where are the TPs from Boom? They start to come through in the Black Hole.
Great hole.
It catches the Beast and the Rubik, so no Glimpse play there. And FBZ set up yet again under this tier 1 is an absolute nuisance. EG trying to dive him and get him out of this little hole he's made for himself, but Nightfall on the run as Tims, he's getting towards the Viper, just needs a rebound in 2 seconds time. Torrent to try and catch out the Viper, and they've got the stuns they need. Dispose Nightfall back in towards the Kunkka, drag him into the boat, and crash down on the Viper.
So impressed. FBZ playing around the trees and the fog so well. He knows he's being dove there. He calls for the rotation, probably telling his team, like, I'm going to hit this great Black Hole. This Primal Beast has no way to cancel as long as I catch him, and the 2-man Black Hole sets up Boom to now take this tier 1 tower, and then now I talked about they want to turn these kills into objectives, and that's exactly what's happening down this bottom lane.
Has fallen.
What's next for them? Like, can they go mid? Or is this now about securing farm, keeping your bristleback, in Ancients and farming there?
I think continuing to accelerate, they're going for a bit more of a stack here. The mid-tier 1 towers, something they're going to be eyeing off, perhaps more around their next black hole timing, or at least Ghost Ship. But it's time to keep making smoke plays, perhaps. Aghanims for Bristle's a big power spike for them. And just, keeping EG on the back foot. You want to push them out of their jungle and just not give them this, efficient defensive farm that really plays into the Naga's hands.
Everything's offset because of the laning stage. We usually be looking at a little more net worth across some of these core heroes. And Naga Siren's Manta style, a little delayed compared to where we usually see it. So it doesn't have the full control of cutting the waves and manipulating the map as Arteezy would want to. But EG will come back down bottom.
There's a smoke coming their way. BKB Kunkka smoked up with the Marcy, who's level 9, by the way. Holy cow. They see Arteezy.
Do they want to go deeper? They don't have any vision up on that high ground, but Crit has walked straight into them. And Rubik down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let them clear out this bottom side of the map in the jungle, and they're just being very efficient on the Boom side, doing this with just the 2 heroes, while Bristle continues to farm top. Skem's doing some stacking up there as well, so just dividing their resources so then they're not over-committing to get kills. It never feels good to be 4 or 5 men smoking, killing 1 hero while multiple enemy cores are farming. Trap for Scam.
Yeah, he's pulled across into the large camp, but the trample damage quickly removing the disruptor from that top lane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And Evil Geniuses, that's 3 heroes that came up top to kill off a support. A little room for Naga Siren. You see all these pink markers across the map. Illusions spreading out and scouting, getting additional farm for Arteezy.
The big test will be coming their way around now with the Bristleback having his Ag Scepter coming on Courier.
Well, they steal the boat, and they've got a good song here to defend Fly. EG, they don't want to keep fighting, though, as the glimpse comes in.
Oh, no.
Kinetic Field going to trap Arteezy, and Jackie, he's arrived. The big tanky boy is going to batter into the Naga Siren. Another drag back with the X-Mark into Torrent, and Arteezy's down.
Enigma. One more Riptide. Oh, no. Oh, the Naga illusion does go down, but killing Arteezy there, they'll be happy with the outcome nonetheless as Boom find these kills between the Disruptor and the Kunkka. There's just so much reach. Being able to catch all these fleeing heroes, they've got great ways to actually negate these song escapes. Disruptor in the past was often picked against Naga because you can't just song TP out when there's this glimpse that outranges the sleep AoE. So really heads up call from Boom here to make some of these moves and kill Arteezy and now pressure this mid lane.
Yeah, got a good amount of damage on it until Arteezy comes back in there, clears out the creep wave. And next step for Boom, they're still pairing up these heroes with Tims and Yopaj together. They offer kill threat no matter where they go. As Abed pulverizing creeps here, trying to onslaught away, but they've got the X-Mark again. The ability to drag people into the waiting arms of the Marcy, get the cleave off the Tidebringer, and Abed, even with the uproar, cannot withstand the damage the Boom are bringing.
It kind of doesn't look like Abed's playing that well, but just a very unexpected lane ward there that I don't think you don't expect to be scouted farming that big camp. He actually backed off away from the main Radiant jungle because he knew it wasn't a safe place to be. He's just like, okay, I'll just farm this one big camp, be right on the edge and back off. But the Boom vision has just been superb this game to continue to catch him. That's 1 and 3 on Abed's Primal Beast.
Yeah, it's been rough. And you're hitting all of the item timers here from Boom. Aghanim Scepter is up for Jackie, but he's quickly going into BKB. Radiance is queued up for Kunkka, and he's already got 2,500 gold saved up towards it. So they're going to have even more answers through itemization against the Naga, against the break from Viper, and keep fighting.
Going on Jackie up top, the Ensnare plus Nether Toxin.
Rooted, and oh wow, destroyed! The freezing field just clears through him. Flying, a little trapped here, but they'll get Crit back in that mid lane.
Boom are thinking about a fight up top. They've got both supports poised to maybe catch somebody with a glimpse, but EG have backed off for now.
Yeah, good D ward, getting rid of the lane ward. Abed with a BKB now. Much more difficult for Yopaj
again.
and Tims. Now He's got BKB,
bet.
right? He's going to be fine, surely.
Sure, I agree, surely, but a rebound stun into a torrent, ghost ship, there is potential for a chain stun. It's just very difficult to do it. Yeah, he will be fine.
I'm still building up FBZ's Enigma. Wraith Pack done. Heading into Blink next. Looking for that big team fight initiation. Because in this game, nothing really to stop him when he Blink BKB black holes you. Outside of maybe a crit steal.
Charge in mid. Yopaj does get caught by the pulverize.
Do they have the chain stuns to kill him, though? Looks like with his BKB up, the answer's no. Quickly swinging on towards Fly's Crystal Maiden.
Take the support kill and actually make their way into the Roshan pit. They want to force this fight. This is a risky call considering they just used Kunkka's BKB as well. And no Ghost Ship as well. They're being scanned out. But they're killing this so fast. And with Bristleback being as farmed as he is, EG are going to struggle to fight into it.
Yeah, there's no way for them to even get near the pit. Never mind fight there. And you've always got the threat of that FBZ black hole around the Roche pin as a fearful mechanism that OG couldn't walk into. Trying to get Arteezy up. He's got Manta Orchid now, and he's done a very good job cutting top, mid, bottom waves. He's on the enemy side of the river. This is a great place for the Naga to be in right now.
Just being able to cut these mid waves as well as bottom waves is just always so annoying. But Bristleback in mid lane hasn't Aegis, but it's the same thing we saw top. He just melts with the Nether Toxin plus Ensnare combo.
Yeah, didn't stand a chance. And that was crit with the rebound shard, tossing Arteezy forward. As Abed gets his BKB off, pulverizing into the Bristleback. It looks like he's going to go for the TP home, though. Troll!
Tried. Can't blame him for trying.
Nightfall. He'll be left stranded, though, by that TP home. And FBZ, I mean, seconds away from catching out that Primal Beast.
That was just a TP out in time. Abed narrowly escapes, and we will have to reset things a bit here. Probably Jackie's saying, like, I need this BKB before we try and take these fights. Probably asking for some, like, Force Staffs and utility items as well from his supports, but they just can't afford them.
They know there's no BKB on the Beast now, though. Get him dragged into the Static Storm, and Yopaj with that big hit, and the Unleash from Tims makes short work of him. But look down at bottom, Jackie ensnared. There's no Viper here, so no break. The Freezing Field's a good amount of damage, but Jackie turning his back every step of the way, stacking up Quill Sprays, still alive for now and surviving. The whip cracked on him to try and slow him down. The rebound in, Arteezy sent forward, gets the kill, but in comes the rest of Boom now. Crit trying to retreat. Arteezy the focal point, Song of the Siren. It's a reset button here for EG, but they want to continue. No,
it's gonna be close.
TP home.
Oh. The song lasting just long enough. With the X, he had to wait to TP. A good result in the end for EG, though, killing that Bristleback who just couldn't quite stay alive long enough. We'd seen how easily they kill him with the Viper. They did that without the Nether Toxin there.
Yeah, Fly's damage output is pretty significant.
Yeah.
There's 2,000 damage from the Naga, around 900 from the Fly Maiden.
Every scrap of damage was needed there, and Rubik using the rebound with the shard, not something you expect there. But being able to throw the Naga Siren in ended up actually securing the kill.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, we don't see this from Marcy herself. Very often it goes this like phase BKB scaling support hero. I mean, what else is there out there for Crit to get with his shard? Anything cool?
Thunderstrike, I guess, the shard?
Yeah, maybe.
Not bad. It's just level 1 Thunder. I mean, well, it doesn't matter what level it is. The shard buff is the same at all levels, so.
Yeah, I guess just having telekinesis to save people as well. Good option there for the Rubik, as Yopaj down to half HP immediately, and the chain stuns, they're perfect from EG.
Great aggressive move, just taking over this high ground, playing it around their ward, knowing that these Naga illusions will constantly pressure out these lanes, and eventually you'll find a pick off.
And you're slowing down the tempo.
Yeah. Just utilizing the strength of Naga Siren and what she does. You combo that with like this great pick off that the BKB Primal Beast brings to the table, and the Rubik does. It just makes life so difficult.
Yeah, knowing that Boom are in a little bit of a lull now, kind of waiting for Bristle's BKB to be up. He's 20 gold short of it. It will coincide with the respawn of the Kunkka, but that's going to be the most important period of the game, really, it feels like for Boom, is right now. Double BKB, Radiance on Kunkka. They should be ready to smoke out of this mid lane and go and make a play into that top jungle of EG.
Definitely, I feel like they need to deward this cliff first. They get the sentry down. Even smoking past wards often isn't enough, because if the other team has wards like around the place of the map where you want to farm and they don't see you, it's going to be very telegraphed any kind of smoke play just by knowing where your opponents are not farming on the map.
Boom. And readying themselves. Bristleback, he's shown on a Naga illusion.
They're going to find here. Crit's going to be the one playing kind of aggressive down this bottom lane, as is Abed, but he's got Blink BKB. They'd love to get Arteezy's Naga Siren if possible.
Oh, they were so close to finding him, but then Naga moves back behind the mid-tier 2. Abed's Primal Beast, the Blind Torrent, it catches onto him. And they've got the Black Hole as well, and FBZ happy to spend it, but the steal.
Can Crit get out? TP
He's
out?
TPing home. Okay, we've got to look for that in the future. Crit with his Ether Lens Black Hole is an absolute threat.
He's like, okay guys, I need my Blink Dagger now, but as far as cancels go, they have got Glimpse. That's pretty reliable if the instructions for Boom are, let's not use Glimpse offensively to find pickoffs. Maybe you just have to save it for a Black Hole, because outside of that, there's not really a reliable insta-cancel for Black Hole, so a big, big, dangerous spell in Crit's hands.
And we're still waiting another 2 minutes at the very least for Roshan, which it feels like Boom need on this Bristleback to give them a bit more leeway in the fight. And a dead even game in terms of net worth because of, oh, the Black Hole is there. They've caught out the Kunkka, but he gets out with his BKB now and turning onto Crit. Taking out the Rubik, while Arteezy, the BKB Naga Siren, running away from Tims and going for the TP home. Nothing to stop him from retreating from that, but a glimpse back will catch Abed. The Primal Beast has a BKB of his own, but he's already spent his onslaught. A lot of physical damage is coming his way. A Blink Dagger away, though, will get Abed the distance he needed. That's a lot of chasing and catching as they'll look for Fly now as well. Sentry's already on the floor, so disposed from Tims and gets the maiden kill. 2 supports down on EG's side as Boom rally around Jackie on this mid-tier 2.
This game's just a bloodbath. Boom just keep running at EG wherever they go. Doesn't matter like the state of this game. They're just like, we run at them. Top lane Abed, he's got no BKB and they're TPing up here to try and punish him, but it does look like he's going to get out A-OK, and Boom don't actually end up getting this mid-tier 2 tower in the end.
And they've got to retreat. Looking like Abed's going to go for that Aghanim Scepter like we saw in the previous game from Nightfall, so adding a secondary break there against the Bristleback. And Yopaj, what's he got? Assault Cuirass queued up, plate mail's there in his inventory. Very tanky Kunkka. Along with this Bristleback, 2 cores that can frontline, catch, and tank through the damage of EG.
This is a Naga game. You need all 3 of your cores to basically be itemizing and trying to scale as much as possible. It's going to drag out. You're not going to be able to end things. You don't have the best pushing heroes with your Bristleback carry, so you need everybody to be contributing when it comes to late game Dota. So Kunkka with AC, would like to see like, you know, Daedalus type items even later on, just going all out with right-click damage and tankiness, just to make sure that you've got as many cores as possible in the late game. Because, you know, heroes like Viper and Primal Beast can kind of fall off a bit when it gets to late game Dota.
I sure can. A pretty quick Roche spawn. EG prep in with their high ground wards. They see Boom. The battle of the D-wards begins, but it's a lift up, and Yopaj, he's still down on the low ground. Abed, the catch on him though, killing off the Kunkka. Couldn't BKB. Abed with a surprise initiation.
Just got too greedy there, trying to hold on to his BKB for a potential fight, and yeah.
And he's hasted, gets out of the Static Storm. Arteezy, he's in deep with his BKB, and the song will reset, catching out both Jackie and Tims. Can they get on top of them with a bit of control? Abed is lining up for it, forcing the BKBs. Now the kiting begins from EG. Roshan has just respawned, and you know there's no Enigma, no Kunkka for 30 seconds. Charging in for tier 2, Abed Very bold move. Putting fear at the forefront of the minds for Boom now.
That's never a happy sight for Boom fans when you're seeing your double BKBs being popped just to run the hell out of there. And EG going to be thrilled with this fast Roshan respawn. The Kunkka and Enigma respawning pretty quickly themselves, but without BKBs and without any kind of vision or control of the area, EG have easily taken this Roshan, secured themselves Aegis and Akshar.
Yeah, shard straight onto the Naga.
The biggest fan of this, but I think against all the AoE spread damage, it's actually better than a lot of games we've seen. Often you've seen supports taking shard over Nagas, but yeah, like against Midnight Pulse, against Quills, against the Kunkka, it's all this AoE spread damage over time, so the song giving some healing actually makes a lot more sense this game than most.
Yeah, keep all your heroes topped up. Especially if you can kite around these BKBs. Arteezy is scouted down bottom though, and he's all alone.
Is under attack.
Moving forward into the Radiant jungle now. Tims is going to catch him and snare. Arteezy glimpse back. He does have this Aegis, but no BKB anymore as it starts to wear out.
Trying to transition Tims into this semi-core as well with the Marcy being able to just jump in and kill somebody. But EG just seem to be able to disengage every time Boom try and make these plays with these BKBs. And for EG, this is a game that they're more than happy to see slow down a bit. There is that threat that this late game Enigma can get BKB up, has Aether Lens as well. We could get into Refresher territory, maybe even a Linken's against the Rubik. But that's something that EG will just have to try and play around with buybacks, Aegis, and positioning.
Yeah, I almost wish... No, I do. I wish FBZ went for a Hand to Midas this game. Knowing it's going to drag out. We've seen a couple of Enigmas have poor laning stages, get that Hand of Midas and recover very nicely. Get that bonus XP, keep yourself farming away. That would push us, and push us into tier 5 neutral item territory as well, which I've not seen yet this group stage. Still waiting for my one game of big items.
We've come so close. I feel like we had a 59-minute game, and I feel like we've had multiple, like 55 to 57, but no 60 yet.
Yeah, all those games contracted to Suns fan for the playoffs. He's the one that gets them every time. Boom gonna come out with a smoke though. 5 heroes strong. They know that they're still very powerful here, even though EG has the Aegis and a 5k lead. So many ways for Boom to start and continue team fights. And spotting Arteezy first, and seeing the Naga Siren there, forcing an early BKB is a good start. Primal Beast, he's in on top of Timmins, but the Naga just finds the Enigma. Arteezy rushes straight forward towards FBZ and aims for Tims now as Abed pulverizing into the poor Marcy, forcing buybacks out as the first life of Naga is finally down. Jackie has the BKB up. They'll turn onto the Naga with a boat. The Torrent catching out Arteezy. A huge kill for Boom if they can get it. And it looks like the Song of the Siren is going to stop them in their tracks. Arteezy's out of there. Oh, Boom. They spend so much and they don't even get the kill.
All the buybacks, the Enigma and the Marcy, and it's EG who get to walk away with smiles on their faces. FBZ had a black hole, he just can't go for it. You'll see him after the buyback positioning in the trees, but they do a great job finding him. Crit gets a telekinesis. The replay here, once again, they lose the Enigma and instantly buyback trying to force this fight, taking the one life, but EG just have too much firepower and fight around these BKBs oh so well. Just a truly tragic team fight in the end for Boom.
So unfortunate for them, but so
EG
good for
slipped up.
EG.
They want
Catching
more
out
action.
Yopaj with the Scythe of Vice on this Viper. They've got all the control in the world. Make sure they focus the Kunkka down before he can get anything off. And the freezing field onto Tims. 2 heroes dead for well over a minute now. And Boom being corralled back into their base by the evil geniuses. It is Naga Siren time. 33 minutes into this game, Arteezy, top of the net worth, ready to fight and seemingly unkillable at this point.
Stage of the game where you're Boom and you're thinking we just gotta play around maybe some of these high ground defenses, play around some of Enigma's late game BKB black hole timings. They've got the Philosopher's Stone currently on Disruptor. I always like to see that kind of passed over to this Enigma just to try to get that BKB up a little bit faster, but As it stands, it just feels like Boom have missed their window in the mid game, and all they can hope for is some kind of turtle up and stall things out as much as possible, because their cores are just not keeping up with Naga anymore. This Kunkka's kind of become food the last couple of fights. And it's a very concerning situation for them.
The map is no safe space for Boom anymore. Bottom lane on the tier 2, mid pushed in, top cut out. There's nowhere for them to go. I don't know, you got the option of chaining smokes together, try and find pickoffs, but with the way that bottom fight went, I think you're right. Boom just going to have to bide their time and wait for a miraculous moment out of FBZ.
This is it. It's do or die for Boom. This is their TI life on the line.
And EG are coming for them.
Yep. They want to seal the deal. Help their NA brethren Sonic stay in the tournament. I mean, they wouldn't be eliminated should EG lose, but it would be tiebreakers. And that's something I'm sure Sonics want to avoid.
Never a good place to be in. And Boom gonna hold their little high ground here near the Ancients. EG coming in from the south. But there again, the ones with options. They've got the choice of diving, pushing tier 2 mid, or just going for the easier option of the tier 2 bottom lane. As Abed cuts the wave and sets things up for his squad. Come in and look for that objective. Where is FBZ? What's the damage now? He's still about 1,000 away from it. A little more time required.
Got the lane to himself up top, can just use those Eidolons to kind of solo push things out. Naga Illusions will cause problems for him though, as you know EG is just not going to let any kind of lane pressure phase them. Naga's even TP top, thinking that maybe he can find this Enigma, but definitely not something that should happen.
All the way back to tier 3. FBZ did get scouted there. Naga Illusions, they were still lurking around in the Radiant base. Oh, TZ doing such a tremendous job at scouting out every step the Boom make. And always on the defensive as this net worth lead skyrockets now. So much more effective area of the map here for EG to farm. And Boom's going to smoke right on top of Crit. But it's not just the Rubik here, it is all 5 from EG ready to fight. Such a dangerous moment now.
No real incentive, I think, for Boom to smoke or move out on the map until they have this BKB on Enigma. There's still the potential black hole steal, but maybe that's where you just save something like Glimpse to cancel it immediately if possible. Just also so hard to take these fights because Naga Illusions keeping every single lane shoved in, but also just giving a tremendous amount of vision. You pair that vision with a BKB Primal Beast, who has Blink Dagger, with a Blink Aether Lens Rubik. The catch on EG, we've seen a few times, somebody just gets caught in, like, Yopaj especially on Kunkka, he doesn't get a chance to maybe BKB. You can kill these heroes pre-BKB if
and
you
just
get
100
the right
to 0.
initiation. Yeah.
Yeah, take them straight out. And that's the thing. Everything matters. Like every ward, every little bit of vision, every creep for Enigma, every big team fight ulti from Boom. Everything has to be perfect. Not a single bit of room for slip up here. And EG, Roshan alive, control of the Ancients area, and this is their spot to play from now.
And they understand that they've got complete map control, all the lanes are shoved. They can wait for this next Roshan, but instead they're going to go for a bit of a smoke up. Boom themselves, 5-man smoke, making a move out on the map. They see the creeps mid being cleared out by a smoked up Abed. Well, they don't see Abed, but they know somebody was there doing something. What can they find? They don't have vision.
Tims, does he see Abed? They see the Primal Beast, they jump, but he blinks away. EG, very quick, off the mark to run as Nightfall blinks out of the FBZ's Enigma. BKBs are up from him and Nightfall, and FBZ's chasing, wants the black hole, and he'll have to spend it, but the steal, where's the Rubik? Oh, silenced up, and they've got the double on Jackie. 3 down on the side of EG, and Boom. A little more breathing room for them.
Yeah, and I think this is how you have to approach these fights if you're FBZ. Accept your black hole is going to be stolen. I don't think you try and protect it. I think you just have to black hole the best core target you can find, and rely on your teammates to play around the Rubik stealing Black Hole. That's exactly what they do this fight. Rubik steals it, reveals his position, and Disrupt is there with the Static Storm on top of him to prevent any kind of counter initiation. And with 3 dead, Boom could make their way into this Roshan pit. They've got to keep these lanes pushed out, which is the constant struggle against Naga, but
It is.
it is a 5v2.
And Naga Siren not just cutting
no.
waves, going for kills with Abed's help. Tim's get off his BKB
He's
though.
turning it.
The Kunkka, low HP with no BKB ready. Tim songed up and Abed with a BKB TP. EG extricate themselves from the situation, but it's still that issue where Boom are not allowed to do anything on the map. Everyone from EG is now respawning.
Yeah, and it's just too much time taken to push out these lanes that with EG all alive, you're not getting Roshan yourself, nor do they really want to risk it. They want to play around this Black Hole cooldown. I almost want to say FBZ should just go Refresher here. He's got Aether Lens and Lincoln's queued up, but we'll see how this game progresses. He doesn't have to commit to any kind of item pickup quite yet, but it does look like he wants this Aether Lens at least for now.
Wait out the Black Hole. Just keep on waiting, Boom. Evil geniuses. They're back. Under an Observer Ward. Knowing how important this next Roshan is.
Both teams playing with limited vision here.
Yeah, this war between Scam and Fly from the very get-go. So many sentries. Now a gem. And what's that a steal on? Is it rebound? It's a rebound for the Rubik.
With the shot, we've seen before. Can use this as a save as well. The Boom have pushed EG away from the Roche pit. Whether or not they can go in is another question. The fact I'm a bit surprised the EG playing so conservatively considering Black Hole is down. If anything, I feel like this is where they can force some fights, and they are going to smoke up now. Going back to the fact that they are the ones who should be the aggressors with Black Hole on cooldown.
Who's their first point of contact going to be, though? Every buyback matters right now as they glimpse across the Naga. Nice Manta and Abed. He's into the back lines. Tims gets off his BKB, but FBZ has no Black Hole. Abed looking to run away as this Song of the Siren was attempting to kite the BKBs, but they're losing Nightfall's Viper. Jackie and Scam, they're in on top of him, but he TP's home. The last remnants of the Song, allowing the escape. Arteezy on the run, trying to flicker away, but glimpsed and held in
Arteezy
place.
in trouble.
Arteezy is stuck here outside the Roche pit, and Jackie is making short work of him, but the Satanic, they're healing. Arteezy saved up by Abed now. The Black Hole from FPZ, though, catching out the Naga and the Primal Beast, sucking them back into the damage of Jackie. Freezing Field from Fly, gonna zone away Yopaj, but Jackie's onto Nightfall now, shredding through the Viper as Fly tries to hold his ground, but EG lose 3 big cores. Only 2 supports remaining. And boom, they've done it. They've cracked the back of this game. 4 heroes down and the 5th ones are coming. Crit, the final one to fall. And no buybacks here for EG with an ultra for Jackie. Roshan belongs to them.
Holy shit, they're doing it! How they're winning these late game fights against Naga, against the illusions all over the place. The Jackie Bristle, we talk about Bristle being this mid-game tempo carry. Jackie says, no, just wait, guys. I've got the late game. With an MKB pickup, he now hits level 25 as well. He's hidden like a truck. Nobody can hold their own with this Bristle on top of them. As long as he doesn't get bursted down during some kind of like nether toxin and uses his BKB well, he was crushing that team fight, doing 11,000 damage. Absolutely insane stuff.
Incredible. Oh my goodness.
And Sonic's got 0-2, so if they win this game, they're in a tiebreaker. This is it. BetBoom also, I think, still playing their game too, so it could be either a 2 or a 3-way tie. Boom don't know that result. All they know is they've got a 2-0 here. This Boom are still in TI. SCA Dota, we're not dead yet.
It's all still alive. It's on the line here, though. Let's see what they can do with this Aegis. Claiming a tier 2 mid, going up the top now. The tempo picking up again for Boom after a bit of a waiting period for this FBZ Blink BKB. But now he's got it. He's shown off how much of a threat he can be. 50 more seconds for Aegis. For the Black Hole on the Enigma. And that's going to be Boom just waiting and holding on to a little bit of terrain here in the northern part of the map. It looks like they want to make a smoke move down bottom, though. Get all of these tier 2s and make sure that Naga Siren doesn't have free reign in terms of map control.
Playing things nice and safe, particularly the Black Hole cooldown, the big one that they really have to stress and emphasize here in late game Dota. And they're going to run into Abed here. That's the Onslaught out of there. Still has the BKB to play around, but the chase is on. They now know somebody's nearby, and
Bash
they need a
Abyssal.
bash.
He's got the Abyssal. Jackie's got him. Abed. So much physical damage from Jackie. And the Primal Beast dead for 70 seconds with no buyback. He's 100 gold away from it. So maybe a bounty rune, maybe a bit of waiting here.
Thank you, Asian Abed. We'll take that one, and Boom gonna look to pressure the high ground here. They're not done yet. They're not out of this one. 5k gold lead with an Aegis Bristle on the front lines, level 25. So his right-click damage is really amping up now with that 18 Warpath damage per stack.
FBZ's got to make the move back to mid, though. Ninja gear there, so he's individually smoked up. And Skem's going to join him as the Bristleback getting a little annihilated by this Naga Siren. So Aegis down. And Bristleback still on the front lines under the break of the Nether Toxin. Has to run away.
They stick around here. FBZ smoke's been popped. He's going to maybe want to play around another Ninja gear, but here they go.
Static Storm's in on the
They've caught
Naga.
Arteezy.
They've caught out Arteezy, and Jackie straight on top of him. The Black Hole finds the Rubik in the back, and they've got the Naga Siren dead. Oh, Boom, diving tier 4s. They've got the kill on the Maiden as well.
Oh, Boom with 3 dead. No buyback on Naga. He's short the money. Arteezy. He did it for SA Dota, but he's not doing it for NA. Sonics are watching like, come on, man. We just needed one win here, one game, and they're not getting it. Boom. It looks like they've sealed the deal here. They're going to get at least a second lane of racks. EG still have a little bit of fight left in them, but it's not much.
Yeah, there's no buyback on Naga. 50 seconds without her. Abed has respawned, and they're trying to play forward here with a jump in from the Primal Beast, aiming for the Marcy, but pops the cheese. Bristleback dies, though. Yopa's trying his hardest to battle back into EG, but even a 3-man hold here is good enough for the NA squad.
Yeah, with Bristleback similarly not having buyback there, they can't actually force the issue here. Abed charging forward, but has he been not more than he can chew?
It's disposed back by the Marcy, but he's on top of Yopa, dragged around by the X-Mark. The Nether Toxin, though, causing so many issues here for Boom, breaking up the Kunkka, catching out the Marcy
Stolen
here.
Unleashed.
They're unleashed, stolen by the Rubik, trying to pummel into them. As the Enigma has got to run.
Oh, that Stolen Unleash, he was just pelting people there. Not a hero you really expect to do some right-click damage, but EG still alive. Abed's Primal Beast in the front lines, dishing out some serious damage, putting his life on the line to make sure that fight went okay, knowing he had the buyback to play around. So he was the one looking to keep Boom at bay, and EG have succeeded in keeping this game alive.
Oh man, finding that jump. So vitally important for EG's hopes here. And we've still got another 3 minutes left on Roshan's fast spawn timer, so no second life for this Bristle next round. And Arteezy's Naga Siren going to be much more careful and delicate with how he approaches the team fight next time around as well. It looked like Boom had this one, but EG really making sure it's not that easy. FBZ, he sees the Maiden. A quick Static Storm in there as Fly gets caught out, but dragged to safety by Crits Rubik.
The team's just poking and prodding, and FBZ has to BKB, gets him caught by the Abyssal too. He's still alive for now, needs to get away. He cannot afford to die, does not have buyback, and 10 seconds away from the Black Hole, which is the spell that Boom have to play around. I don't see any way EG can really go for any kind of a high ground push here with BKB, Black Hole, Enigma. Well, no BKB, but even just the Blink Black Hole. And with a Lincoln Speed, you can't rely on Crit being able to steal the Black Hole anymore.
He does still have the Unleash, though. And a
I don't think he
BKB on
wants it, to
Fly.
be honest. Like, as cute as it was last fight, he'd rather the rebound or something. He's looking for something a little bit more impactful, but no.
A lot of tools here for EG. And very limited vision for Boom right now. You can see Arteezy just playing under a ward with the rest of his squad.
We are reaching that point where it's like Naga doesn't really get stronger per se. Like, whereas the Boom side, you've got this Kunkka hitting level 25. He's got the Ags with the Tide Storm and the Tidal Wave. He's going to have a Scythe of Vice. They've got all these crazy late game utility items on their supporting cast, like Refresher on Enigma, Refresher on Disruptor. These things can be game changing. Not to mention the Ag Scepter they got for the Disruptor as well, which could potentially blow someone up before they get their BKB off.
Yeah, and God, it's just 10 more minutes until tier 5 items. Just gotta.
I feel like we're at the late game already. I'm like, we gotta still wait 10 more minutes. They should be up now.
A long way away still. But we might get there.
Man,
Abed
smoke.
spots the smoke. He can blink. Onslaught on cooldown, so has to blink away there.
EG with a ward here. That needs to be cleared out for Boom. You don't want to stick around this jungle when you don't know the vision status. They've got the gem on Skem, but he's elsewhere, and it does look like both teams, well, at least Boom, are posturing themselves for this potential next Roshan. Definitely reaching that point like where carries like the Bristleback may not have that much room for an Aegis. Does still have the phase boot, so he can drop those, but I think if Dota's going to be absolutely wild. Refresher Shard for an Enigma would be huge for Boom if they can get that from Roche.
And then we start looking at all these buybacks as well. Rubik's on cooldown, Viper 1700 gold away, but pretty much everyone else in the game has a buyback available. We're going to have these 10v10 fights around the Roche pit. Causing so much havoc. Boom.
EG back to just keeping the pressure up, keeping all these lanes pushed out, using those Naga illusions to try set up another good fight here. The Abyssal Bloodthorn Naga does so much damage if they can get a good jump. And with this smoke, Abed's the one looking for that initiation, that Blink BKB Pulverize. Any target he finds can be instantly deleted.
I mean, Boom, they're angling towards Roche, and it's a fast spawn, 30 seconds. But they've got to really maintain these lanes. Mid and bottom both being cut out by EG, who are in a prime spot here to shove in towards barracks. Just with Nugget illusions and creep waves, not necessarily their actual heroes.
Somebody's going to get back in defense soon.
Yeah. They're out on the map taking the outpost, and 10 seconds for Roche, but...
Will they scout it? 5 seconds from now, we'll disrupt it, poke his nose in. They're going to TP back on Skem, though, so it does look like Boom. I mean, one tier of TPs, you need TP all 5. You do not want to take a fight that's not 5v5. They've got the vision up, they've taken the outpost, so I think you can kind of feel happy that EG are going to feel forced to go back and play around their jungle now. They want to retake the outpost. They want to now try and secure themselves Roshan, because giving up Refresher Shard to an Enigma in the late game is a very scary thought.
Leaving some good vision down on their way through this ancient spot of the Radiant. And Roshan alive. Let's see if EG scout it out and understand that the big man has returned. Yeah, Boom doing such a good job at bouncing back numerous times in this game. And now bouncing all over the map. Controlling both outposts. But Roshan right now belongs to EG. And Boom not in a position at all to pivot into the pit.
That's so good for EG. You do not want to give up these late game items to heroes like Enigma, Disruptor with refreshers. They don't have a great Aegis carrier. The Naga 6-slotted, doesn't even have boots. They give the Aegis to crit, recognizing what this Rubik can do, as you saw in the last team fight. He also gets the Ag Scepter, so Spell still now coming into play with a Wind Waker. This Wind Waker represents a save against the Black Hole as well. So if you can't cancel the Black Hole, maybe you can just save one of your cores who gets coordinates. So EG in a really strong position now, I feel like, with this Aegis, plus the Refresher Shard on Primal Beast, giving him multiple rounds of BKB and Pulverize.
Yeah, it almost feels like Boom have to go and brute force something here. They're going to come back, X-Mark to push out a couple of these waves, but they need to find a forward, offensive position on the map. And maybe enemy Ancients, maybe just hear from their bottom jungle. Try and catch EG off guard. You can't allow EG to get to your base. You have to fight outside. Make sure that's around this Blink Black Hole of FBZ.
One of the crazy things with Naga Siren is just how under-leveled she gets. It's always her illusions pushing and farming. Arteezy's only level 22.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, you've got Marcy, level 24. Tim's is about to have his level 25 talent as Marcy. Like, just crazy things like that.
And right, we're expecting a spell immunity, right? To put on his Bristleback?
Yeah, I think it definitely should be.
You never know with these Marcy players. They all think they're the carry.
Elsewhere, FBZ Enigma level 25 with the extra Eidolons, just using those to push out waves. Also, you know, feed Naga some... You don't care about feeding Naga gold anymore. You just accept she's 6-slotted. She can buy... You know, what else does she buy? I guess a refresher. Moonshard. Yeah, it's nothing that's scary. Like, so giving it Naga all the gold in the world doesn't really do much. It's the rest of the EG cast who maybe want to, you know, make up some extra gold here.
Nightfall. all alone, but he's got the Trickster Cloak. And he's trying to scout out where Boom are lurking. Both teams with these ninja gears. Naga Siren using it to really hardcore pressure the Radiant base. And Enigma, of course, just trying to hide his positioning.
Tower is under attack.
And EG again just in the better position right now due to the fact they have this Naga Siren and readying themselves for some kind of high ground push. On Boom, they need the team fight.
Neither team want to risk anything, and this is where these Eidolons, somebody has to go back and defend. Usually it's the Naga illusions, but not catching this top wave means Fly is forced to come back, and it does look like they'll lose a tier 3 tower here.
Almost close.
Not quite. The Nova. Just enough to keep it alive, and not the end of the world if that tower goes down anyways, but neither team willing to take that risk, and maybe in this mid lane, Jackie!
They're pinging out
Got the
Jackie.
jump.
They want the
Force
vessel, but the Force Staff away. Gets off his BKB just in time. Arteezy has to song, but gets bashed up. Controlled. The Naga Siren. There we go with the Wind Waker. Sent skyward to try and buy a bit of space, but the Abyssal Blade. They've caught out Arteezy. Killed off the Naga. Dead with buyback, but EG now it's time to retreat. This is a fight victory without Black Hole.
Yeah, they just got too much firepower, it feels like, and the 1-4 stuff just kind of keeping the Bristol alive. It's EG who finally, it feels like, whether it's impatience or it's not impatience, they think they have a window there where they can just jump and kill this Bristleback, but once he lives and turns with the, BKB, Satanic and stuff, the fight just goes to hell there. Boom with way too many amazing teamfight ultis. The threat of the Black Hole, enough there with the Static Storm, plus this Kunkka, just all the AoE damage from Torrent Storm plus Ghost Ship. It's just something EG can't match up against. Naga just has a BKB, but it's just not a carry that utilizes BKB in an effective way.
Yeah, it's not, and then you're getting scythed up, Abyssal Bladed, all kinds of control here. As Jackie makes his way in onto the barracks, under the Nether Toxin, it's very irritating here with the Nightfall Viper spamming them out consistently. 3-second cooldown with an 8-second duration. This level 25 talent allows him to spam it, but they go in onto him. Finding the Viper catch, but a save out from Crit. Telekinesis and Wind Waker still going to get dragged back into the Static Storm, though. That didn't save him enough. Another death here from EG, and maybe buyback's being forced because they've lost 4.
They don't want to buy back. That's, this is one of those scenarios where they're so close to respawning. It was like 15 seconds on Naga, 25 seconds on Primal Beast. You're telling your team, just don't get picked off. Give up a lane of racks. Give up the tier 4 towers. We need to save these buybacks.
Then it will be 5 alive in a couple of seconds as Nightfall has gone in, but the Black Hole! FBZ! He's got the catch. The Windbreaker buys a bit of time here for the Naga Siren to maybe turn with the Song of the Siren. They've taken down the Aegis, though, as in comes Arbed, crushing through, but the second Black Hole! FBZ! Oh, it's gorgeous from Boom! Taking down EG, and good game is called!
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Boom!
The downfall of SCA Dota was perhaps a little bit exaggerated and, perhaps spoke a little bit too soon. Boom Esports pull off a 2-0 over Evil Geniuses, the top team of the group, getting 2-0'd by the bottom team of the group, and now Boom are no longer the bottom team of the group.
My goodness, and this means we're going to tiebreakers, doesn't it?
It does. At least between Boom and Sonics, they're going to be tied. And depending on, I think, the BetBoom outcome, if BetBoom won a game, they will join those tiebreakers. I'm not sure how Game 2 was going there. I know they lost Game 1. But elimination tiebreakers, that is very hype.
What a way to round out our group stage. 3-way ties, tiebreakers for elimination. Oh man, it's going to be a tight ending to day 4 here. Oh my goodness, I just was not expecting this. Going into this series, okay, it's all on the line for Boom, but EG have been just indomitable. They've dropped 2 games this entire group stage against Liquid, who have looked like one of the strongest teams of the groups themselves.
So I just read also that BetBoom won, so it is officially a 3-way tie.
Oh man, of course it is. Of course it is.
2 of those 3 teams are eliminated. Only 1 survives. We'll get some BO1 round robins probably. It is, that is honestly, what a way to end the group stage here. I mean, well, this group, there's still another group that's not quite resolved.
Who cares about them?
Yeah, exactly. We see some of the highlights here. I mean, this was just an amazing game of Dota. I think really highlighting, Boom early on are trying to beat the timing of Naga. They fail to do so. And then you get to this point where this Naga is just controlling the entire map with illusion shove, setting up the Primal Beast to get all these kills. And at that point, Boom's like, okay, we got to buy 10, 15 minutes, and then we can play around our 6-slotted Kunkka, plus our BKB Black Hole Enigma. And I love that FBZ kind of just got to this point where he just said, I don't care if my Black Hole gets stolen. And Tim's, we see in this last fight here, every single fight where there's a Blink Black Hole, he's just jumping the Rubik. Tim's, I think, was almost the hero of this game with his ability to jump the backlines, be a damage dealer as well, and stop Crit from making these big plays on Rubik. Crit ends the game, it feels like, not having that stellar Rubik performance, and Tim's is the reason why.
They needed to pull out all the stops here, and having these perfect team fights, really showing off the strength of Boom in the dying moments of the TI group stage. But my goodness, I cannot wait for that. And it is best of ones, right? Because it's a 3-way tie. If it was a 2-way tie, we get the best of 3. But round robin, best of 1 against the 3 squads. I really just can't see what separates them.
Look, a bit of a biased SEA caster here. I'm happy to see Boom still alive. At the same time, Sonics, ex-Quincy crew got a bunch of good lads. And Bet Boom, they've had a tough year. All the Eastern European teams have had a bit of a tumultuous time. So definitely be sad to see them going home. So just hope we get some more amazing games like we just saw from those tiebreakers.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a good luck charm for Beast Coast when I've cast their games. They've always done very well, South American Dota bias there. But Gary, the CEO, Gary, the caster, they were tweeting out that maybe I'm a talisman for their victory here, giving them a 2-0 victory. And maybe if we cast their tiebreakers later on, gods, we can we can build it up for Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I won't say no to that. I'll probably be sweating in my seat while casting, like, come on, Boom, please, please do it. I'm sure
You've got the dog leg syndrome, you're shaking your leg, got goosebumps, you're sweating.
Yeah, it's a TI and SEA. You want to see as many SEA teams in front of the main crowd there. You see a match MVP, Jackie's Bristle, 2 games in a row. A hero, I think some of those teams in this tiebreak are going to be like, Bristle, we gotta look out for that.
Yeah, you really do. The surprise pick towards the end, and well worthy of that match. MVP here as Boom, a 2-0 surprise victory over the Evil Geniuses, keeps their TI hopes alive, heading into that 3-way tie. Whereas EG, they'd already secured themselves up a bracket. They're not too ashamed of this one. They were outplayed.
And not just upper bracket, but first place. So I think first place, I assume the rule's still the same. You get to pick your opponent from 3rd and 4th of the other group. So EG get to go in that playoff bracket, kind of picking their own destiny. So I'd be curious to see who they end up facing there. But yeah, what a story for Boom. Hope, maybe we're the good luck charm for SEA Dota, because another SEA Dota team faces elimination. We're casting them up next, Gareth.
Yeah, we are. Talon against Team Secret, right? Where it's the similar story. Team Secret second place, already guaranteed, and Talon needing every victory they can to get themselves back on track in terms of TI performance. So we'll have a quick break and return with Secret against Talon.
to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
I'm absolutely buzzing after that prior series, but I think it's time just to rein back the adrenaline and think about what's coming up next. Because Talon, they've seen Boom do very well against EG, first against last in that prior series. Now a similar story here, Gods, for them against Secret.
Yeah, and their fate not as dire as Boom's was coming into this series. Perhaps the tough part about their situation is the team they're up against. Secret has looked amazing coming through the LCQs, but currently they sit on the cusp of not being bottom two. They're tied with Entity in that second last place with one team below them. But the story with Group B has really been the parity. It just feels like all these teams are so even. You've got TSM with 5 wins, Talon and Entity with 6 wins, Fnatic, Beast Coast on 7 wins. So between these 5 teams, really anything can happen when it comes to who's going to make it out and who's going to get eliminated.
Yeah, especially with Talon taking some of these, big series against Entity, Fnatic, one-wanting Team Spirit, looking pretty solid across the board. Maybe a little sad, getting 2-0'd by the South American teams, but you're never quite sure what's going to happen in the Saudi stage against South America. Some crazy matches there. But now, yeah, you're right. Focus up. Time to draft. Game 1 of this best of 2 as Team Secret, as we see on our screens, are preparing themselves for another ride.
This is, Secret at TI. They're one of these teams, as an org, yet to win a TI. Puppey going way back to TI1, did win one, but this is an org that has been constantly hyped up, particularly going back to like 4 or 5 years ago. They've been favorites coming in multiple times, and this TI championship has eluded them. Yet throughout that kind of, 5-6 year period, they've had a lot of like top 4, top 6, top 8 finishes. It was kind of this ongoing meme where year after year they would get one place better. So we're going to see how Secret does at this TI. I do feel like they're a team I expect to go far and probably get another at least top 6, maybe top 4 at this TI. There's definitely not really, I think, any opponent where I think Secret is going to get completely outclassed by them.
Yeah, they've looked incredibly good. I mean, years gone by, they've done so well in the preceding moments in TI and then faltered, but looking like this pool of teams in TI all very close to each other as we can see Puppey there and Heen getting ready for this draft, already getting their first couple of bans out of the way. And Resolution, he's very happy about this. He grabbed up the Marcy, and that's something that he has played from position 3.
There we go. Could be that kind of flex hero. Talon prioritizing the Puppey Chen as well as the Sniper. Curious to see which direction they go. They are playing second pick, but Shadow Fiend as well as Morphling in the pool. 2 heroes that often can feel pretty annoying to play into Sniper. So maybe Talon have their eyes set on one of those 2. The issue maybe is you pick SF here, they're going to counter with Morphling. So I do feel like this is a safer option. They get KP's Doom. This has been his best hero throughout this entire group stage. And he's just looked really good on it. So no dislike here of this. I think pairing it with some kind of support pick here makes a lot of sense, whether that's like an Undying, Silencer type hero. They're just going to think of what kind of support is going to synergize with what they want to do later on in the draft.
8 games. 8 games is how long KP has had to wait to get this Doom. It was banned by Thunder, banned by Beast Coast, banned by Fnatic and Entity, all in the first phase. So Secret, letting it slip through there along with the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah. I mean, what that says is Secret gave it to him on purpose. They want to play against Doom. They feel like they have some kind of opener that is going to be good against the Doom. I'm curious to see what that is, what kind of cores they have in mind, but it does definitely kind of raise some red flags when it comes to how this draft develops. They get the SF, which is a great safe lane to put against the Doom, although more often than not, it's actually been more niche at playing this in the mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like a minor problem with the draft overlay. We'll try and get that sorted out. So we'll keep you up to date in terms of what's actually being picked, as I think you can only see the first phase of bans on your screens. But so far, the Chen, you see all the bans, so it's just Marcy first pick, Doom Nyx response with a Shadow Fiend now for Team Secret. and Lina there following ban.
Thanks, Gary. That's very helpful. As next ban's coming out. As far as what these teams want to do and what the strengths of what they've done, Secret, I think this SF first phase, particularly when you have first pick, just feels really potent because you can send it mid lane, you can send it safe lane, it has that flexibility. We've also seen a lot of different ways to draft around SF, all in early to mid game push strats with lone druids, with beastmasters, or these other drafts with pudges and things where you get this big kind of team fight around the SF, and you look more for this late game scaling of SF with Mask of Madness build. So a lot of different ways it can be played. And as far as matching up against Doom, it just feels like a lane that could be good for SF. And also a hero that could be kind of hard to doom and also just not very good to doom at various points in the game.
Just stand his ground and click into you. And Broodmother and Beastmaster, some of those tempo offlaners do get removed in the end.
Yep. We'll be getting that drop back up in just a second as we fix things here with this Secret and Talon game number 1. It's kind of interesting they banned the Beastmaster considering, they've already picked the Doom, which is generally played by KP, but Talon have at times flexed it into a support role, so it's not completely unheard of option that they play at support, but given what's at stake here, given that it feels like Talon need to win at least one of these 2 games to avoid, potential elimination. Because, it depends a lot of what also happens in the Entity series, as well as the TSM series. I feel like going with your comfort zone is going to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, putting people on signature heroes where they've played so many scenarios in and out. It gives them much more room to think about the grander scheme of things in terms of where you want to play on the map and how you want to move forward into mid game, out of your laning stage. And some decent focus there onto Mikoto though. The Lesh and Lina both gone. Wouldn't be surprised to see like a puck ban or something along those lines for Team Secret to really shut down his hero pool that little further. And Mirana banned by Talon as well.
We saw a Rezo offlane Mirana game in the LCQ where he just dominated and carried the hell out of the game. So perhaps Talon remembering a little bit of what happened there. And one of the good things to do against Doom is just pick 2-3 cores that all scale. You can't doom them all. Just makes your life a little bit harder, and also just picking cores that maybe just don't care a bit about getting doomed, or that are hard to get on top of to doom, like a Mirana. So definitely a ban that kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's a good point. What are we gonna see from Nisha this game? If it is gonna be the safe lane SF, look towards his Kunkka or something along those lines. It feels like you need a bit more team fight added in. He's another hero that doesn't mind getting doomed because he is so tanky. As long as he gets that boat off first.
Yep. What's it gonna be? Last ban's here. A lot of reserve time from Talon. They do end up banning the Monkey, which I think goes back to Doom likely being an offlaner. Doom Nick's not the best lane, but I think Talon often play their offlane in this kind of very passive way where KP just wants to farm, plays a lot of Doom, a lot of Enigma, and they often pair it with these melee 4s that just kind of maybe drag creep waves around. At the same time, an Ench pick could be safe lane. They could do Ench with the Doom. They can still go into a Morphling here. The Morphling against Shadow Fiend we've seen a few times look really good with the Ag Scepter. If Shadow Fiend is your main carry and he gets hit by a Morph, he just loses so much of his damage output.
Yeah, and also a little bit of a block pick with the Ench, right? We've seen Puppey play quite a fair amount of this through LCQ and into the group stage. It's been one of his favorite heroes to be that team fight starter and just walk up a high ground, say hello to people outside of the laning stage, potentially you bring to the table.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot.
Might see Team Secret just take a pause here to think about, hey, what's our Puppey hero going to be? If this is a Rezo / Zayat Marcy, and Nisha and Crystallis have both showed they play the Shadow Fiend, so very open in terms of that. And we can maybe look for like a Witch Doctor or something here for Puppey, or a Crystal Maiden maybe to deal with these Ench creeps in the early stage of the game.
Yeah, the CM seems pretty nice and something that Puppey would generally like. He's also played a little bit of Silencer, although this doesn't strike me as like amazing Silencer game necessarily. You're not getting huge value out of the curse, and there's not like some obvious reason for Global Silence being amazing right now. Also, by the way, worth noting, Enigma also still in the pool. Something I'm wondering if it makes an appearance, less so for Talon, but maybe more Secret, although Rezo
Enigma?
hasn't been... Yeah.
He's banned first phase.
Oh, he was banned. Okay, just kidding, I'm blind.
You worried me there for a second.
I was looking at this, I was like, oh, where's the Enigma ban? I didn't see Talon banning it, but okay.
It's either like you're blind or I'm hallucinating.
No.
One way or the other.
I'm still riding the high from last game, you know.
Yeah.
Little wonky.
I mean, there's still a Pango out there, though, as well as one of these heroes that has done very well in multiple roles. We've seen Amar bringing it back for the offlane, but even mid lane, you've got that ability to teamfight consistently. And there we go. Tusk and Maiden going to round out the two supports here for Secret.
So we do get the core Marcy. Secret like this. They like giving Rezo these games where he can kind of scale and be more of this pseudo carry. Talked about the Mirana, but the Marcy's kind of a similar idea where he can maybe be this bit more of a playmaker. Could also be a core Tusk as well, but that's a bit less likely, I would say, in general.
Yeah, maybe something that Niche has played around. I think core Tusk has primarily been out of the mid lane. This is probably Zayat's Tusk, Puppy Maiden, Marcy for Rezo, and Shadow Fiend still open. So Talon, time to start thinking about your Makoto heroes, whether it's now or that last pick, right?
Yeah, he's played a lot of Pengalier. Also, Puck is kind of a signature of his. Those are kind of the heroes I look at as being good. I think Puck is good at kind of avoiding some of these Tusk and Marcy rotations. That's probably the hero that most stands out for me here, but they're using a lot of time for this. Generally, Talon will last pick 23 Savage's heroes, so this is usually his mid, but they go for TA, actually. Okay.
Okay. All right, a little bit of flex there. You know, earlier in the draft, I was looking at Batrider for Makoto. That's been a really nice tempo setter, but now you're up against Tusk Maiden along with a Marcy. There's so many ways to disengage, replace heroes all over the place, and Batrider becomes a little more tricky. But your thoughts on TA here, because I've usually seen her in the safe lane. Is there a bit of flex?
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, TA going way back when SF was picked all the time was considered at least somewhat of a counter because you've got the refraction to address raises when it comes to the mid lane play, but TA just looks stronger out of the safe lane. You don't usually want to go this mid lane bottle TA. You're not really a big playmaker. I think the hero just is more comfortable and drafts just feel more natural when you're playing safe lane TA, particularly with a Doom offlane. Like you're looking at a pretty greedy draft if you're doing TA mid and then picking some kind of 23 Savage carry to go with it. I think you almost need to be picking some mid laner that can, play with less farm here. Secret don't seem to think that's the case because they're actually banning Morph.
Oh wow. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Morph against the SF earlier on, still a threat, I guess.
Yeah, I guess a threat. I just feel like a Morph TA Doom draft is like asking to be punished.
Get run over.
Yeah, particularly like I guess Secret have to pick first, but like there's a lot of things Secret can pair with this SF for physical damage, building taking that can cause a lot of problems.
5 seconds remaining.
One final ban for them. Still leaving heroes like that Puck in the pool. We'll see what their thoughts are here as Poppy talking across to Heen, deciding what the option is, and it's going to be the Troll Warlord.
These carries, expecting the Makoto TA mid. Well, Talon banning out Viper and Bat, protecting the TA pick. Some of these heroes that Secret have played safe lane. I say carry Viper, but it's not really a carry, but they played the safe lane Viper. Batrider's also been this hero that they play in multiple roles, so given Secret's draft, there is questions about who's going to be playing what and what these lanes are going to be.
And Secret with all their lucky hats on. Zayat's with his. Resolution wearing a branded Team Secret baseball cap as well. Looking for this last pick to round out their draft. I really just wouldn't be surprised here. Last day of groups, Team Secret, they play around and try something like, I don't know, safe lane Marcy or a Tusk for Crystalist. There's a lot of wonky things they can do.
Yeah, I'm kind of like we haven't really seen it with Secret, but like a safe lane SF versus Doom just seems like a solid option, particularly if you pair it with like a Tusk. Then you can have like a CM Marcy lane in the off lane, but that does maybe put some of your players in different lanes. I mean, Puppy's played this offlane support a few times, even though he's the 5. Slada comes out, so an aggressive offlane option. I feel like this is most likely Rezo's hero, but a lot of questions. Yeah, who's playing what here? Is
Mid Marcy?
I feel like SF is most likely mid, and I think Marcy, Slaughter are the side lane cores. I'm just wondering which one is going to be Chrysalis and which is Rezo, but like with the hero pool Chrysalis has had, like he's been playing these safe lane Vipers and things, so he's kind of playing more sacrificial, more offlane type heroes.
when they've played the SF, it's been 2 for Crystallis and 2 for Nisha, so it's a 50-50 split there. As Talon, they grab a Visage as their last hero.
Safe lane
So there's
Doom.
now a safe lane Doom? Yeah.
It was Talon alongside Entity who are doing a lot of this safe lane Doom if you go back to like the 2 or 3. And it was something they were very comfortable on, had a lot of success with, and it just made, you could pick this Doom early, and then you get to a point where it's like, oh, Doom offlane, our draft feels too greedy, we're going to get punished, particularly with a TA mid. Where do you get all the farm for this? Well, you get the farm for it by playing Doom out of the safe lane, and then getting this more team-oriented hero in the Visage. You can get the Wraith Pack, get the team items, and play with a bit less farm. This is a really solid draft, I feel like, from Talon with the last pick Visage.
Yeah, I mean, Crystallis with that Slardar, he's played it twice before in the series against Beast Coast, so something that's slipped my attention there a little bit, but a carry here that they have grabbed previously. No similar elements, though, it feels like, where Beast Coast had like Enigma SF, Slark, Lycan, Centaur, Bloodseeker, lots of these melee heroes to allow Slardar to kind of bully them in the lane and through the game. Here, maybe it was just expecting he was going to be against the Doom.
Yeah, and if they don't do any kind of lane swap, suddenly you're going to maybe end up with safe lane Slaughter, and it's a Visage Nyx lane, which Slaughter's a lot less happy about. So a lot's going to come down to, I think, how these two teams set up their lanes. There could be some mind games, some swaps happening to make sure that teams get their preferred lanes, because it does feel pretty key. If Crystallis can get off to a good start in this Slaughter, Secret's draft can snowball pretty hard. Slaughter plus SF, all the minus armor, they're going to melt Roshan, they're going to be able to just delete heroes with the physical damage. Talon do need to kind of get some of those early items, particularly, the TA, Dragonlance, Deso, Blink Dagger, BKB, before they're quite ready to fight and take Roshan themselves.
We'll see how it pans out. Both teams getting into game now. First match of the best of 2 series between Talon and Team Secret, and Talon needing victories here to keep their hopes and dreams of TI alive. Secret already secured into the playoffs. Still got pride and the potential to warm yourselves up for playoffs, to keep on playing for, as we'll get out across the map. And Nisha with a very, very, very handsome Shadow Fiend here. He's got the Crow, the Raven. Once upon a Midnight Dreary, he's pondering about how he's going to walk up this high ground and spot out any members of Talon to maybe catch with Rezo's Marcy. Ice Shards off the mark, though. And Talon, they slip away.
It's like a very bird-themed cast here. Talon and Ravens and...
Anything else? We've got maybe a Wild Wing being stolen by Hyde. Got some birds from the jungle they can use with the Enchantress.
Visage is a bird with wings.
Familiars.
Sorts. There we go. But
Plenty of them.
So who's scouting out what lanes here? For now, 23 Savage positioned to go to this top lane. And where is Rezo and Crystallis going to go? Both of them hovering around mid as if they want to kind of see what these lanes might be. They're going to see Doom top, so it does look like they're going to be able to get that Slaughter versus Doom lane that Secret would like.
Battle begins.
And potential to swap these lanes for Talon, it doesn't look like they're going to take that option right now.
Yeah, just stick it into the lanes. Doom up top with what looks like a Nyx Assassin. Double melee there, going to be facing off against a Slardar Tusk. So double melee against double melee. This feels like a rarity nowadays.
Yeah, this is not the support lanes I would have expected. I would have thought they would be putting the Ench in the top lane, but giving this bottom lane with double ranged harass, you've got like Impetus plus Soul Assumption. The ability to lane against this for Secret is going to feel really tough.
Yeah, if Puppy's Maiden even steps out of the tree line, going to get caught out here with a lot of damage. And Resolution, the safe lane, Marcy, already taking a bit of a beating from Hyde and KP. As top lane, 2-man stun. Q trying to save up Savage as he was trapped inside the Ice Shards. Trading blows there as the regen battle early days in the laning stage, so vitally important to keep yourself up and running in fighting shape.
Yeah, definitely a lane where I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of action up top. Sada wants to build up those bash charges. I mean, 4 melee heroes in one lane. It's just, you're asking for a bit of a tumble here as Zayats and Q just trading blows and doing what they can.
In that mid lane, Makoto 4-1, Anisha 7-0. Good start for the Shadow Fiend with his mangoes and razors.
Even though in the going way back, this was kind of TA favorite. These days, this should be a Shadow Fiend favorite matchup. You just have to right click off the refraction, then you just hit some razors, and It just puts a lot of pressure onto Makoto's TA. He's going to have to go for the bottle to kind of maintain some regen to stick around and stay in this lane. And once SF hits level 3, these raises are going to really start to hurt. But instantly refracts and dodges one. Nicely done. That's one of the key things I think from Makoto in this lane is using refraction to dodge raise damage.
Yeah, definitely curious to see how it goes with the removal of small camp several months ago.
Bottom.
Both of these heroes would have loved it. Oh, yeah, Rezo and Puppey taking a tremendous amount of damage there. You said it, the long range hits in from Hyde and KP.
Nice little clarity cancel there from KP. He's gone for the Null Talisman, so would like to see some kind of magic stick in these side lanes just with all the spells and spam coming out. I think KP would benefit a lot from it, but once the boost first, a lane where, I mean, both these side lanes feel like lanes where we're got a very good chance of seeing some early action and early kills.
Now I'm keeping my eyes on top as well. Like Zayat and Crystallis about to hit level 2 on the Tusk. So we're going to have that tag team to play around with now. But a good stun from Q holds them back, giving Savage a bit of breathing room again. And yeah, what? Chainmail plus Wraithband stacking up all this armor.
You just got it, it feels like. I mean, he's sitting on 13 armor, which is nice, but it's still a lane that, with the tag team, has that potential to just chase you down because of all the slows. So anytime this lane is pushed away from the tower, I think Talon have to play very carefully, especially if Nyx isn't there. Nyx is a little bit far away, doesn't have... Okay, coming back, you may need this Impale.
Oh, they're splitting nicely though, Secret. Getting in there with Zayat, but now he's blocked in a little bit. Walks it off.
The threat of the Impale enough to prevent them from chasing any further. But
Well, yeah, I often forget that Slithering Crush has a slow, a 3-second slow, in fact, on top of the stun.
yeah, you combo that with tag team and it's slow, and 23 Savage is going to be forced to kind of hug his tower a bit here. Does push forward with the Scorched Earth.
Immediate bash and tag team though, and Q again, the 2-man stun keeps Secret at bay, but it's not an easy time for this 23 Savage Doom so far.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they didn't try and, you know, get... Basically, they gave Secret these lanes. Like, once Secret scouted out, they sent the side on top, and it does look like 23 Savage is backing off now, probably just to try and find a creep to devour. Fortunately for him, not... Oh yeah, he finds the Mana Orb. Perfect. There we go. That's a
good one.
That's the Doom one. Yep.
That's what he needs. If he can keep zapping Zayat and Crystallis and remove some of the slows and stuns they've got in this laning stage.
Yeah. It's the one game where I think he would have preferred the Ogre Frost Armor, maybe. But this is still very nice with the mana regen.
Yeah, even coming in to try and contest the pull from Zayat. And Crystallis here as well, though, is just looking at the CS board. Team Secret, 3 cores right up at the top. 14 denies on the Slardar, 24-5 on the Shadow Fiend. Pretty close with the TA. Then you've got Marcy doing a tremendous job, even against all of the harassment in bottom lane, farming up a Storm.
Not sure what that Centaur stun was about, but I think the big thing for Secret winning these lanes is just they got the lanes they wanted. They have the CM versus the Enchantress. They have the Slardar versus the Doom. Basically, all 3 of these lanes have been set in such a way that Secret have an edge.
And they're on the Doom again. Savage inside the Igloo. First blood spilled. And it's Crystallis to bring down 23 Savage. This time, nothing Q could do.
That's definitely got to start becoming a little concerning because he can't just easily come back to this lane and expect to be able to find farm as well. They do get some damage out on Zayat's Tusk here, but no real kill threat.
Yeah, they're very least securing a pull into the large camp. So a bit more room to maneuver there for Talon. It feels like they need to be getting more out of this bottom lane with this Ench and Visage. And now level 4 on KP. But Hyde he's leaving the lane and maybe thinking about controlling up this 6-minute rune spawn.
Yeah. I think these runes with I guess neither mid laner is like this amazing ganking hero, but like an Invis SF could go for a Requiem play. A Haste rune is always going to be able to set up kills as well. So both mid laners, of course, want to grab these power runes. Even just a DD is going to allow TA to like maybe power farm some neutrals or ancients. Let's see 6-man rune being fought over up top.
Yeah, Nisha with a sentry already clearing out one of the traps. And a DD rune has spawned bottom. So Makoto going to grab it. Be able to push out this mid wave a little bit harder and yeah, go into jungle.
Probably one of the best runes I think you could get. Usually you're looking for the playmaking runes, but I think as a TA, a farming rune is amazing. Doesn't have any stacks to fall back to, but still a potential kill here. They're going in mid. Looking for a
Oh,
Hurricane play.
Yeah. No, won't find it though. Nisha quick off the mark to get behind his tower, and even Puppey TPing in here. Observer Ward's spotting Hyde's movements as well.
Yeah, I think it's Puppey's job, just mirror the Enchantress, go wherever she does. Top lane, they've gone in on the Doom again. No follow-up from the Tusk here. This is just the Slardar who's almost level 6. That level 6 is going to, I think, just ruin this Doom's lane. I don't think he can play top once Slardar has Corrosive Haze.
Probably not. Q just relegated to pulling. Try and keep that wave dragged back to the Dire side. Yeah, very, very quiet one though, it feels like, from KP and Hyde. Farming jungle, pushing out the wave, keeping this Visage in the lane, but it's not been a tremendous performance, whereas Resolution 36 and 12, Marcy closing in on level 6, already has Phase Boots, Bracer. As soon as she gets Unleash here, probably able to 1v2 this lane, maybe get some kills.
Yeah, they just can't really ever kill Rezo or do much to pressure him. They're just trying to get KP's level 6, it feels like, and then they can make plays from there. I think for Talon, the one good thing with how these lanes are going is that TA mid has just, been free farming away, similar to the SF, but the TA is their key hero. Like, they don't mind Doom having a bit of a rough lane as long as TA gets farm and they, build towards some of those scary TA mid-game item timings.
Oh, there it is, Rezo.
Yep.
Unleash with a little bit of help from Puppey. This maxed out sidekick doing a great amount of damage to kill off KP pre-level 6. I will come in towards mid though, Talon, guarding the Arcane Rune bottom for Mikoto. He's getting a little bit of chip damage on the tier 1 mid, but nothing to write home about.
Pretty unconventional game. Nobody, like, on the secret side seems to care about these runes. It feels like Nisha's just told his team, like, it's fine, I don't need runes. This TA can't do anything with runes except farm. Just focus on these side lanes. Typically, Dota games these days have played much more around mid laners getting these runes and ganking side lanes, but when you have a mid matchup like SF versus TA, we're kind of going back to what some of the mid laners used to be, which is these carries that just want to farm, and plays are made elsewhere on the map without them.
Yeah, push out the wave, fall back to jungle.
Yep.
And no small camp, but Nisha will find large camp and even a stack on the Ancients here, it looks like. But this is where lanes have to be vacated by Talon. Doom has dipped out of top, back into the jungle, trying to farm up his Hand of Midas. And it looks like just the kind of classic, same old item build as offlane Doom, right? The Blink BKB.
Yeah, I think nothing really changes when it's played in the safe lane. Just the general idea is just your draft is less greedy when you have safe lane Doom. You get the same kind of scaling and itemization out of the carry role. KP now level 6 has those familiars, and it looks like both supports are going to look to play around him. I kind of like this move. Both Doom and TA want to farm and be greedy. The question is, does Secret counterplay this thing? They should know Doom and TA don't want to join in farming, so if they want to fight, they could, bring numbers in, but given the state of their game and how well, Slardar's controlling this top lane, SS free farming, they don't really need to defend this tower, even though it is only a 3-man push.
I don't think I've seen these familiars before. The cosmetic on them, and they're like faceless familiars. They don't have heads. They're just like this bit of stone ornamentation on top of them. But there we go, tier 1 tower. 4 heroes down here. We'll grab them that objective, but of course Crystallis has already taken the one there with his Mask of Madness and opens up the top part of the map. Increase their farm even further, while it always just feels so good for both of these mid laners. You talked about it, they are farming away. Taking that tier 1, it automatically safeguards your triangle and your Ancients.
Dota just feels so much easier to play once that tower's down, and gives you this full access into the enemy jungle as well to kind of farm. Right in some trouble top. That's the Mask of Madness, and nobody can really go in lane against this Slardar. I mean, if Talon want to bring numbers, they can try and deal with him, but that's going to require like a Nyx Assassin level 6, I feel like, to set up any kind of a play. And until Nyx hits 6, I think Talon are forced to play this kind of passive style of Dota, and they've got no way to really punish the secret greed right now.
Yeah, the parallels between Crystallis and ATF is pretty wild, honestly. Like, they both basically play position 3 in terms of farm priority for their team. Similar hero pools with the Slardars, the Monkey Kings, and stuff like that. Razor as well. Secret utilizing Crystallis here to really bully back Team Talon in that top lane. And they're bringing 3 heroes up here, but Nyx not level 6 yet. Hyde still level 4 on the Enchantress. Not really the ability to push Secret out of this top jungle.
it feels like Secret are going to hit their item timings first here, which is going to cause problems for Talon. Like right now, this super passive game, it's like always like, okay, well, who's a favorite? Well, one, the team who's getting more farm, which is Secret. They're just being a bit more greedy. They're splitting up on the map more. Like they push top tower with just Slardar. As Doom comes out on top, that's going to be a support kill. Not something I think Secret are too worried about because they're getting so much more farm on the map, but they're going to hit this Blink Slardar timing where Talon still want to keep farming. Doom needs more time to come online. Same story for the TA. So Secret are going to be able to really push the tempo soon, go for that early Roshan, and just make a lot of early smoke plays with some of these item timings, most primarily this Blink Dagger.
Nisha, thinking about the Requiem there. Q does get the Carapace back onto the Frostbite, and KP with his familiars chasing Puppey, but in comes the raises, the snowball, and Hyde about to die while Puppey he finally falls to the Shard Golems. But Team Secret, right outside this Roche pit, get a tremendous victory, and there we go. You called for it, straight into the pit off the back of a couple of support kills.
Yep. Sidekick minus armor. Roche just doesn't exist. He feels
Quick
like
and
a
easy
creep.
Aegis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tag team as well. Beautiful positioning for Secret here.
Yep.
Still waiting for this TA to finish off Deso, and then it's still a scramble towards your Hurricane Pike or Blink or BKB. And quite often nowadays feels like Templar Assassin is like an item behind, even if she's tied in net worth with her opponent.
Yeah, she's gonna take some time to be ready to get too involved, and even when she does, it's gonna be hard to reliably just charge in when there's both SF and Slar and Marcy. Like all three of these, like there's three cores you kind of got to worry about. SF going to the Manta, which is often the carry build you want to go against TA. You just burn through that refraction that much faster. It's hard for the Doom to kind of ever Doom SF2. He blinks on you, lifts his arm, and suddenly you Manta, and he doesn't know which one's real. So
Yeah.
very tricky game. And here comes Secret with the Blink reveal.
Straight up catch on the Visage. Zayat controls KP. And this is going to relinquish control of the mid-tier one. Nisha already opening up on it. Frontlining and holding that Aegis.
Is under attack.
They'll just go from tower to tower, objective to objective, any kind of smoke on Slardar. Like a two-man smoke is all you need, and Hyde down bottom is kind of protecting Mikoto here, but oh, he's gonna get jumped on himself. Easy kill.
Oh! Level 4 Bash of the Deep with a Corrosive Haze. Significant pain for the Enchantress to withstand.
Yeah, so much goes back to the way that I feel like Talon didn't try and get the lanes that would have given them a better start. They've just given this Slardar the freest game, and now they're paying the price.
Yeah, I mean, KP is getting closer to this Wraith Pact, but he's going to get potentially found out in the mid lane. Savage dead up top to Resolution, though, as Puppey pairs up with the Marcy, and Doom was expended as well.
And Doom is not going to really amount a whole lot. SF just invading jungle now with a Haste Rune 2. Not going to find any kills, just looking to take away farm from the Talon hands. All Talon
It's
can
just
really...
There's nothing there from side. It's just the fact that like they're hunting in all three lanes. Chrysalis is ready to jump bot. Mid lane they were looking for KP. Top lane they're killing the Doom. And Talon just being pushed back in every spot. Now being jumped in the mid lane. Level 5 Enchantress 15 minutes in. Feeling the pain from Chrysalis, but the turnaround from Q and KP. Yeah. Really well done there to kill off the Slardar and the chase towards Zayat. The Requiem, Nisha winds it up, fears them back, turns onto the Doom, and they'll bring down 23 Savage. Killing off a big target. Some retribution from Secret there after losing their Chrysalis Slardar.
And that's what Talon need to do, is like somehow find a way to kill this Slardar. Like punish him when he blinks in or plays too aggressive with the chain stun, but they got a little bit too greedy and a little bit too, I think, excited because of that one kill. Walking into that Requiem, giving away another Doom kill. That's the third death for 23 Savage, who, despite his net worth, is not having a great game. He's getting some okay farm, but it's still a tough time for him, as it is for Q, who gets picked off in the top lane.
Yeah, unfortunate. Rezo's feeling himself. He's had a great game. 4-0 here on the Marcy. And the fact that Nisha, with another 2 minutes remaining on Aegis, can very freely frontline with a catapult behind him and get a very early tier 2, 16 minutes in, is going to unlock the outpost for Secret here.
Yeah, not a terrible trade for Talon getting this mid-tier 1, but
Radiant's middle
at
tower
some point they have to think about taking a fight. They definitely want this Aegis to expire first, but they've got a little bit of time. BKB up now on 23 Savage's Doom. The Deso on TA. They'd love to get both these Blink Daggers before fighting, but even like a Blink BKB Doom, it just feels like Secret are all physical damage.
Rezo. Familiar
23
stuns.
Savage,
And
they
they're
found
catching
Doom
23
too.
Savage, you're right. Yeah, Chrysalis and Zayat. Straight in onto him. While Rezo
elsewhere,
was hunting
yeah.
in the mid lane and catching out the KP Visage. It's just dominoes toppling over here. And Secret find kill after kill, tower after tower. Using this first Aegis to just stomp out any hopes that Talon had in game one.
And they kind of understand all Talon can do is try and run away and farm parts of the map, and Ulsar's the perfect hero to chase heroes around on the map. Blink Dagger plus Guardian Sprint, just zoom through the river and stuff, and Talon are just being hunted. Even missing a Blink Crush there, he still easily kills off 23 Savage's Doom. Like, this is the Doom build, but it doesn't feel like it's going to do a whole lot against physical damage.
Oh, just punching up and killing off birds. KP, does he have a, he does have a resummon. Gonna have to use it though. It's Team Secret. Nisha just pops his Manta style and opens up on this mid-tier 2. Aegis is about to be reclaimed, so the Hurricane back into the stun, and Doom gonna catch out Nisha here. The timing, is it gonna be good enough? The Aegis is about to expire. 1 second remaining, and he's dead. It is well timed by Talon. Right on the edge, but they kill off Nisha. Hunting Puppey now with a stun from Q. They catch the Maiden on the retreat. Some comeback potential appearing, but Puppey, okay. Attempted play with a Ghost Scepter freezing field, cut short by KP.
Wow. This game was looking dire for Talon, but that's a sick play. I mean, we've seen these kind of Aegis baits where you like play around the exact timer where it's going down, but to just leave him ticking while doomed up. The Hurricane into the Impale was absolutely perfect as an initiation, and Secret weren't ready for that one. They just stuck around a little bit too long and didn't respect Talon's playmaking abilities.
Is Chrysalis looking to solo kill this Doom? Well, they've got the Zayats coming. So start off with the Blink Crush, get some bashes going. Now the Snowball with the Walrus Punch, the tag team and the right-click damage. It's enough for Secret. As Rezo, he came in from behind trying to close in on KP and Q, attempting to save the Doom, but now it's Secret on the front foot again.
This is the problem. Like, it's got this BKB, but it's not helping keep him alive. He wants a Blink Dagger, desperately needs even just a casual plate mail. Has a Shivers queued up. Maybe Lotus Orb will help him out since you can get rid of the Corrosive Haze, but Doom's game has just been absolutely miserable.
And Nyx Assassin. Oh, he's still got Carapace level 4 to play with, so Chrysalis, wise decision there. Not having a Zayat's Blink. Holds back a little bit. Snowball connects. It looks like Talon, though, being dived into their tier 3s by Resolution's Marcy.
Just so quick, in, out, gets the kill, and you've already used your stun and your Carapace. That's why Tusk was able to kind of go in, bait it out, and set that kill up, and they'll get the tier 2 tower, this time without an Aegis, but they've got the kills to make sure there's no plays that Talon can make to catch them by surprise.
Another quick tier 2. I gotta feel so good as Team Secret here, just not waiting and farming for next Aegis and Roshan, but getting your spots on the map. Are now pivoting top. Clear out a big wave here for Resolution and Puppey. And try and kick Talon out of that top jungle where Mikoto has been farming very quickly.
This is an adjustment though. 23 Savage just buys the casual Ghost Scepter, says no blink, no casual plate mail, like even a casual plate won't save me, just wants that Ghost Scepter to keep himself alive. You're against 3 right-clicking cores. Like, yeah, BKB Doom is your classic build, but like none of these cores care about BKB whatsoever.
Yeah, cool little adaptation. Invis Zayas, though, up at top. And, wait, hang on a second. Zayas had Blink queued up and he was nearly at it, but he's going Deso?
That seems pretty wild. Not,
We've had a lot of these pos 4s transition into cores, but okay.
didn't know that they definitely don't like right-click physical damage, but I guess why not?
More is more.
Yeah. I mean, the heroes are just going to get deleted. Like, they can have these, like, 2-man gang squads. Like, you don't need to bring everyone if you want to kill people, and BKBs are going to feel completely useless. Like, I don't even think TA wants to build BKB this game at all.
Oh, man, these familiars just keep getting picked off time and time again. No resummon for 35 for KP. Secret just hunting the birds. 2 minutes left for Aegis, a pretty long respawn timer here. So a bit more room for Talon to keep that farm going. And Doom and TA, they're still in the top of the pack there with the 3 secret cores. Just the Visage lagging behind a little bit. Expected though, KP doesn't really have a farming mechanism on this Visage. That's why his birds are being put so far forward to try and push these lanes and create that map space so they can fill the vacuum behind him.
Yeah, if somehow Talon can get to like all these defensive armor items, this game could start to swing, but Secret's just constantly hunting them.
Found the Visage. Straight onto KP and Rezo. BKB's up to blow up Hyde, and KP does get himself
Get the
into the
shard,
Gravekeeper's cloak. The shard there to heal him up at 23 Savage, being pummeled by Rezo. BKB up and the save from Q buys a bit of time for the Doom. Rezo can't go any further, so Savage is all right.
KP lost his birds, he just summoned them, they instantly get taken out, so more gold and something that's just gonna be on cooldown when he respawns as well, so tough times for Talon. They want to they look like they're trying to just linger around, and they probably feel like they have to contest this Roshan. Not that they can do so now. I'll blame Mikoto, finds Rezo, but easy rebound escape.
And now the turnaround. Rezo, can he get in there with Crystallis? The stun. Oh, Mikoto. That was close.
Yeah, that's as close as it gets. Roche back up in 30 seconds. Talon are alive as 5. We'll see if they go for any kind of a smoke play here. I think has a Blink Dagger coming out, is that correct? Yeah, Blink Dagger on the Courier, so that gives them that Blink initiation. Has got the War Stomp to play around with it, so he's got that kind of Blink stun to lead things off for Talon.
Yeah, and a full staff on Q to give a bit more maneuverability as well. Maybe Savage blinks in, gets full staffed out if need be. And they do scan the Roche pit. Dire knows that Secret, they're in that area with 5 seconds to respawn. But they're eyeing up the mid lane where Tusk, Zayat's trying to finish off his Desolator. And he's going to get caught out here by Q. Start with a stun. And 23 Savage straight on top of Zayat. And Secret, they're in position here. Snowball buys time. He's baiting and tanking through all of the onslaught. Now Marcy getting doomed up. 23 Savage trying to focus down Marcy while Crystallis. A lot of damage from Mikoto and Hyde. They blow up the slaughter, but this Requiem's huge with the freezing field. Bumpy shreds through the Doom. Hyde, Mikoto on the run now. It looks like Secret are out of options in terms of initiation though. Zayat, I think he wishes he had a Blink Dagger here to keep giving chase, but the shards all pushes up to the high ground. Talon, they scrape away, but losing that Doom has got to hurt as Roshan starts to be attempted by Secret here.
A little low, but maybe some sidekick regen.
Is under attack.
They're going to be forced out of the pit here. We'll see a quick glimpse of this one. They just couldn't burst down the Tusk. He just lived through it all. Gets off a snowball in the end, and also the Doom, like I think a decent target in Rezo there, but doesn't feel confident to chase him down to finish him off. So Rezo just disengages, comes back later on, and yeah, you kind of mentioned with the Requiem plus freezing field from the high ground. At that point, Talon just has to get the hell out of dodge.
Yeah, now Secret all alive. Every ulti outside of the freezing field is ready. And one of them straight up used on Roche as he ceases to exist inside the pit. Disappears.
Okay. Easy does it. Yeah, Talon desperately need AC, Shivers, multiple Lotus Orbs. They need all the armor items they can get. The Lotuses get rid of the haze. The Shivers guard for the slows. Like, they just need it all. Even then, I think the physical damage is going to somewhat overwhelm them.
Yeah. Does Tusk have it yet? No? 500 gold away? Well, I'm kind of excited for this Tusk Deso. Because it used to be the carry build, right? You go Tusk mid, you buy Silver Edge, Deso, you go blow people up with a Walrus Punch crit. Pretty handy tool.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad item. I'm just shocked to see it because I feel like all these, like a Blink Dagger and utility items are just generally considered to be more impactful from the support role. If they lack damage, sure, it's one thing, but one thing the Secret Draft does not lack is damage.
Yeah, I kind of wonder what the comms were in terms of, did Zayat ask permission to buy this item? Did he, like, Puppy, is it all right if I do it?
No. He's having some fun. I mean, they're basically saying, we're not doing 3 cores, we're doing 4, maybe even 5 cores.
To the temple's defense.
Puppy at 5 position, known for getting his as well.
Yeah, top net worth of the supports. 6.5 grand for him. High ground attempt as the jump in from Marcy gets carapaced. The Crystallis catches the TA. 4 staffed away. The snowball comes back in though with a Walrus Punch. Mikoto's dead. Nisha with a double kill shreds through Talon. This high ground push, as quickly as it started, is going to come to an end now as they're just diving Fountain. KP into the shard, does turn himself to stone, but when he comes back out, the Gargoyle going to get pummeled. 23 Savage doomed up Nisha, but that's the Aegis holding Shadow Fiend and Team Secret. They're just ripping them apart. Nisha with a triple kill, 4 Talon members dead. And, I mean, there's buildings to kill, boys. Go back to the barracks. Stop farming them in the fountain. Zayat's carapaced and he will pay the price. His insolence is punished.
Give him some tips. His own teammates. I don't think Talon's really got much to smile about right now with the way this game is headed. They didn't even end up finishing the SF off. And this is, like, they just drafted where it's like, who are you going to do? You Doom an SF there. He doesn't really care. None of these heroes actually get affected by Doom. They're not really relying on casting spells. And kind of talked about the draft. This is like every team has been banning Doom against Talon, and the reason Secret let it through and finally give Talon this hero is because they have an idea of how to play and draft into it, and we're seeing it here. 23 Savage, the carry Doom, just having nearly no impact on the game.
Yeah, all that net worth coming to nothing as we watch it back. And the initiation is so perfect from Team Secret. As soon as they saw the Nyx stun onto one hero, they knew they could jump in and have a very free time. Talon have a severe lack of disables and teamfight abilities, so as soon as Nyx Assassin has shown himself, you get on top of him, on top of the TA. It's really just absolute freedom for Secret. And a DD rune for Nisha now, breaking high ground. They see the Nyx again. If they can kill off Q here, it might just be lights out for Talon. Ghost Scepter from 23 Savage, gonna get him a bit of safety, but your buildings, they don't have the same luxury. They are open for the onslaught of physical damage from Team Secret as they dive tier 4s and immediately blow up with a single hit. Enchantress gets eviscerated by the SF, and Nyx Assassin, he's next up with a Blink Crush. They find the kill. Oh, Talon. Game 1 feels like it's all over now. You're going to buy back out of Nyx, but Nisha running straight back behind the tier 3s. GG is called as Mikoto gets caught.
Overwhelming damage and no ability to fight into the physical damage. Just felt like Talon lacked any bite this game, and they were forced to play, I think, a kind of passive laning stage with some of the, the draft they went for this last pick Visage. I think the idea was fine. Like, okay, you think you're going to get Slada versus Al Doom? Let's play the Doom safe lane, and we're going to have a Visage lane against Crystallis' Slada. Well, all it took was one lane swap for Secret, and then they just dominate the early game. And the fact Talon just give him the lanes Secret want is kind of just game over from there in many ways.
Yeah, it felt like a foregone conclusion. And the laning stage broke down, in particular, just Secret running rampant over their opponents.
Yep.
And just looking across the scoreboard, both Rezo and Crystallis had the same amount of CS, similar amount of net worth. They really were playing with this Nisha, primary carry, but 2 further carries from both Slardar and the Marcy. And Zayas did finish off his Deso at the end as well.
Good times, good times. I mean, you want overwhelming damage, just add a little bit more to it. I think if you're Talon, you're kind of reconsidering this first phase Doom pick, especially with the way Secret drafted and played here. Or you need to think about what picks go around it when they go for this like SF triple physical damage cores, combined with a 4-position Tusk that amps up all the physical damage as well. The end result was just a Talon draft that didn't really have a playmaker. You got TA Doom plus Visage, and also just doesn't really ever have a chance in a right-click battle. Like, you're trying to go like triple fighting cores yourself, and the damage output is always going to favor the Secret side with what they picked up.
Yeah, and the flexibility felt nice at the beginning, where he's like, okay, this KP Doom could be 23 Savage. You flip things around, but sometimes that flexibility can backfire if you don't have the full draft around it.
Yep.
As you see there, Nisha gets his early BKB, the Dragonlance, and a well-deserved MVP for the Shadow Fiend. 10, 1, and 6 on this Nisha SF, who basically just sat in lane for the first 10 minutes, just farming away, opposing the TA.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like the first 15 minutes of this game were kind of boring. Let's be real here. Like, both teams were just like, we're chilling, we're forgetting our farm. It wasn't until Crystallis got his Blink Dagger that the game like really popped off. From there, Secret would just go, go, go. They were chasing all around the map. Anywhere Talon tried to farm, they were being hunted. To me, I would say Slardar is the MVP because he's the one that set the tempo and made all the plays to put Talon on the back foot. Just hell of a showing from Crystallis, and it almost felt like a little bit too passive at times from Secret in the early game, but then they really just flipped the switch later on.
Yeah, holding their energy for that last burst, the sprint towards the end with a diving fountain. And there's the man of the hour. 10, 1, and 6. Great stuff out of Nisha's Shadow Fiend. Even if, the rest of Secret also pulling their weight. It's a very, very good team effort here in game 1 up against Talon. And Talon, they're the ones who need to be winning these games. Team Secret are already secured the playoff spot out of Group B, whereas Talon, they're down in 9th place, needing victories, gods.
Yeah, this feels like make or break for them. Checking the results from the other game, Entity did lose their game 1. That's the team that Talon is tied with currently for the top elimination spot. So the bottom elimination spot was TSM. I'm not sure how their games are going, but it's do or die time for Talon. Like, you really want that game 2 win to kind of guarantee either being safe or tiebreakers. Getting 0-2 here could mean you face elimination.
That could be lights out. We'll find out what happens, though. A quick break, and we'll return with game 2 of Secret versus Talon. See you then.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are with Game 2 between Talon and Team Secret about to get underway. It's all coming down to this, gods, where we've got three-way tiebreakers. We might be looking at tiebreakers here in Group B as well. What's the rundown of the situation between TSM, Talon, and Entity?
Yeah, so coming into this series, there was 3 teams at the bottom of this group, with TSM 1 win below Entity and Talon, who are tied. Entity, as well as TSM, Entity haven't lost yet, but I think they're about to get 2-0'd, whereas TSM have just lost game 1. So that's good news for Talon, because right now, if all these teams just get 2-0'd, TSM will get eliminated, and then Talon, as well as Entity, will be tied, and they'll play a tiebreaker, two-way tiebreaker. So,
Okay.
For Talon, you want to win. If you get a win and Entity get 2-0'd, all of a sudden they don't have to play those tiebreakers. So there's still a potential for Talon to avoid those tiebreakers. There's also potential for them to just get straight up eliminated. There's also potential for tiebreakers. So one of 3 things can happen for them.
Lots of opportunities. Yeah. I mean, thinking about that, which one would you prefer? A 3-way tie of best of ones, or would you prefer the 2-way tie where you have a best of 3 against your opponents?
As a team, or
as a team? Yeah, if you were playing playing as Talon or whoever.
Probably the best of 3. It just feels like, a more honest way to play Dota. It's like, we're gonna, we get to prepare our draft for game 1, win or lose, you make your adjustments, you go into game 2. It feels like a real series. The BO1 3-way round robin, it's like the best way to resolve a 3-way tie, but it's chaotic, and also the tie sometimes doesn't resolve. Then you got to play it again and maybe again. So
round after round.
It's not a very clean solution, even if it is the best solution. So I think most teams will prefer that BO3, unless you're like a super underdog and you're trying to like upset people in BO1s. But most teams believe in themselves and think they can win a BO3.
Yeah, and I guess, you're both down at the bottom of the group stage, so there's not likely to be an underdog against a top team kind of situation there. But we'll see how it all breaks down. Talon still, in the moment right now, they are looking for wins. If they get victories, they can kind of look towards securing their place in the playoffs for TI and ignore what's going on around them, ignore the noise of Entity, TSM, playing up against Fnatic and them, and just figure out what they have to do in this game, in this draft, because game 1, their first pick Doom just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, I think, need to rethink, either how they draft around the Doom or just not draft it. It's kind of weird because every team's been banning it against them, and they finally get it, and they just lose in such a dominating fashion. I almost feel like you just kind of have to ignore it. Games like that, like they're wishing they had the Enigma or something against triple cores, 2 melee carries on the enemy team. You wish you have a black hole, but of course that's what Secret's prioritizing because they feel more threatened by it. So we'll see where Talon go game number 2. I'm not sure there's an obvious answer about how to approach this draft, but hopefully they've got some ideas from Always Want to Fly, their coach.
Yeah, I think I said 8 games in a row, but it was actually more. It was like 10 games in a row where they weren't allowed to get their Doom, or 11 even, because there was a series where Tundra picked Doom and Block picked it away from them, which I didn't factor in either. So it was a long time coming for them to actually get their hands on the hero, and then failing spectacularly with it has got to be a damper on their morale. And here we go. Game 2 draft is on our screens as Team Secret take on Talon. Top of the group against bottom of the group, just reiterating that fact. And Talon looking for every opportunity to win a team fight, to win a Roshan battle, to win this game.
Well, we'll see what those adjustments are going to be. Talon already banning the SF. I like it. That's definitely, I think, means they can double down on Doom. They've kind of taken away the hero that was most problematic, I think, for their Doom draft, and also just enabled the Marcy and Slardar to dish out so much more damage. So they don't have to first pick Doom necessarily. They could wait to pick it with their, pick number 4 of the draft. I think that may be also another way where they can protect the Doom, but for now,
10 seconds
a
remaining.
different set of bans means Talon are going to find themselves in a different situation.
5 seconds remaining.
Still in high spirits, though. Nice to see, smiles and chuckles there from Talon.
Yeah, that's my boy KP. People thought I was biased last game. This time we've got an Aussie playing, so I'm trying to be even
Here we
more
go.
biased.
Here we go. Here we go.
The Talon, at least win or lose, could still be safe. We'll see how things kind of pan out for them, but definitely a team who's had an amazing journey throughout the DPC year. And this is a team who started in Division 2 at the start of the year. Didn't make it out of Division 2 the first tour. It wasn't until Tour 2 when they swapped up their roster that they made it to Div 1. And from Div 2 to Div 1 and going to the Major. So, I think Talon getting eliminated in groups and doing bad at the Texas Major shouldn't necessarily be thought of as like some disaster for them, considering that they are such a new young team. Even though they have some veterans and some star players from the region, they're a team that's been pretty newly formed.
Yeah, still looking to find their groove and their identity or style, as Leshrac is the first pick for them, one of the kings of the tournament so far. He was right up there in the first couple of days with the highest pick rate, and still looking like a very solid hero. And I kind of wonder, watching the player cams, what the funny joke was there, because prior to this pick, KP was like nodding his head saying, yeah, go for it, and having a good chuckle. Maybe this Lesh is, a 3-way flex across 1, 2, and 3 rolls.
Yeah, they seem not too phased by the game 1 loss, and great to see all the smiles there, but I'm sure Secret something up their sleeves here. Definitely the flex potential of Lesh makes drafting a little bit trickier. I think particularly with Talon, 23 Savage has like a really wide hero pool. We've seen carry Doom last game. We've seen carry Lina. You get a very wide array of heroes from him alongside, your traditional carries, your Morphlings, your TBs, your hard carries. He'll play those just as well on top of the kind of fringe picks.
And there is Lina, the Team Secret.
Well, that's their answer to the Leshrac. Like, we're going to outrange this Leshrac, right-click him down, not let him get up close to our carry to dish out Pulse Nova and Diabolic Edict damage. I think very likely to be the Nisha hero for the mid lane, but I think at the same time, I mentioned some of these other teams doing safe lane Lina, maybe something that also Secret consider.
Definitely a possibility. And you mentioned the Doom as maybe a 4th pick here for Talon going into that phase of banning. Is that still something you look for, or do we just ditch the Doom and go for something? Clockwork. That's a good pick.
I was going to say ditch because I think, again, Secret have gone very heavy in this like physical damage with Tusk tag team, Lina right clicks, and 2 heroes that Doom, well, like we saw last game, like these heroes that sit back and right click, you get a Doom on them, they don't maybe really care about it. So nothing about Secret's draft to me says Doom is a good pick right now. So I think waiting is the right call. They get a support. I think given that Leshrac is almost exclusively a core, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, getting a support to pair with it that synergizes well with it, and also causes Secret problems. Getting on top of the Lina is always the name of the game when you're playing against this hero. So Clockwork, a great choice.
And pretty good at securing lanes as well. If you do have in mind, another ranged carry here, maybe for 23 Savage. A POS 5 Clockwork can work out. POS 4 Clockwork can work in a lane with Lesh if you want to. So lots of options for them in these first 2 picks of the draft.
It's kind of interesting to see Secret drafting there. It felt like Puppey was kind of just chilling, sitting back, not even necessarily saying a whole lot. Of course, he is, the captain of this team. He's not the one actually in the draft seat. Chrysalis is the guy with the draft icon, but Puppey perhaps taking a slightly lesser role when it comes to the draft, at least to some extent.
And you have Heen sitting in Chrysalis's chair, so I think it's Heenalis, the actual person clicking the buttons. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, letting the coach handle the dirty business of picking the heroes, and we'll see where that leads things here. They didn't ban the Chen in the first phase, but Talon still get a chance to ban it here, second phase, and make sure that Puppey doesn't get his hands on Chen. The Enchantress still in the pool, though. I think something to be equally afraid of, particularly with the way Puppey has just gotten so much farm on the hero, uses it to be this like frontline scouting. I'm just going to run up a cliff by myself and you can't really touch me.
I mean, there's still a lot out there you've got to be afraid from Resolution's hero pool as well, though. Like this second phase of bans kind of difficult. You know, ban a carry, ban a support, maybe now ban an offlane and just go across the board and ban one of every role. Try and remove some of these options from Secret. I mean, yeah, Secret banned the Beastmaster themselves. There's still a lot out there for Rezo to pull out. His Mirana was a spectacular one back in LCQ. I could see that again here. You know, pairings with the Tusk. That's what I'm looking for.
I think, yeah, there we go. Just as you say, the hero, they ban it. The right-clicking semi-carries just feel really nice to play with Tusk. This does leave Viper in the pool. I think that's something I feel like Secret have looked pretty good on. Maybe there is some worries about picking like too many squishy ranged right-clickers with Viper Lina. I think one of the strengths of their draft last game, like they had all this physical damage and scaling, but both Marci and Slardar are like these nice frontline BKB heroes that are really tanky and hard to kill. A hero like Marci also has an escape spell, so going like a Viper here maybe kind of makes your draft a bit more susceptible and gives Talon openings to make some nice plays.
Yeah, definitely could do. Going for the Puppey Bane now. Give them a lot of potential in the lane just to whittle away at the clock or whoever he's against. Sets up very nicely as well. You know, Tusk and Bane very good at starting fights as long as they can smoke and group up together. And I'm kind of looking for another hero to pair in because you'll have this trio of Bane, Lina, Tusk that can play together. But often Lina wants to be off-map, hiding in fog, farming. So a Rezo or a Chrysalis hero that can dish some damage into this control and catch they've got would be very nice.
Yeah, wondering what that might be. The Slardar also still in the pool, something that Chrysalis has now played several times. Depending what talent pick. I mean, for Secret, when it comes to picking up these last couple cores, it's these two talent heroes that's going to kind of determine the direction the draft goes. And Lycan coming out. Talon looking to play at a certain tempo here with Lycan, Leshrac. Gives them a lot of vision control. And they've got a hero in the Clockwork that really utilizes this vision well. He's going to be able to start fights with that hook shot that can, you know, be played off with the Lycan Wolves that give all that great scouting vision.
5 seconds remaining.
But now you've given an opportunity with this. You know, yes, you have a double pick here, but the chance for Secret to go like Monkey King or Ursa is a real scary threat, I feel.
Yep, and that's why picking here, this is the hardest part of the draft for teams when you're playing with first pick, because you've got to kind of reveal like the majority of what your draft is trying to do, and you don't really know a whole lot. You see two supports and a Lina who's kind of a flex core, and even if you know it's going mid, you don't really know a whole lot of what Secret's doing with their draft. But what I do like is that Lycan is really good against the Bane, as well as the Lina. These are heroes that don't deal well with summons. You see these three Secret heroes, like there's some deep push from Lina, but you get on top of her with a helm creep, and it's going to cause problems. I feel like Secret with this pick now, the 8th pick, have to address the Lycan in some fashion, whether that's like a Sven or something that kind of deals with the helm creep and eats it, like, you know, the Night Stalker type heroes.
Ooh, yeah.
Something needs to come out that counters what Lycan is going to do this game.
Yeah, maybe like a Kunkka or something if they want to really shift things around. Like it's going to be a Bloodseeker. So Rupture onto Lycan and Bloodright to try and hold out on your tier 1 and clear out waves is pretty handy to have as well.
Yep.
And I guess with Bane, Lina, Tusk, you're looking at these lanes where they'll be shredding through people, giving Bloodseeker's Thirst a lot of emphasis and a lot of use in that first 10 minutes of the game.
It feels like a very different early game. I'm excited because last game's early game lane stage was a snooze fest. So this time around, we've got Bloodseeker, Bane, Lina, Tusk. I mean, Lycan lane, maybe not the most hype, but like Jakira, Clockwork, it just feels like lanes where there's going to be a lot more brawling early on.
Team Secrets turn to ban.
Out goes the Mars, so now Talon pretty much knowing they can focus on Rezo heroes that want to be team fight starters. You know, Bloodseeker doesn't give you a lot in terms of AoE control or team fight, so you're just going to add that from your offlane hero, it looks like.
Yeah, it does feel like a game where we're going to see likely a more traditional Rezo hero. I think picking another like scaling core with Bloodseeker Lina is a bit too all in, and Secret's draft kind of lacks that team fight. Like if you're pushing towers with Lycan Leshrac, how do you stop a push? You need to beat it with some kind of team fight setup. So like your Marses, your Tide Hunters, these kind of big team fight ultimates that can kind of run in and frontline are pretty important against your push strats.
How do you feel about like a Magnus here?
Secrets turn to ban.
For Team Secret.
Secret, it's it's definitely good. I think it's just a matter of it's a bit greedier than some of the other options, like the Mars, for
Yeah.
example. The Tidehunter, maybe you feel a bit less greedy about. But it also seems good because they want to push high ground and you get a blink skewer back. It's one of the best ways to stop a push is just these repositioning tools. So, Magnus, good work.
Yeah, you've also got Rupture as well, right? Rupture
true,
into Skewer.
yeah.
You got some fun plays there. You know, Tusk with an Aghanim Scepter kicking people around in the later game, but yeah, we'll see what happens. There's still that softer option of the Tidehunter that you mentioned. That's
The
the
other
potential.
consideration is the lane. Like if you're going to be doing Tusk +1, like it's not a very like you normally want a range partner with Tusk. Like
Yeah.
you still consider that. Like the range heroes aren't really the team fighters so much. Like your Vipers, your Razors, your Nature's Prophets. These heroes don't feel great. At the same time, also we're going to see what talent pick. I think Rezo's waiting to see what talent pick. Like we're theory crafting what he might play. He probably doesn't even know yet. He's just going to be looking for what's a good matchup against what Talon's carry is.
Yeah, he might just pick a Visage or something as the last pick. Come out a bit more conventional in terms of meta picks. But Talon need their position 1. It looks like they've got like the KP Lycan, the Lesh for Mikoto. It's 23 Savage, who has been banned out. The TA, Drow, and Luna all gone for those tempo carries.
Yeah, what do they have in mind here? Maybe wonder if they're thinking of any Wolfbite synergy. You're not really seeing these Lycan drafts really played around the Wolfbite as much anymore, but there is potential for it. Also depends where they want to play their supports. Like is Jakiro going to the off lane? Then they may want a range carry to go with Clockwork. Or they may just be doing the Clock Lycan, and then you can pick a lot of things with Jakiro.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Tempo, tower push, lone druid for Talon.
Where's your deep push secret? I think that's maybe part of why they already picked the Bloodseeker. The Bloodright plus the Lean is pretty good in terms of deep push, but Lone Druid's definitely a hero that does not care about this
10
rupture
seconds
whatsoever.
remaining.
You just stand your ground and hit buildings.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, is it as something simple as something like going back to a Death Prophet here for Team Secret? Add in a bit of tower push. It's not the AoE control that we want, but it's still a tempo hero to match Talon's pace a bit.
Yeah, I mean, they could just try, push, like, basically trade towers or
Mirror.
force Talon to defend. Yeah, mirror. I do feel like they're going to be a bit slower. Lean is just this hero that needs a bit too much farm before you come online, but I'm not sure. Tidehunter to me is like the simple, like, okay, let's just pick big tanky boy to put in front of these towers to defend it with. You got Anchor Smash against the Bear, against the Lycan summons, Kraken Shell to get out of Jakiro spells, but I don't know. Doesn't feel amazing. Ooh, okay. There we go, Secret. That's kind of that's one concept. I mean, it's similar to the Death Prophet where like, let's mirror the push and put them on the back foot. But in a way where like you overrun your lane and who on Talon easily deals with the Brood. You've got a Leshrac, but you don't really want to be playing defensively on your side of the map and deep pushing against a Brood. You want to be setting the tempo yourself. So I think this is a pretty cool concept for Secret to try and answer Talon's draft.
I ain't gonna Brood them. I think that's a good point though you bring up. Like Mikoto doesn't want to be going top lane. He wants to be playing mid and bot lane, pushing enemy tier 1, playing in that bottom jungle, not tracking back and dragging his feet to deal with the Brood Mother up at top. And Rezo with a Brood, that also means Tusk is going to have a bit more freedom to roam around, right? Once Brood is like level 3, level 4, Tusk can kind of just leave the lane.
Yeah. And if you do want to you can either make plays around your mid lane, around your Lina, or you just kind of take over that enemy jungle and have the threat of Tusk setting up kills for the Brood, who, Brood is this hero that loves to farm, but also is very happy to have support rotations coming on in to set up some of those early kills once you have that, level 6 Brood with the Spider Army and the webs all set up through the enemy jungle.
Are there any lanes that either team wants to kind of try and avoid? Is there a way for Talon to move away from the Brood lane to get a better advantage?
I don't think so. I think the Lone Druid does fine against the Brood in lane. The Silken Ball is just not as effective. It's single target and you've got the hero plus the bear, so it doesn't really give you an edge when it comes to the laning stage. I think if you're Talon, you're just hoping that the lanes can go well enough that the Brood, you slow down those Brood timings. Maybe you do some early support rotations or bring in Mikoto early on with the Leshrac to make some kind of move. I think these power runes, like if you get a Leshrac haste or something, could make a difference, but their lanes are fine. Like they don't have to be concerned about how the lanes themselves go. It's just how you deal with the level 6 Brood.
Yeah, the consequences of this Brood last pick that Secret bring out. Also, got to rely here a little bit on getting level 6 on Clockwork. It feels like Q has got his work cut out for him in terms of team fight initiation. But yeah, he'll have the Wolves and the Flares and the Bear to scout things out. But he is pretty much the way in for Talon to start things off. But saying that, the way that Talon want to play is going to be frontlining with Lycan and the Lone Druid on objectives. So maybe that's their way of kind of breaking vision, right?
Oh, yeah. And at some point, they can just give up that top lane to Brood. Let Brood take tier 1 top, tier 2 top. As long as they're getting similar towers and more, like, their push is overwhelming. Edict, Bear, plus Lycan, towers are going to melt, and it's just about making sure you actually aren't being stalled and delayed. Because Brood will do the similar thing on the other side of the map, just not quite as fast.
Well, off to the races we head. Talon against Secret. Talon looking for these wins. KP half health. Zayats and Puppey doing a good amount of damage to him and chasing him all the way across, back down towards bottom. Is this a tri-lane from Secret? Or is Zayats just going to try and TP? Oh, he's zoning out Q. Good amount of damage on the Clockwork now, too.
Yeah, curious to see. I don't think you want to leave Brood alone. Brood will lose this lane pretty horribly, and yeah, Tusk TP's top. Like, Jakiro alone is just going to ruin Brood's life if it's a 2v1, and Lone Druid will get utter free farm. So lanes will stabilize as Q continues to get bullied by Puppey's Bane. Force out an early salve here. You don't want to give Bloodseeker too much free damage because as a result, KP's getting zoned away from this bottom lane. All that free thirst is problematic.
Yeah, very speedy on this Bloodseeker, chasing KP back. And Q, that was a fight that he thought he could win with Battery Assault, but Brain Sap, yeah, there we go. Always the strongest hero in these 1v1 trades. Now he's under a dire creep wave, though, taking a significant amount more damage.
He wanted to stop the neutral camp spawning, but paid a pretty healthy price of his health pool to do so. His next Battery Assault coming up soon, and he's just going to try and stay on Puppey and give KP this kind of 1v1, but Chrysalis is just bullying KP so far. Anytime KP comes up to the lane, he's just being right-clicked down, and Bloodseeker getting all these denies as well, or a couple of denies on range creeps, and not an easy lane for KP.
Yeah, usually it's the honest regen trade, you know, tango for tango, salve for salve. But with that early damage that the two supports of Secret got onto the Lycan and Clockwork, they were at a disadvantage from the get-go. Chrysalis exploiting this fact with spamming out the Bloodright and getting the chases onto them. But a bit of calm here, it looks like, as the Radiant Wave will get in on top of the Dire Tier 1. Gives a bit of room for Puppey to pull. So we can take a peek into some of these other lanes. Lina against Lesh. Nisha versus Mikoto. Getting into their bottles as quickly as they can.
Yeah, pretty, I think, interesting, fun mid lane. Like, all comes down to some of these skill shot spells. Mikoto's always going to be trying to land those split earths when Lina goes for last hits, but Nisha always comes down to can you sidestep these spells and not get hit by the split earth as far as winning this mid lane.
Yeah, then up at top, they've secured a bit of XP here for the Broodmother to close in on level 3. Zayats very often is out of XP range, hits level 2 now. I'll wait to see what his skills up. But he'll be just maintaining that lane for resolution. Try and deward, block up some camps, make sure that Hyde and 23 Savage don't get the complete free farm on this Lone Druid, who is always looking for that first item timing. Get the Mask of Madness, get the Deso, it's all clicking into place for Savage.
Yeah, before that comes online, there's, you know, not a whole lot they can really do to give Rezo a tough time on his Brood in this lane, so will be the snowball at level 2. Zayats, if they catch Hyde out of position, could see a Brood rotate on over, but Brood isn't even going for any points in the Silken Bolus load, just wants the sustain from the web and the hunger. It looks like this lane is mostly going to be a bit of a farm trade.
Yeah, looks like it. Going to favor Savage. 7 denies up already. Well, Chrysalis continues his domination in that bottom lane. Yeah, battling inside the cogs. Puppey getting pushed back. The Wolves are chasing, but Brain Sap, even just at level 1, is enough to withstand the bit of damage is coming his way. And Chrysalis chasing with a Thirst and the Bloodright to get first blood on Q.
Great recognition. He can rotate over and just using this Thirst movement speed to make all these extra little moves, and Does give KP a little bit of freedom to farm freely under his lane, but a first blood gold going the way of Bloodseeker is going to feel really nice for his game.
He's going to be so quickly into the phase of the Maelstrom. That's another way to deal with the summons of the Lycan. Try and handle that Spirit Bear.
He gets the bottle refill mid.
Yeah. Makoto very thankful for it. A decent observer ward there placed by Q as well. Going to be watching for the moves in towards mid lane around the 6-minute mark when we look for those active runes. Both Lina and Lesh offer a lot of damage once they've hit level 6.
Definitely feels like the point where heroes like Clockwork and Bane are going to be looking to make those rotations towards mid. Not mid laners you typically want to give these power runes to.
27-5 on this Lina. Starting to get the upper hand now. Falcon Blade, first item for Nisha. No surprises there. Has become the primary item for these Linas in the mid lane. While Hyde up at top, having a bit of a scrap with Zayat. He's got the block there, and the ice shards as well to get him out. Doesn't have a TP or anything, though. Just tangos to rely on. It looks like he wants to place an observer ward somewhere as well.
Ooh, yeah. Gonna get... How deep does he want to go? I mean, the Jakiro knows he's going to ward, but there's just so many different places he can place it. And I think the key is here for Zayat's not putting it in an obvious place that gets dewarded, gets a nice little jungle ground ward, something that's unlikely to be found, and also finds a courier. Okay. Bye bye Makoto's courier.
Fortune favoring the bold there, walking all the way across. Boots gone. And looking for this kill on Makoto now, 20 seconds before Rune spawns. This is the move that Zayat has been wanting to make. Q is here ready in position, but with the battery assault wearing off, Zayat and Nisha put a little bit of damage on him, but I'll come to a close.
Did bait out some of those tough spells, which will, you know, he's a bit low on mana for this 6-minute rune, but in position to secure the bottom rune, and top rune will be Talon favored, so they get charged forward. They go for the kill on Nisha here, but Makoto's out of mana.
Yeah, everyone's out of mana. No one's got any spells left to give. Mango given to Zayat, and the Laguna Blade looking for the finish onto the Leshrac, but he gets the kill on Lina first. Now with the Ice Path, holding on to Puppey, Q and Hyde with the cogs pushed back, trapping Zayat inside, but lacking damage at this point. Just a dual breath and maybe another liquid fire here in a second from Hyde. He's trying to kill off the Tusk. Zayat so close to death. Under the tower with a tag team and a bit of damage from the Brain Sap. Puppey, one more hit. Oh, it does the trick.
Absolute bloodbath there in that mid lane. That's it's so funny. Like they rotate everyone to try and secure the rune. In the end, it's just the Puppey Bane picking up the rune for nothing. But everybody dying as a result of power runes. Rupture down bottom. They go for the kill on KP. He's got a TP, but he can't go for it because Tusk is in the neighborhood, and it seems like KP knew it. He just accepts his fate.
Just stand there and die. Crystal is hitting that level 6. Nice timing there to kill off the Lycan. And both these secret supports out on the map again. Such a threat with this Nightmare, the Snowball, tons of setup, no matter what lane they go into. But this ward that was placed by Q is going to see everything coming now.
Charge into the jungle here. They want to play around their Leshrac.
Yeah, enough time bought by Zayat. And Hyde, hit by the Light Strike array. 2 kills going to go the way of Secret, as it was Talon trying to make this play to open up the mid-tier 1. They had the vision, but Secret had the numbers, the positioning.
Just one Nightmare. They just Nightmared Lesh, and then suddenly these supports are like getting bursted down, and they're like, oh, Leshrac, you can help us, but it's just not a play they can make. They are rotating down bottom for Chrysalis here. No level 6, no shapeshift, so it doesn't look like Q's going to be able to really set up any kind of a gank here, and he's actually the one getting zoned out on this bottom lane. You have to respect that Rupture now with a Javelin plus Phase Boots. Chrysalis' Bloodseeker is getting ridiculously farmed.
Monstrous, really monstrous. Oh, we'll see if he decides to go BKB before finishing off the full Mjolnir. There's also his Aghanim Shard is a big item this game against Lycan and Lone Druid. And I feel like we've, at least I say we, using the Royal we, I've not looked top in a good 5 minutes. What's happening with Rezo? Is he fine?
Yeah, he's getting some decent farm. He's hit level 6 now. Lone Druid has been free farming though. 4k net worth on Lone Druid, so matching up with the Lina. Only a little bit behind the Bloodseeker. Considering Bloodseeker got first blood, basically means like they've been farming evenly. Problem is Lone Druid can't stick around now that Brute 6.
KP, shape-shifting mid, getting on top of Nisha, but the Cogs keeping KP out of there, trapping Nisha inside. Mikoto will get the damage they needed.
Is under
A
attack.
big kill on the Lina as they transfer all of this effort into the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, this is cool. They rotate the Lycan to the mid lane, and they actually send Lone Druid bottom. You don't want to play 5 heroes in one lane. You still want to play both mid and bottom. But Lone Druid, unable to play against the Brood, says, okay, Brood's going to take top lane, top jungle, and probably top tower. I need to do the same thing bottom. So if you're Secret, you're seeing this Lone Druid bottom. You know they just made a move mid. You probably want to gun for Lone Druid here.
I don't know how Puppey does it. He's just a pos 5 Bane, walks up, denies the tower in front of a Lesh, a Lycan, or even a Jakiro with all the tower push he's got from this level 1 Liquid Fire.
The news for
Looks like
Secret is this bear does not have Mask of Madness yet, so he can't really push the tempo down bottom as fast as the Brood is. Brood's going to get this top tier 1 tower very quick.
Yeah, just allowing creeps to push naturally. Clears out the wave and can come back for it.
Is under attack.
Secret readying themselves for a defense of the bottom tier 1, though. Bane and Tusk coming down here. Just with some ice shards and keeping this creep wave away. Looks like Talon are going to have to really push the limits of their draft and bring everybody down to shove this tower.
Just
Chrysalis
using the
is
summons.
Bloodseeker's in from the back, though. Has vision over onto Hyde. Trying to focus down and solo the Jakiro, and it looks like he's quickly done it. A Maelstrom strike at the very end, while Puppey is being pummeled by the bear. So 23 Savage does get the trade, but this is Secret defending their objective for now.
We touch upon Talon not having a Brood answer in terms of good AoE reliable clear. It's a similar story with Secret. And you've got level 1 Bloodright, you've got Lina Dragonslave, but this push with the bear plus the Helm Creep and the Wolves is just unstoppable. Even with the kill and the initiation from Secret, they still have to just let this tower go. But they're still at least getting some kind of a trade. They're getting the top lane. The Brood is going to, freely farm this top jungle and really accelerate from here.
And Makoto trying to get on top of these spiralings, but resolution, he's just microing them away.
Good luck with that. As long as it's just Brood, Makoto can play top lane. He's not likely going to be able to kill any spiders because Rezo's just going to, play away from him. But the key thing is, if any kind of support rotation goes top to the Brood, that's where Makoto's in trouble. So he needs to be a little bit careful about sticking around this top lane.
Now in Talon's Bulldozer for Q. The Tumbler's toy from Zayat, forcing the misplaced hook. And this Bulldozer from Talon, it was starting on that tier 2 bottom, and it does force the glyph pretty early on here from Secret. We'll see if they continue with their efforts down here.
Even without the Leshrac, they know at worst it's a 4v4 because Brood is just not a hero who TP rotates. Brood is pretty much camped down this top lane, so they're willing to take their chances with a 4v4 fight here. Shapeshift is up with the Helm Creep.
I mean, the summons, they scouted out Zayat, but he's come back in with a grip from Puppey.
Okay.
Killing that Clockwork means no more teamfight initiation, no more brawler on the front lines from Talon and the Shards. They've trapped in Savage, focusing the bear with a Nightmare. Gonna go for the Rupture on the hero itself and maybe kill off both. Snowball across onto the Jakiro. Zayat, he'll chase down the Lone Druid, and Chrysalis grabs the double kill. The Shapeshift is used to sprint away as KP, he's left his high Jakiro to die. Attempts the TP, but there's a Walrus Punch from Zayat to stop him in his tracks. And Team Secret, just the right amount of heroes to come down here and make sure that a push of Talon is quelled.
Yeah, it was very calculated from Talon to be like, okay, we're fine down here. Brood can't rotate, but they just got outplayed and maneuvered. So we'll see if we can get a replay up in just a second, but the initiation there, just taking the Clockwork out, he didn't have the hook shot, but then most importantly, those ice shots, locking the Lone Druid in the trees. What a beautiful shards from Zayat. I'm not sure if it's entirely the way intended. There was definitely some intent to catch the Lone Druid, but completely surrounding him against a wall just ended that team fight for Talon.
And now you know Savage has got to resummon the bear, so maybe if Secret are able to smoke out this bottom jungle and go hunt the Lone Druid, you shut him down for another couple of minutes.
Middle tower is under attack.
Their move, though, is to look for the tier 1 mid. Much more simple.
Yep. I love it. I mean, it goes back like what we saw there, kind of what we mentioned in the draft. Leshrac Makoto, you didn't pick this hero and you don't want to just be playing top lane and dealing with a Brood, but he kind of feels like he has to, and as a result, as a Bloodstone farmed up Leshrac, he wasn't there to join his team for a key team fight. Somebody kind of has to address the Brood lane, and when it's one of your strongest heroes, it's just not really ideal for Talon's gameplay.
Yeah, especially when we think about, physical damage versus magical damage and scaling into the game. This is early game, pre-20 minutes, pre-BKBs in particular. You want this magical damage to be utilized to the fullest, and that's not what you get when he's killing Spiderlings. He wants to be killing heroes. Pretty shortly.
We'll trade tier 2s. They decide the fighting is over, but it's Secret who have a 4K gold lead off of all this.
Yeah, I mean, pretty shortly they're going to have BKBs up. Chrysalis is, 700 gold away. Nisha, 1,000 gold away. When come 16 minutes, we'll have double BKB cores for Team Secret, and then Mikoto, even more struggles to output damage.
Yeah, they'll be entirely relying on this lone druid, and you can easily defend these objectives that Talon are thinking, okay, we're going to have this Mask of Madness, Desert Bear, and just barrel down some lanes with a Lycan, but with BKB, Secret can force those fights.
Yeah, I'm wondering if KP, after this Helm of the Overlord, goes for the Ags to try and maybe shapeshift the bear.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of it. We've seen it before from some of the other teams here in the group stage, and it's a very potent combo. Smoke up from Talon. They want to connect here. Any kind of kill could lead into Roshan.
And Zayat, he's going to be the hero they find. Snowball delays his inevitable demise. And Talon straight into the Roche pit.
Okay. This is definitely part of the game plan for them. Being this far behind in gold maybe wasn't, but they've still got an opportunity to kind of hit this Aegis high ground push timing here. No contest from the side of Team Secret. It looks like they're just going to give this one up and worry about defending their buildings rather than contesting a Roshan this early on.
Yeah, so how much brute force do we need from Talon right now? With this push draft, are they on a timer? Is there something they're worried about going into late game? Or is this going to be a farming Aegis or a hardcore push every tower Aegis?
I think they're absolutely on a timer. They need to push everything, all these outer towers, maybe even start considering, like with Deso, I think you're considering high ground push with this first Aegis, just because we're going to get to this point. This Spirit Bearer is going to get kited horribly. I don't think you can rely on this Spirit Bearer at all to do anything once you get past 30 minutes with like all the annoying spells it's up against. Ice Shard, Snowball, the tag team, the Nightmare, the Grip potentially.
Rupture the bear.
Yeah, it may come to that. And heroes like Lycan aren't really scaling with the Helm of the Overlord. Leshrac can scale. Like, that's kind of some pretty good late game there, but I think for Talon, let's get every outer tower, and maybe even consider a high ground push with this, even first Aegis.
Yeah, DD Bat takes down the tier 1 up at top. Secret going to go for the mirror movement. Nisha down at bottom has his BKB and has Boots of Travel, so at the drop of a hat could join up top. And it looks like Broodmother's cutting in behind the top lane push.
That's nice. Yeah, and with the glyph, they get to clear the creep wave. They force out a dire glyph just to keep the creep wave alive. Do Talon push forward and go for... You can't go high ground because the glyph resets. Oh, no, it doesn't reset. They've already taken the tier 2 tower, so we'll see what the call's going to be. I don't think there really is a high ground play. I think they'd rather just slow things down a bit, and they smoke up. They're on the hunt now.
All right, look for some pickoffs. Try and maintain these other lanes. And mid is crashing onto your tier 2. Down at bottom, same story. While Secret, they've planted wards. They're guarding these ancients on the dark side of the map. But Zayat's in a good position here to spot the smoke.
Scouted.
Tumbler's toy.
The wolf has scouted them. They see Puppey. They see Chrysalis.
Oh, you're right. They're pinging it out. They know exactly where the Bloodseeker and the Bane are. And Q, he's angling for this initiation. Needs to make sure he lands the hook shot onto the Bloodseeker. And there we go with Mikoto's move. On towards Chrysalis and Puppey they go. Huge burst of damage here onto Team Secret. As Talon, they've got to go back and push these lanes out. But this is another opportunity to think about tier 2 mid. And like you said, maybe even high ground again.
They've got the Deso now. They didn't have that for that top lane. And the glyph is also on cooldown. So potential opening for the Talon side. This is, we always talk about the vision, and it's not just in the form of wards. In that situation, it was Rocket Flare and Lycan Wolves just scouting all these heroes out, tracking their movement through the trees. Usually it's like, you want to avoid a fight, you're just split pushing the map, you play around, the fog, you play around the trees, you push out a wave, but you never know when you're being scouted there. And unfortunately, with the clockwork in the game, like Bloodseeker doesn't go for a BKB TP because he can't. You're going to get hookshotted if you do. He just has to TP and hope for the best.
I'm curious to know what Team Secret are saying in their comms, though. I saw a lot of pings on this top tier 3.
Okay.
Maybe they're saying, hey, if they go for the tier 2 mid, we've got this Brood Lina to just shove hardcore and force them back again.
That's not a bad option, I think. You know, at the same time, I think Talon, they pushed so much faster, and it does look like Brood is going to TP back for a fight.
Yeah, she sends Spiderlings top to push in. But the Split Earth landing on Zayat. Move in with Makoto, but a Snowball's going to turn back onto the ancient creep they've got. 23 Savage losing his bear as well. Needs to resummon.
Problematic, yeah.
And they are losing a little bit of HP on that top tier 3. Secret getting the much better hand of this trade.
Buying all this time here. A minute 20 on the Aegis. Leshrac TP blinks in to kill Zayat. It's a nice little find here. They've lost their creep wave though. They'll get the tier 2 tower, but okay, you know they can swing bottom. This creep wave bottom could open up the high ground for them, and with a minute left, that's enough time to actually pressure this lane.
This is their window.
Tier 3 tower without glyph, yeah.
This is their chance, Talon. Level 4 Diabolic Edict. Towers fall quickly. No glyph here for Secret. The Lone Druid's going to be wary of his bear, though, as he gets clipped by the Light Striker A and ruptured as well. Hook shot from Q, though, getting onto Nisha. Trying to focus the Lina, but she's got a BKB up. Turns and fights in a Savage and blows up the Lone Druid. Q trapped behind enemy lines, and the resistance from Secret here is enough to withstand the push.
Yeah, just forcing a little bit too hard, and Secret want to chase and get some more hide. TP just barely gets out of there with the Aegis there. I mean, that's the problem with having just the one bear. Once, you know, he loses that bear, he can't, I mean, he has nothing to really contribute to a fight, and the Lina just saps him down. Secret have done a really good job just delaying this push and buying themselves some time. You know, they're up 3k gold 20 minutes in, and basically I feel like this entire game is going to come down to what Talon can do around maybe Roche number 2, but by the time they get Roche number 2, it may be too late.
It felt like that was their main avenue towards victory, but I've still got a couple more chances. Still scaling decently on this Lesh and Lone Druid. And once they get the Basher, they've got the chance there to kill off Nisha or Crystallis during the BKBs. But Team Secret up towards top. They've got the outpost. They've got a bit of chip damage on that tier 3 thanks to Broodmother Spiderlings. And Resolution can go back to work.
Feels like we're already at this point. I mentioned like 30 minutes plus. Like the bear is going to feel not very effective. I think it's come sooner. You've got Alina with Falcon Blade, Crystallis, and like combine that with like the Silken Bowler from the Brood, the Bloodseeker Rupture. Like this Spirit Bear is just melting in these fights.
Yeah, we weren't joking about rupturing the bear and stuff like that. It's such a high value target. And nice to see Bloodseeker has his shard already as well. So percentage-based damage, pure damage, going to come out onto the side of Talon. And he gets the opportunity.
Talon, they shove the bottom lane and then they go for a smoke. They're not looking to brute force this bottom lane. We kind of saw what happens there and what the outcome might be. So they're going to look to sweep through top and try and find this Brood. Problem is, it's Rezo, and this man, he's played at a TI or two and knows when it's time for him to vacate this top lane and get back to safety.
And the rest of Secret, they're smoking to connect with him. Nisha shows on the mid wave under a dire Observer Ward or two, but the remaining members of Secret here, we know how good Puppey and Zayat are at setting up team fights for the rest of their squad. If they catch a glimpse of anyone from Talon, they're pretty much dead.
I think Talon really want to fight right now. They're close to a couple of key items, most notably this Makoto BKB on Leshrac. Clockwork also getting pretty close to an Aghanim Scepter, so it really is not an ideal time to take another engagement. They want to finish these items up before next Roshan. What they are doing, though, is split pushing bottom. They've left KP down. They just keep sending summons and applying pressure. That's going to force a TP back from the Brood, so good maneuvering on Malnarat from Talon, and then as soon as he sees a TP, he gets out of there, and he may look to join up with his team to try and take a fight.
And we start to get into the rhythm of that dance of death. The standoff around Roshan is about to begin. 40 seconds until that fast spawn, and it's something Talon desperately need to keep their chances of survival alive.
They're just desperately trying to give farm to Makoto to finish this BKB before that Roshan fight. Crystallis on Bloodseeker has completed his Mjolnir now, so he's got his key item for the upcoming fight. And Lina, I believe, has a Daedalus, so a lot of right-click damage coming out from this Lina, and that's like the perfect way of dealing with this Spirit Bear. Not just the Spirit Bear, but the Leshrac as well. Like, trying to get on top of this Lina is just going to be so damn tricky.
And Crystallis bypassing that dire ward. 2 minutes for Roche, but Secret are smoked. Talon have Q and KP on the front lines. They're immediately scouted, and onto the Clockwork they head, blowing him up with Nisha's damage. Moving forward here, Broodmother scouted out the Jakiro as well. Need a stun to stop the TP, but it won't come in time. Puppey lifted his arms, but didn't get the Nightmare or the grip.
Okay, outcome for Talon, just losing a support and disengaging. They didn't want to fight. Makoto's got BKB now with the Blink Dagger. If he can find a way to get onto that backlines, and really he just wants to kill the supports, I feel, more than anything. Like, he doesn't do damage against the BKBs. The Broodmother's not an ideal target. Taking out the Tusk and the Bane is going to be probably the most impactful thing he can do in these fights.
High ground ward attempted to be taken out. Okay, Nisha finally gets it done, and Trap hiding some shards for now.
Again, the song and dance of this bottom lane split push. The Lycan sending in creeps just to force Secret to continue to TP back and defend this lane.
Oh, nice
Nisha
Savage.
has got boots of travel for this, though.
Savage roar from 23. Savage gets away from the Nightmare. On to Zayat. And Roshan, 40 seconds away. That'll coincide with the respawn of the Tusk. So now it's down to Rezo trying to get back to cutting waves, slowing down any form of push. Play around his own vision up top, but hey, you're absolutely right. KP just sat bottom for the past 3 minutes or so, shoving in over and over again.
It's a simple game plan, but it's a very effective one that doesn't really have like an obvious counter. You just keep split pushing bottom, and the second somebody TPs to defend, you initiate top around the Roshan pick. Even if it's just killing a support, it could open up a free Roshan for you. So we're going to see probably this Lycan just keep sending his summons down bottom, and anytime they see somebody TP there, it's go time. But I think what Secret need to do is have Nisha pushing out this lane while still having his boots of travel available. If he's TPing bottom to defend, it means TP's on cooldown. You need to be TPing to join your team.
Well, TP's back to clear out top wave because they know that Roshan is imminent. Secret. One of the struggles they have is the fact that Rezo is on a Brood and not a teamfight starter, so a little awkward to get Broodmother involved in these fights. Very good at scouting, and you see the swarm of Spiderlings coming in from behind Talon from that northern side of the map, giving vision into the pit, and seeing the movement of the Dire team.
Rupture comes out.
Catching out KP.
Just walked right into that Rupture and just got annihilated. Secret don't have the best Roche taking lineup, so if you're Talon, maybe you can just think about disengaging and not forcing a fight, just playing under your vision. Problem is, these summons, the Spiderlings, so good at scouting out these high ground cliffs and figuring out where enemies are.
Yeah, the fact that Nisha knows exactly where Dire team are, he's just mid lane pushing tier 2.
Bottom lane again, though. It's the split push. I think that's why he walked into them. He was probably too busy microing his Helm Creep, and he's going to take a range Rex here. They forced the Lina TP. Again, this is the play. You force Lina's TP, and now you try and initiate.
A Nightmare transfer. Jakiro trying to keep Makoto in play. Q angling for it, but the turnaround play. Secret going to blow up the Leshrac here. They got the chain disabled. Now Broodmother with the Spiderlings scouting out Hyde and Q. They're on the run, but Secret charging back in towards them. Get the blood right and silence up the clock. The Nightmare to stop any retreat. Rezo surrounds him while Crystallis focusing onto the bear. They want the bigger target. 23 Savage trapped inside the shards. Oh, the Spirit Bear is on the run and the heroes finished off. Crystallis finds the takedown, and Talon, they're running out of gas now. 4 kills for Secret. They won't even lose the Bane.
There's always, you know, I talk up Secret and the way they play. Oh, you know, they play around Nisha. He's their mid carry. He's not even in this fight. This is Crystallis is something I carry games too. Like, as soon as the idea there from Talon is right. The execution though is just too good from Secret. They don't give Clockwork an avenue to get a hook shot off. There was all these summons, the spiders, even his own teammate Spirit Bear was kind of blocking his hook shot. The Leshrac runs in thinking there's a Clockwork behind him to back him up and follow up his initiation, but in the end it's Makoto just completely stranded on an island, getting Walrus punched and burst down by a Bloodseeker. And unfortunately for Talon, yeah, I think the concept, the strategy there is perfect. The execution is what was off.
Yeah, that range Rax, it feels like it means nothing now. We've got a DD Aegis Lina ready for this next fight. I'm going to take down the Ancient Creep. Oh, no, they're not. KP grabs a tiny hill troll priest to make sure they don't get their bounty from the ice shaman down at bottom. Talon always having to fall back and deal with the broodmother at this point. Resolution planting himself top, and another army of spiders built up. It's always amazing to see these brood players. The micro they've got, you know, it's what, like 20 spiderlings all in different places.
The mini map is, yeah, where you can really see the skills come in. I mean, every brood player has had to kind of learn this and get good at this. It's such a key part of Dota these days, but it's just such an impactful thing to do, to have full info on the map of where your opponents are, and it's such a huge part, I think, of why brood has come back into the meta.
Yeah, just littered with orange dots. And Nisha. And pops the DD, returns back to base. Looks like he's going to have to shove out that bottom lane one more time. Maybe play into the last remnants of this observable they've got on the high ground. Puppey and Zayats, they are smoking down here, maybe hunting for KP's Lycan.
Kind of caught on to this, you know, I mean, they've known he's been doing this for a while, but this is one way you can kind of respond to the split pushes. Flush the Lycan out of this bottom lane. His career maybe gives up his position, but he's already TP'd out. Yeah, Nisha looks for him, but doesn't find.
Good attempt. Trying to sniff out the rat here. The rest of Secret, they're up front. Rezo cutting mid-wave. Chrysalis and Puppey into the ancient spot. And Talon, the ones who are meant to have the momentum here, meant to be the ones that are pushing objectives. They're on the back foot. That doesn't bode well when they have a severe lack of team fight and AoE to really battle around these choke point spots.
Feels like they're going to be all in on like this Leshrac late game. He's the one getting all the farm, but playing in a BKB is there's only going to be so much Mikoto can do. The Spirit Bear of 23 Savage is just food in these fights. Like, I don't even think they need a Rupture it anymore. It's just too easy for this laner just to one LSA, and the Spirit Bear is probably 2/3 dead.
Yeah, we've got to the point in the game now where, you know, Talon, after the kind of 100-meter sprint, they're turning into more of a marathon, and their legs weren't built for this kind of extended pressure they're under.
Again, playing the split push game. KP he swung his attention from bot lane to top. This is how they slow down and deal with Secret. I think considering, I mean, both Lycan and Lone Druid are pretty under-farmed here. The idea of kind of split pushing and stalling this game now is probably the best thing Talon can do. Like, they've missed their timing. The way they wanted this game to go didn't work. Plan B is try and go 45, 50, 60 minutes and get enough farm so that you can actually, you know, impact the game with an Aghanim Scepter on Lycan. Lone Druid probably needs an Abyssal Blade, maybe even a BKB on his Spirit Bear. Like, there's just so many items they're going to need for late game Dota now that they want this game to slow down.
Yeah, try and get 12 slotted on your Lone Druid. Look towards those tier 4 neutral items in about 5 minutes time. But Team Secret are knocking on the door. They're in front of your base. And Nisha, with 1 minute left on Aegis, he's going to go up and do a good amount of damage onto the tier 3. Top lane's being pushed in as well. Zayats is cutting wave there, so they've got multiple angles of attack for Secret. Scything up the bear for now. Nisha getting clipped by a couple of stuns, but I don't think he's too bothered with Aegis and BKB in hand. Lycan.
Suggesting he wants to engage, trying to maybe find the backlines. He doesn't really want the Brood. He's looking ideally for the Bane. Bane has just a 4-stop in terms of defensive capabilities, but KP, I think, realizing he's not going to connect anyone. He's just running bottom to, once again, go back to split pushing.
Well, we saw Talon in game 1 do very well around this Aegis timer of killing off Nisha as it expired. But with your bear dropping half HP just with one go from the Bloodseeker, scary times ahead for them. Nisha, 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Will there be another Talon play around the Aegis expiring? Nisha and Secret have got to be thinking about what happened last game when they weren't ready for Talon, and they're going to choose to back off and play things safe. I mean, I say Talon's best bet is stalling this game out. It still heavily favors Secret. Their draft late game has all the answers they need for the Spirit Bear. I don't really feel like the wolf bite on the bear is going to solve your problems, especially, I mean, you're wolf biting a bear, and you're definitely rupturing it, so not an easy situation to be in for Talon.
Well, he's These Aghanim's rocket flares are definitely annoying, though. Pushing out bottom wave, scouting out Secret's movements, knowing where Nisha is, gives a little more safety in that top portion of the map for Talon. I'll keep on farming on this Lone Druid with 3,000 saved up. He wants Ags, but maybe also thinking about buybacks here for Talon as this inevitable push from Secret. This keeps coming back towards the Dire base. And a DD rune has spawned top as well. If Secret gets some vision over that, a huge amount of damage from either Chrysalis or the Lina.
Yeah, this is the issue when you've given up all this map control. You know Secret can get all these high impact runes. It's going to be very tricky to get out on the map to contest potential next Roshan, which comes with an Ag Scepter or a Refresher Shard. And a 6-load Lina headed towards the late game, and looking at potential level 25 coming up in the next 5 or so minutes as well is a scary, scary thought.
Yeah, Boots to travel onto a spider, jump forward in from Chrysalis, finding KP with the bash as well. Take him out of the fight as Nisha looking for the bear and kills it off immediately. Puppey stunned up, but Nisha opens up with his BKB. Makoto doesn't stand a chance in hell. 2 calls down from Talon, and Hyde left stranded. Just a few hits from Nisha's Lina. An easy triple kill with his double damage rune. Annihilating 3 heroes and a bear.
I think you press forward. You want to go for the killing blow here. You know there's only one Spirit Bear, so if you're Secret, there's no reason to kind of stick around and play passively here with the double damage still up as well. Should be plenty of damage to get. Should be multiple lanes of racks here.
Not sure about this glyph. Chrysalis diving onto Hyde, and that's a dieback on the Jakiro. It's tier 4 time, it looks like, for Nisha. Says, screw the barracks, I'm going for the jugular. Finish off the tier 4 towers and open up this Ancient, because there is no glyph from the Dire team. They've already spent it. Q's in, though, with a 2-man hookshot. Trying to push them back with the cogs into Savage with his Lone Druid Bear. But the snowball save is there from Zayat. Buys the time for Nisha to come back into the fight. Maybe going to get dropped, though, still. But look at this damage from Nisha. Destroying them all. The buyback from the Lone Druid will come, but it's all too little too late. Talon have lost their Lesh, and Team Secret have 5 heroes alive, forcing the GG.
Always sad when you're buying back as a Lone Druid and you're like, oh wait, I have no Spirit Bear. I'm just a creep that's buying back there in Secret. Very well executed game. They were, under a little bit of pressure here. Like, well, theoretically a lot of pressure, but it never really felt like it. It felt like they kind of handled the threat of this, 15 to 20-minute timing, the Aegis #1 where you could go high ground and get a Rax. And I almost feel like even if Talon had gotten 1 lane of Rax with it, this game still ends the same way. Secret were just understanding that their timing comes later. We just got to chill. And at some point, this Spirit Bear is just completely ineffective and useless because we have, they picked the Spirit Bear into the Lone Druid, into the Lina. Secret already had the counter for the Lone Druid in many ways.
I mean, what does this mean for Talon? Have you peeked in to figure out what has happened in terms of the group stage and tiebreakers and things like that?
So Entity did end up getting 2-0'd. So Talon are still alive. If Entity had won a singular game, Talon would be eliminated. But both Entity and Talon go 0-2 in their final series, which means they remain tied at 8th, 9th place. Then you've got TSM, who are in 10th place. They lost game 1. They're currently in game 2. If they win game 2, it's a 3-way tie. If they lose, they're eliminated. So we could see 3-way ties for bottom 2 in both groups. I believe Fnatic playing TSM is pretty even. They're about 30 minutes in, and neither team has really pulled away with it.
Oh man, it's all coming down to this, the very end of the final day of group stages. We've got plenty of tiebreakers ready and waiting for us as we do just watch back Team Secret's dominance. They weathered the storm in the first 20 minutes, and with that DD rune on the Lina, getting Nisha a triple kill and just opening up this Dire Ancient. Kill off the throne.
I was gonna say, Secret looked pretty damn scary going into the main event, into the playoff bracket. Definitely a team I think not many people are going to go up against. They're just so flexible with their players. There's games where they make Chrysalis really sacrificial. Then there's games like this series here where he plays a 6 Slardar, where he's controlling the entire game. This game he plays more traditional carry with the Bloodseeker. There's so many different heroes that Nisha pulls out. Rezo is this X Factor with sick Primal Beast Brood, but he'll also play some offlane carries. They've just got such a wide pool of heroes and playstyles that make them really hard to draft and face.
it's just so unpredictable. Like you don't know what's going to come your way. Everybody's able to dig real deep into that pool of heroes. As Team Secret, like you said, secured already in that playoff stage and looking incredibly strong. As we've got our top 7 teams from both groups already locked in place. EG, Liquid, LGD, OG, Hikori, RNG, and Gaming Gladiators in Group A. Tundra, Secret, Asta, Thunder Awaken, Team Spirit, Beast Coast, and Fnatic in Group B. So a nice mix there as well of European, Chinese, Southeast Asian, South American, and a North American team there into the playoffs.
One in Asia. I think the big shock or perhaps upset is Team Spirit starting in the lower bracket. Returning TI champions, major champions. A lot of teams, they have their, TI win and then they fall off. It didn't really feel like that was the case with Spirit, but they're going to be starting in the lower bracket. We'll see some of the standings here. This is the group standings for Group A, where EG, surprised everyone. And then the other surprise of sorts, but it's just a kind of a sad story. It's RNG. They were dominating Group A, but unfortunately with the COVID situation, playing with sick players, they've just fallen into that lower bracket, and it's kind of heartbreaking to see because it feels like they were a shoo-in for the upper bracket after the first couple of days of groups. Yeah,
they're dominating. And I guess the flip story for LGD, a disappointing day 1, and then coming back very strong days 2, 3, and 4, as we see both groups side by side there. And we're looking at the bottom 3 from both groups. 5-13 in Group A, so a 3-way tie awaiting us to come up next. And Entity, Talon, TSM still awaiting that TSM Fnatic result as the final game of the group stage. Exciting times ahead.
One last thing I'll add. The 2 last chance qualifier teams, 2nd place in their groups.
Oh, yeah.
Western European Dota fans demanding more slots, demanding a DPC format that helps them out. But no, I think it also speaks to the fact that the way, playing a tournament right before the tournament, building up that momentum, it's such a big thing. Getting that kind of team cohesion going, and both Liquid and Secret have really rode the wave out of that last chance qualifiers here into the main event. Great to see both those 2 teams doing so well.
Yeah, really, really gorgeous stuff. I mean, the level of competition here at this TI, I think, has been higher than ever. Everyone's taking games off of everyone. We started day 1 where Group B was all tied up. Everyone's just 1-1ing each other. Very close fought battles across all of these teams, as that does round up regulation play here on this stream, closing out things with that final series. But like we've been saying, there are tiebreakers to come. So I don't know, Gods, are you jumping over with me to see stream to do some tiebreakers?
I have no idea what's going on. I'm gonna be honest with you, Gareth. Am I?
I've got no idea. I think I am.
Is that what you're doing? Okay.
I believe so. Yeah.
I might be. I might not be. I don't know. Let's find out.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll find out together what's exactly happening. But make sure you tune in, find out what's happening on the other streams. Tiebreakers are coming, so we'll see you guys for them.